Hi guys. Don't know banget. Halo. Lupa ganti audionya dong jadi. Should I watch CCT from now? Sama banget. Halo guys. Hai. Hey ya. So, ooh. Should watch this first.
With map draft for our first match of the day, DK taking on Bonk. DK, you have first pick as you are Team A, first ban.
Yeah.
Ban split. Bonk, your ban.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. And first pick, DK.
Fracture.
Fracture. And
I
side
think we
select
should watch
Bonk.
this game.
Jeez.
What do you guys
Attack.
think?
Bonk, map select.
Fine.
Pick bind. Side select for bind, DK.
I'll take.
Attack.
I'll take.
And then going into next round of bans, Haven, Lotus, Pearl,
Iya,
DK,
match
first ban.
terakhir.
Pearl ban. And final ban, Haven, Lotus.
Haven.
Ban Haven, play Lotus.
Yep.
Lotus final pick, DK side selection.
Okay.
Is it DK?
Lotus.
Lotus.
D plus.
Attack first. All right, gonna review really quickly. Split ban, Ascent ban, Fracture pick, attack, Bind pick, attack,
I think we should
Pearl
watch
ban, Haven ban, final map, Lotus, attack for DK. All right, best luck to both teams.
Okay. Luck. Good luck. Luck.
Kulak, kulak, kulak. I should turn this off. Why is he so awkward? It's actually so awkward. What?
And there you have it. Coaches out on stage, everyone ready to get into the first series of day 3 here. And look, I was downstage, I was having a chat with a couple of the Bonkers boys. And
the
Papa
Lakia.
Smurf said, don't worry, we've done our prep, we're
Anjay.
super ready. Minimize walked over and said, what prep?
Very common minimize opinion and state. But look, I was trawling Twitter a little bit, having a bit of a look at some of these predictions, and there's been an opinion of where we've seen a 13-8, 13-10 in favor of D+ here, sure, but there's some hope, there's some dreams that potentially Bonkers, as you hear them shouting, do have a
Bonkers.
chance in this, at least able to drive it forward to some level of degree.
What do you
But
guys
I
think
love the
will
respect,
win
the
this
fist bumps on the
game?
way out as well. It's going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, going to be exciting indeed.
Oh, the tattoo.
And yeah, Fracture, look, we've seen it be relatively attacker-sided so far. Dion,
Yo.
were you
Fire.
surprised by the way the veto played out?
To a degree, yes. To a degree, no. I think in the more risky sense that Lotus is actually going to be that deciding match. I thought that there was definitely a world in which it was going to be played here. It had to be in that decider area
Yeah.
because we knew that when D+ are coming into this one, their choice was either going to be split ban or fracture ban, and they've gone for the split early. Whereas Bonkers, you know, their normal common ban being Pearl at the moment, they also came out, as I said in our last time we saw Bonkers, that they do like the idea of also taking out Ascent against a couple of teams here. So for D+ Kia, starting on Fracture is going to be well suited to them. Bind is going to be fun for Bonkers as well. We saw how great a start they had against Scars. Don't get in that ruck, and then they will be okay, I do believe. But if we do get to the decider in Lotus, I have a feeling, Mac, that it is going to be bloody scary.
Well, it is agent select time. Anything fresh, anything new? Looks like D+ Kia, they're going to be running with the Fade this time. And the Neon, so not picking up a raise, not going to go for that combo, but look, allow on the Neon. It's not the first time we've seen it in history, and it's, oh, actually, that's going to be the first time we've seen a Neon so far here at Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, no, I was thinking exactly that, because the Neon obviously was one of those agents that kind of got floated a little bit prior to the raise again, right? You know, especially when she became the new agent, the hot pick. It is a terrifying agent to play against, the only one of her kind in the game. So that's one concern of mine, actually, of Bonkers, is how quickly they're going to be able to react. You know, I'm sure Alau's going to be in their spawn immediately. So that's a very exciting thing to be seeing. But everything else, Mac, look, relatively generic, right? You know, no real surprises across the board. But yeah, all I can sort of hope, as Komodo mentioned, right, is that Bonkers get out of the gates early and they don't fall flat. They need that voice. They need someone to amp them up. And the fact is, they've got all their staff here. They've got all their support here. They need to drive it forward. And now the fact that they haven't been sitting, waiting around, you know, for those several hours after doing the vetoes, they are going to be fresher today.
Well, I'm liking the fact that we've got Minimize back on that breach as well. I'm hoping we can see Lou play a better game. I'm hoping we see Dragon play a bit of a better game. I was looking at the stats.
Did he get his res right this time?
Obviously, D+ Kia, they haven't had that chance to play it, so they're not on the stats page. But if you scroll right to the bottom of the page, all those 5 Bonkers members are there after that unfortunate start to their Ascension endeavors.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at this agent lineup, and it is a common pick for both of these sides, so there's some homework to be done from the Bonkers side, who I would class as underdogs going in towards this one as well. You know, we know that they've got their coaching staff here to assist with their preparations. We heard from yourself that they are ready. Minimize has done the work, done the effort for this veto to get in towards Fracture, so I'm looking at what, you know, potentially we're going to get nice and early on from the likes of D+, who have a very strong attack-sided pistol success rate. But then you look into that further, attack side for them for this map is looking to be the powerhouse area. But when they switch to defense, that's where things look a little bit sloppy for D+ Korea. So maybe that's going to be Bonkers' way in if they can get a better defensive side.
I'm a little worried. Last time, you know, we saw Bonkers play this was that game against Scars, and Scars just read them like a book. Of course, that was the second game of the series, or second map of the series, rather. So, and it was 13-6. And on the attack side for Bonkers, they only got 3 rounds. So hopefully things go better for them today. Hopefully things are going to be good for the Bonky boys, but let's see if the Koreans can pull this back for their first game. D+ Kia up against Bonkers. We're kicking things off up on Fracture. Boys, hype this one up for us.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We are here for day number 3, ready to open up, getting locked and loaded. D+ Kia will be their first map and series of the competition so far. They've had time to watch, they've had time to rest, and they've had time to enjoy Bangkok, Thailand as well. Bonkers, pressure on their shoulders, but as we know, they are a team that can do some big things, some close opportunities previously in historic times over here in Asia representing the region. However, again, D+ Kia, the pressure is going to be 9. Komodo, I am ready to get right into this.
Absolutely. Bonkers starting on the attacker's side up through Arcade. They do actually only have Lakia on the other side of this, so they could technically get into this B site very, very quickly, get a plant down and force a post, super fast.
Yeah, look, they're doing their due diligence still, and it looks like Lakia is happy to just leave that one behind, send him back into the
Semoga
generators,
boom nanti
and waiting
menang
from
ya.
Sports. So just a couple of warning
Amin.
shots for now, but at least Lou with that plan. Are they going to go quick here, Komodo? It looks like they are ready to boogie. They are ready to move on out. Okay, here we go. Allow at the helm, now trying to take point on this site. Estrella will drop one,
Aduh.
trying to destroy the Nanos, but they are continuing on. Lakia with
Oh.
another Esperanza in, and they are just dropping like flies here, Bonkers. Having to hold on. Lou and
Oh my
Minimize do get one
God.
apiece, but it is going to be D+. And we talk about teams, Komodo, that don't like to sit and wait for a
The
retake.
retake ko,
They
my lord.
catch them
Nandun
off
sampai
guard
ntar
and
boom.
go fast.
I think one of the problems as well for
Kayaknya
Bonkers there
only
is
gonna
because
be
D
like
plus Kia got so quickly
watching
in when
kayak
that plant happened.
one
They didn't get situated to sit up in the tower.
Depends
Right?
on the
You have
game
so many members of the Bonkers
Kalau
boys
seru, ayo
trying to
nonton
play
terus.
in there. You can see an overextension from
Nonton
RDW as well
main
because they've been smoked up. No vision
LA.
on the spike and not planted to play from the tree stairs either means that you have to try and press the issue. So a very quick heads up play
But then
from D
I
plus
wanna
Kia
see how
to
they
get
play
in before
also.
Bonkers could just get comfortable. And I have a feeling that that's what we're going to see a lot.
I need
Just
coffee.
the space that
guys.
Allow is going to be able to find for his team. If Estrella's going to be flashing him in, if Lakia is going to be able to maximize the usage of the Season the Haunt, it's going to be very difficult for Bonkers to just get themselves in a comfortable scenario when that plant goes down. And in a round like this, Mitch, if the plant goes down, because this is only the classics going in.
Yeah, bit of a throwaway.
I'm gonna get coffee.
Got to get this one out the way nice and early, try to get some of this orb control. It looks like they absolutely already have, and it is going to be Lou trying to work towards that. A little bit of a tag up, but he does manage to secure both of them, so he's already got 5 bloody orb points heading towards that showstopper. But Lakia spots out Dragon, happy to fall away. They are moving into Dish here, and it looks like the read hasn't exactly been made correctly, because look at exactly where
Yeah.
Allow is right now.
Well, it's only Lakia yet again at the site that Bonkers want to look to finish things up at. So whilst the information is here for Lakia, he can just frag.
Yeah, pretty much. Estrella has joined them quickly from the link, and Xy's there too. So very, very easy round here for D plus
Kan
Kia,
sudah pakai
as you
baju
would
yang hitam,
expect in
nggak
a
tahu
round
nih.
like this. So
Pakai baju
some
apa
more
ya?
points, really, that's all Bonkers were kind of hoping for. They are allowed to achieve it. But Lou is one away from that showstopper. So they've done a really, really good job for the time being.
It's definitely going to be a ability that can find them a bonus round, because if you have an ultimate like that can pretty much 100% of the time, if you shoot it right, get you that kill, right? It's going to be able to be the start for Bonkers. You get it off
there's
most likely an
one
AWP
other
here with this
version
tree
yang
play,
menurut
but
saya
I'm
lebih
already seeing that
bagus.
Allow is going to be ready with Estrella. Fault line relay bolt that's going to be stunning up the Bonkers guys, and this is just quick aggression from D plus Kia. No nonsense Valorant, really.
Yeah, straight on in. What with the opener? Lou also another, so that is going to be the ultimate secure
Oi.
here. RDW,
That's quick.
another fantastic shot as well. They are holding fast. A beautiful round to come through from Bonkers so far.
Yeah.
Exactly what you were kind of hoping for, because D plus Komodo,
Dia tuh
they
kemarin
had
tuh
a really
kepanasan tuh
solid
nggak,
bonus.
And now they
kepanasan
know where
kedinginan tau
Esperanza
nggak
is
sih guys?
because the turret started shooting over a dragon. Has to be in the
Kayak-
vicinity, of course. That's how that ability works. So Bonkers,
Ini si
they
Vigil
don't
itu
want to just
orangnya
tempt
nggak
fate,
kuat,
go for a
nggak
battle
kuat
against
dingin.
him. A plant over at the A site,
kuat
give it to
dingin
whoever
banget
you want
orangnya,
who's
kayak
alive to get one more tick
bener-bener
on their
nggak kuat
ultimate.
dingin.
And then you just try to find Esperanza. Don't lose any
kemarin
players
dia bilang
because you
kayak
need these weapons in the next round as well, where we know
dingin
D plus
banget.
Kia are
Dia
going
tuh
to have
kayak
their
kaku
first
tau gak
Exactly
sih Bang?
right. You know, this is just a super important one for
Kayak
Bonkers
katanya
to
emang
kind of
dari dulu
establish some
teh,
momentum, establish some mental fortitude, you know, knowing that they've had a really, really strong start here.
Kalau
4 alive
kedinginan
would
tuh
be
ya
a
cuman-
massive mental
Ya
boost,
emang
and
make
you
sense
know,
sih,
then they've
gue
got
kalau
a
misalnya
contest
lagi main
obviously
terus
from the
tangan
full buy of
begini
D
juga
plus
kayak
Kia, but
kaku
for
tau
now,
jadi
Esperanza, you know, he's pretty
kaku yang
happy in this
kayak-
position just to clear on in, try and pick up something, and he does manage to drop RDW, so we won't count him out just yet. It's a great fault line though from Minimize, and Bonkers walk away with their first round.
Yeah, I want to see what sort of comparisons that we can
Dina
draw between D
Seborum,
plus
iya.
Kia and Scars actually in
Orang
this
terakhir
series
ke-
as well, right? Because Bonkers has played both of the maps that we're going to be getting here against Scars. That's going to be homework and tendencies of their own that D plus Kia can sort of figure out as well, right? When we looked at someone like Cristal who loves to play over at Dish, we're not going to be seeing that from Lakia a lot either. So it is a different style of play that D plus Kia do bring into a map like Fracture as opposed to what Scars did. And I think for Bonkers as well, one of the best things for them right now is that they are on the board super early. Yeah, they didn't get the pistol the second round, but they got their first gun
I
round,
don't
and they
think
do
they
have
look
access again to
shaky.
Lou
I
on
feel
the
like they
showstopper. But
just
this
weren't
Lakia at the
hitting
Dish,
their
as I
shots
say he's not going to be there. This time he
as,
actually
like,
is, and he's
they
already
would.
forced away from a bit of utility.
He's had to pop the C's
You
as
know?
well, so he's out of there immediately. Allow is in position, at least joining him, and they do have Estrella up very close, so this isn't going to be the easiest site take for Bonkers now. The Sky Smoke goes down, but Lou, he's straight on in. Does he spot out Allow? He does! Excellent start here, but Lakia still on the side. Lou is able to trade him out, but Exi is still there. Exi is still there. He's found 3, looking for a 4th here is RDW.
He's got the ult.
Oh man, he does indeed. The orbital
You
strike is
got
available
her.
there for Exi. Still 3 away of the nightmare,
Ooh,
so
2v1.
RDW. How does he approach this one? Has to slow
Oh,
it down,
they
has to
came
fake
back.
out the plant. They are going to now creep in towards the link. They're just going to hold hands here, Komodo.
Yeah,
Play it
yeah.
nice and slow, RDW. If he gets onto the line here, he might be able to spot out one, but surely he's got to know the Haunt does go up. Is he going to be ready for the
Yeah,
second?
he's got it.
He absolutely will be. Exi. He went big with 3, but
God
RDW
damn.
clutches
Now
out the
you're
1
biased.
versus 3,
No,
and that is a
really?
fantastic way to play it.
I feel
Throw
like they
it
just
back today,
were
number
not
one, talking
hitting a
about
lot of
Bonkers. If there's
shots
anybody
today.
on this
Looks
roster you
very-
want in a clutch scenario, it is going to be RDW. You look at this scenario where you've got frags coming through from
Kaya
D plus
pasti
Kia, they're
suka
getting
aja,
up
kaya
close and
pasti
personal
sanay mo
before
kami.
you can get the plant. They're feeling great on the aim, but RDW knows in a 1 versus 2 that he has time to rotate if he wants, and that's why D plus Kia
Maybe
settled down as well.
maybe I
They
am
grouped up
biased. I
together.
don't know. Maybe
look-
that's a possibility.
Couple of Bonkers fans in the crowd. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
A few signs, a few clapsticks. You love to see it. But that's a huge round. The fact that they were just so confidently going in together, Komodo, that's the main thing. But this time, they are going to pop the Nightfall, and that actually got a little bit dicey there. Lou lucky to be alive, to be quite honest with you. Minimize now taking point in the top of the tower. Estrella not going to be creeping out just yet. He does get punished by Minimize, so this is going to be Bonkers potentially taking the lead here, Komodo. 5 alive. Massive for their economy as that spike gets down.
No matter what, Lakia will have access to the Nightfall in the next round, but it was a Lao on the flank that I was waiting for. 3 times he's essentially pushed in toward the spawns. Bonkers have to realize that that's going to be a possibility in the rounds after this one, but a 2 versus 4, this is still on.
Certainly is. He's lucky up, quickly felled. Allow will be thrown off by the Prowler for just a second, but really he's just looking for damage. He's just hoping for as much as he possibly can, and Lou, he'll make quick work of him as well. They did throw the C's out just for good measure, but RDW, he has had some serious impact now. Just very, very quickly, Komodo, want to touch back on the round prior to this. They went in so confidently. That was the thing that they lacked so much yesterday in both of those series.
Yeah,
whether it be
finally
Fine,
they're
whether it be
looking-
Fracture. They just didn't look like they had the juice. And this time, it's been poured for them nicely. Couple of glasses. But it is still early days. We know what a
looking
powerhouse
so much better than
D+
yesterday,
Kia
yeah?
is.
And in a round such as this as well, where you've got access to a couple of ultimates that can be round-defining
I
ones
guess
as well.
it's gonna be
you're
a
taking
close
away
game
vision,
after
you're
all.
taking away the shooting ability of Bonkers, and you're scattering them as well, right? It can be a definite factor. Esperanza's going to be 1 away from the lockdown as well. So a round such as this, if you're D plus Kia, where Fracture provides 4 ultimate orbs as well, you're wanting to maximize the ults, but Exi down means no smokes for a retake, so they have to use this Rolling Thunder
them.
to just stall Bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely. And the orbital strike's even going to come out as well.
That's from
Just
what?
trying to, break some further
Ooh.
space, because now Lakia being on this flank, the Seas does manage to catch him, and now the Prowler as well. This Aftershock's actually going to make it really awkward.
Oh!
How
Mas
does he
dam
do it?
sa to,
How does he
Anjing!
walk away with another frag in that position? Back up against the
Holy
wall, but Lakia
fuck.
looks into the fate of adversity right there, and he does manage to pull it away. But now look at this rotation coming through. We do have some spacing from Dragon, but is he going to be ready for Allow? Already out on the other side as Dragon does spot. Dragon does get the info. And there it is. Another big round coming out from Bonkers. The fact that they're hitting these trades, Komodo, is massive.
Dragon's not planting either, so he won't have a lockdown to try and 100% this round. If Esperanza gets a kill, he could use that to force a fight from Bonkers, make them uncomfortable on the protection of this spike. However, now they know where he is, and I think that's just going to be the deal sealed here.
Yeah, I can't believe that. He sees the alarm button. He says, "No, I've had enough. I'm out of there." So they're giving the respect. I am so surprised right now. And as I said, I can't get too excited. It's still early days. We saw the opening streak from Bonkers on Bind. They managed to kind of toy with Scars' economy early on. But this time round, they lose the pistol. They lose the second. They do their due diligence, because in that opening round that they managed to secure, it was off the back of Lou's Showstopper, starting off nice and strong. So they seem to have come into this quite nicely with a plan of attack. And D+ are respected.
I love you.
That round goes upside down if Dragon only gets 1 or it gets 0. You know, a 2 versus 2 scenario, definitely, or even a 2 versus 3 in favor of D+ Kia, definitely changes the way that round is going to be played on out. And the immediate aggression
yesterday they
at the
were just
beginning of
getting
the arcade as
wrecked
well.
by
Imagine if Lakia doesn't get
Ilan.
2 kills there, right? It might be a little bit easier for Bonkers to win the round, but the fact that Lakia is just still getting in towards your face, trying to take you and catch you off guard, and Bonkers are still just answering and winning the aim duels, that means that they are, as you say, just ready for these fights, electrified in the server at the moment, and I was, you know, kind of expecting applause to come through from D+ here at this current point in time, and I'm glad to see it. You don't want to let a team like Bonkers, who thrive on energy, get that energy early and keep it. You have to try and bring them down a size.
Suara ini
Time to
gede ya?
do it. Can't let this one start to kind of roll out of control. Because I wonder, you know, it is an interesting thing that we're seeing
Ada
at this
dinggo yang
point in
kepecet.
time.
Ah,
Both
capek.
here do look
Capek.
a little bit in shock, I guess.
Capek
Like,
banget.
it is still, again, very early days. They've got
Katakan mute gak
plenty more
anjing?
time to work with. It is an interesting one from time to time, this map of Fracture, you know, whether or not it
Capek banget
sort of favors
anjing.
the defense or
Udah
the
gua
offense.
udah sampai gua
But I think,
atur-atur.
yeah, D+ maybe started to come into this thinking it would be a little bit easier than it is so far. But at the exact same merit, even for me personally, Bonkers are looking so much better than they were on that opening day.
And I mean, you know that Coach Perry's going to have a lot to talk about to them in a timeout early on. One of those things where all D+ Kia, I feel like need to get happening. There's a couple of kills, a couple of tandem plays. You get a round or two where you make it look very convincing against the Bonkers squad, and it might be the way to get back in towards it. So definitely that discussion to have had here. Has been a little bit though since we have seen Fracture played for the side of D+ Kia.
Betul, kalian tahu ini gak sih? Kalian tahu game LA Noir gak
at
sih?
the start of the month as well. It's essentially nearly been a month since they've had an official.
Kok tadi
They're
mikir
banned
pengen main
out in
itu
the grand
aja.
final,
sambil
pretty
nunggu
sure. You know, they
game.
weren't confident playing it against
Itu game
SGT.
ini kan.
So I think that's a very, very big statement to be found here, that they've gone into it with a confident pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that grand final certainly was a fun slaughter, I guess is the way that I will say against
they got
SLT.
one map. They got one map, okay?
Essentially 3-0 if you were
Janji
alienated.
nggak live
map,
jam-jam
but
today.
back into the thick of things, folks. D+ Kia
tahu ya,
after the
kenapa gua
talk with
mulai
a
live
buy
dari
here,
pagi
a couple
banget
of
ya?
ults already in play, and a bit of pressure
Oh, no,
on
Dragon!
the rope. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call the no-no rope in the middle of a round.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
it.
rope.
He got a little bit concerned. I wonder if he accidentally pressed it on mistake there. He looked
well,
like he was...
He got pressured, he got concussed.
Yeah, well, that's
so
it. He was worried about the Prowler coming in as well. RDW will be able to destroy that one for the time being. They're already out towards the sands with the relay bolt. Will keep them at bay.
Yeah, that's all of the abilities of Allow actually gone and a Nightfall invested.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight into it. And look at this position from Estrella as well. He's ready for RDW as
Was
soon as this one does
that
fade
a
away.
tally
But
kill?
looks like RDW is in the
Rope
exact
kill?
same merit. I think Allow is watching that line, so RD needs to be very, very careful about how he peeks that one. Only a couple of seconds left on that Sky Smoke, but he hasn't spotted it. So they are going to spot back in towards Link. I think maybe they think there's a potential chance of a rotation out here. Lakia moving on.
Gak dicek ya, ceknya nanggung ya guys ya. Aduh.
RDW gets 3, but in this
Anjing-anjing
pressure
Ardu
position,
so good.
he still needs to
Bye.
find 2 more, and now
This
as
Ardu
Allow,
guys
top
so
of the
good.
side, very, very low in HP.
But
RDW,
also,
if he grabs this, if he goes up the
Lakia
rope,
didn't
he
check-
might be able to get out, because look at this rotation coming through. Allow trying to play the off angle.
20 seconds.
Exactly. Time is not in the play for RDW. He just has to check the right line. He just has to find this control of the site. If he gets moving,
No
and
way they
quickly,
lose this,
one might be a bad one, but in the end, Allow, his patience will be a virtue, and a
Rakyat.
3K for the Neon on site. Bonkers. They
Check corner.
tried, but it just wasn't enough in that Sands position.
Yeah, Allow just locking down the fort on the side as well. Just very happy to dance around, make the site work for him in those positions as well. His teammates playing over at the spawn
Terus
area.
sih
They do
kalau Bong
overlook RDW
upset
where
di pas
miraculously
Yoi.
manages to find Exy despite the low HP at the end. But unfortunately for Bonkers,
Aduh,
there,
sumpah,
just
Chrono
all the other
Pandal
teammates
is
died.
the best.
RDW,
Yeah.
it's a
You
very
heard
difficult
it
situation
here
with time
first.
being an issue there too.
Chrono Void
But no,
Pandal.
credit to D+ Kia just hitting
We're
their shots where
gonna
they
be
need to.
seeing. I think we're gonna be
And they
seeing.
get that round.
Starts off
almost
super
at that
awkward,
kind
you
of
know,
like
Dragon
that.
dying on the
I
road to
think-
start really
Yeah,
much just
yeah,
thrown him into
for
a
sure.
bit of a disarray.
I love
For
the
sure.
black
Does have
one,
access
but
to the
the red
lockdown here,
one.
but you always have to
belum ya.
remember that
Bong.
the orbital
Where's
strike from
that
Exy is going to keep
girl?
that in check as well. You almost need to be
I feel
getting
like they're
open and
very
crack, remove
sharp.
the smokes, remove that important ultimate.
Especially
because
RD.
unless you use it as bait, that's not going to happen. It's quick in from
So
Lou here.
you
However, though,
can't
he
really
blows this
count
round.
them out, you know.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
He's only one away now from the showstopper as well, so he's in a really
Even
great position.
though they're
Oh no!
artless
I was going to
and
say,
stuff.
Exy, I thought he was dead for rights, but he's managed to
Bang
find 2
Jeki
here.
lungkat di
Minimize.
Bali,
Can
lungkat
afford
kah?
the trade here. So what do the ultimates look like?
There's
Dragon
the
does have
lockdown.
that. Will pop the lockdown.
Lungkat
Now the
banget nih.
pressure's on. I think that was actually a teammate relay ball as well, making it
Say
awkward.
what-
Allow.
You-
Has
Udah
to
lewat
get
ya.
through here with the overdrive, but it's going to be RDW to get to. Now Estrella, 1 versus 2 situation. Dragon does make it awkward. No detainees off the back of that, but it is
Aduh.
going to be Dragon. Beautiful utility usage from Bonkers. Again, this is that confidence that you need from them. You're a minor region, you know how good you are locally, but if you don't go hard, you don't go balls to the wall, it's just not going to work out, and it does again for Bonkers.
And the tendencies showing once more for D+ Kia that they're trying to disrespect Bonkers in the time. They're playing in a lockdown, wanting to go and destroy it. Don't let Bonkers get comfortable when they have that plan. You can see that the overdrive is popped for
Masih ada
Allow as
banyak
well,
match
but
tapi
they're just
nanti.
forgetting that the tree stairs
Oh ya,
are
masih
open.
berapa game lagi
You
tuh?
have to be careful of where
Kalau di
RDW is
Dota.
playing as well, because the crossfire
Kalau
at that
Boom
later
teh
stage
kemarin
of that plan
main.
scenario, or rather the early
Hari
stage
ini
when it goes
main.
down at that point,
Besok gak
it is just
main,
already
tanggal 2
enough
main 3
time for
main.
Bonkers
Game
to
4 game.
actually set up. Good shots again, hit by RDW
Kalau
and
Dota berapa
Co.
game tuh?
Dragon to get the finisher.
Rame ya kayaknya ya.
And it's
Kalau
flowing,
ini kan
they're
cuma
hyped,
10
they're
tim.
fist bumping, they're yelling, the crowd's helping them, supporting them. It's just a good atmosphere that is helping Bonkers, and of course they already had a series to weather out the stage. D+ Kia haven't had that just yet, so they're still in a little bit of an adjustment phase.
Ooh,
Yeah, and it is funny,
D-
right? Because, you know, you
DK
never
is
want to be in a position
struggling.
where you can actually sort of really throw it out and be like, ugh, you know, these delays, that was the reason we lost. Because everyone was a part of it, right? You know, Scars experienced the exact same thing, and, you know, they were pretty confident, and they were pretty happy to, you know, close out very, very strong. So
Yeah.
with the way the Bonkers have recovered and have been able to kind of iron out whatever kinks they might have, they are looking great. But again, I cannot give this any merit until it gets closer and closer towards the end of the first
You're
map.
the
because
only
as we
Indo
said,
Pride,
D+ Kia,
Ilagon Pride.
incredible region, incredibly
We
strong
have in
roster.
Bali Major.
You know, you're never going to count them out at all.
Yeah, and a round such as this as well, with a hero rifle already removed off the board from a quick peek over at the tree. You do lose Minimize, but it is an eco, and if you can figure that out, it's going to be well placed for Bonkers to try and get 6 on the attack.
Yeah, that's a massive Prowler there, able to clear out the close corner. Lou has actually popped the showstopper,
They
which is
know
a pretty
Lucky is
bold
here.
play. Yeah, exactly. They've got that info. Dragon on the flank here could be a massive position. Throws out the showstopper. Not going to get anything off the back of it, but if he can't quite find Estrella here, surely they've hurt him. Absolutely, yeah. Lou going to be dropped, but they do
Ooh,
get a
the
couple
orbital.
more. Orbital strike used, so...
Actually, that's not bad from Bonkers. Yes,
Yeah.
they used the showstopper from Lou, but they've baited out
Terus
that orbital
sehari
strike,
mereka
and
lebih dari-
really
gamenya
only for
lebih dari
Exi
satu.
because the lockdown from Dragon was used, right? So it kind of opens up the lockdown to be used for damage, for map pressure.
Aku besok
Now
mau
they've got the
nyalon.
Nightfall and the orbital strike on the Bonker
besok
side
mau
as
cat
well.
rambut
So
lagi.
yeah, it's a pretty
Terus
decent
pas
trade.
banget
And I think one of the biggest
kebetulan
things here
Boom
is
gak ada
that 6
game
rounds.
aja
That's all
besok.
Bonkers have gotten so far. And there's rounds to
Yeah,
play. There's
yeah.
spare rounds already here. So they could only go up from here.
Oh,
but for
sharp,
D+ Kia,
man.
Mitch, that's on the back of a timeout previously.
Come,
That it's still
come,
not really working for them at the moment. They come in with the buy with all the light shields. They have access to this lockdown. But again, we're kind of flipping the scenario now where Watt actually has his orbital strike to keep that in check.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of pressure on their shoulders, as we mentioned.
Playing again with more players over at the A side for D+ Kia. Early pressure allows not going to be completely just getting in that high gear and going up through the holes in towards their spawn. The turret from Dragon is actually going to keep a little bit of an eye on that. So if Bonkers do want to transition over to this B side, they're going to have to first spot out where Exi is, playing that spot line towards Arcade. But then more importantly for Esperanza, he's got that lockdown as well, remember? So that can just be a deterrent.
Inside main. There's going to be a little bit of a battle here in just a second. RDW Allow's going to be able to get the trade. Fast lane used, and he's going to get out of there with the high gear as well. So Dragon creeps back in. They should get some information shortly. Allow, he's going to be in a horrible position. Look at this. The utility is absolutely everywhere. Locking him in, locking him down, but it's not going to matter when you've got a monster like Exi to deny any sort of ability move.
Sen Cup.
Now into the heaven. Esperanza
Sen
is going to be
Chuseo.
watching. Dragon does get the info, but Esperanza finds the frag. And the amount of utility they tried to use to count out Allow. He just hop, skips, and jumps into the corner.
It's a lot better from D+ Kia as well. The fact that he wins that duel, gets the trade in the holes too, means that he can still, you know, frolic around the site. You see
Gila,
that the
Exi so sharp, Cok. Dari
Well,
tadi.
the orbital strike is used, but before that, it was actually the fault line to try and keep you on the side.
Yep.
The only way you're
I
getting
want
out of a
Araxis
situation like that
Vandal
is
too.
if you are a Neon or
Did
something
you
like a
show
Jet
up
with a
my
Tailwind
story-
already
my story?
activated to
That's
dash
it.
out, right? Just a quick snap from him as well. Relay bolt into main to make sure that no one of Bonkers is actually already pushed up. So quick and reactive
Wait, is
to
that
try
an
and just
update?
get out of a sticky situation like that, and then your teammates can come in for the fight in knowing that Bonkers are flooding
there's an
out
update?
of Dish. It just chops them up nicely.
DK
I
ini
wonder if
gameplaynya
there was maybe a level of
seperti tim
hesitation
Korea
there
Franchise
because they
pada
didn't
umumnya
quite
lah.
get out of position as you would have
Maybe
thought, you know, up
DK is
near
a
rope,
pretty
out
good
near link.
team, no?
They were able to
I
get out
love your
nice and quickly
jersey,
here,
though. I
D
love
plus
it.
Kia and
The black and
Bonkers, you know, they
white,
were making their way up so quickly, but Dragon
Bagus.
lagging behind just a little bit, didn't quite get to catch Alalau as he crossed back to sort of the stairs, right? But they try to throw everything in.
Yeah,
Can't think
loose
too much
paint
into
shells
it.
didn't reach far
No.
enough, so there was a bit of a safe corner.
Iya, anjir.
But he did well. As you mentioned, if it was any
Yeah.
other
A
agent, he
little
wouldn't have been
off.
able to get out of that.
A
at
little
all.
off,
It's got to be
yeah.
one of those rounds as well where D plus Kia, they get the round
Jadi
kind
all-
of convincingly as well when you think about the positions that they're able to get those frags from. 3 players surviving is the pass mark when you go in with the lighter shield as well. But more importantly, I think for right now, you've flustered Bonkers a little bit to use a timeout. And yes, we've got 2 more rounds to go here, but that importance of making them use a timeout to settle things down too can actually help to try and tie things up here.
Yeah. 2 more rounds left in the half.
Where is there an
Komodo.
update, guys? What
Plenty
update
of time
is it?
to have
I
a
don't
bit
know
of a
how long.
resurgence from D plus Kia.
Lockdown now can be used for Esperanza, either to stall Bonkers from getting in anywhere. But this is fast, actually. This is huge.
Very, very quick. The fault line, it does go through, and now Estrella's going to be actually popping that
Oh,
Rolling
it's a
Thunder
crunch.
as well. It is
Ah.
very, very rough, but the utility, it's there. However, Allow can get into position on this flank. Now
Gila, so
RDW has to
aggressive.
try and start a step.
Wait,
He does
wait,
punish another, though.
nyabun kah?
In this 1 versus 3, it's certainly
Berbahaya,
winnable, but
Cok,
as the
Ardu
Seas
nih,
comes out,
Dek.
as this utility goes
Jangan
out,
ngetro ya, guys ya.
he's already dropped 1 in this process, and all they need to do is just peek together.
Yeah. It's 1 versus 2, and he's already won one of these, remember? He's gotten the clutch.
Iya, Cok,
He will have
boleh
access to that
bisa
haunt
kan.
in 20. And he does have the ultimate, but do you justify using it in a round like this? If he can get the
Yeah,
plant and
it's
force out
winnable, it's
Esperanza's
so
lockdown,
winnable.
maybe it's in
Both
an
of
open
them
area,
have,
that would
like-
kind of be a way. But the fact that D plus Kia at the moment are playing split,
of them,
you're probably
he has,
expecting
like,
them to wait and see where RDW is coming from.
Aduh, udah
I'm
tahu
just
sih.
not convinced if they're going to play
Udah tahu,
together
Cok.
or if they want to
Yeah.
play, you know,
Oh,
individually,
he's going,
thinking that they are just that much better than RDW.
I don't know what he's going to try pull here.
Oh,
he
he's
has
going
managed to
B.
get a little bit of luck in the timing as to where they're
How
going.
many
because
rounds in
I
map
feel like D
1?
plus Kia, they were saying they're thinking, okay, we can play this split, we can
One
play the
health
1v1s,
consists
but
If
of
he sees the turret and it's down,
12
he'll know they're not
rounds.
here.
yeah, he should have that info immediately. Yeah, he spotted
Yeah,
it. There
there
you
it
go,
is.
straight away. So now he's
And
going to be
the
able to get that
goal
plant
is
nice and open.
for
Has the haunt, has the
a
Seas,
team
has the
to get
nightfall.
50.
Where does he
How
play?
quickly does he use the in? Because they've got to rotate so far. 15 seconds is already going to be burnt.
He just saw that popped up
Oh,
as
this
well,
is
so
so
he has an idea. If he waits a
winnable.
couple seconds
He
for
has
the
an
spawn,
ult.
he should know that they're coming from defender spawn at the moment. And that nano swarm
Allow
at
him
the,
to, like,
at the tree
depend,
stairs
make it-
was just popped. So RDW, you got a haunt, a seize, and a
Anjing,
nightfall.
apa
Now
ini
that
Cok?
lockdown is out, it's actually going to force him to be
This
stuck in this
actually
corner.
a
He's safe, but if they
W
clear this
for
one,
Bonkers.
they'll get him.
They have so
Yoi.
far to go, though. You know,
Yeah.
5
Where
seconds
they
left.
win
They've got to
this
get
or
moving
not?
on towards this site now, and there is no
Tapi pakai
utility to kind of
ulti,
block
Cok.
them off, so they might be able to look to get at the half. He is going to be able to get onto that line. Does he peek the first?
Oh,
yes, he does. There's the
shit.
haunt. It's available. Nightfall now can be sent out.
This
It's
is-
winnable. It's doable.
Holy
RDW
What?
continues
How
to be a
did it-
monster. 4-time champion. And he's done it in the clutch again against one of the
Wait.
fierce foes
Lakia
in
lu
APAC.
off angle banget
A bronze
anjing.
medal from the last
Jagain
one for the
temen
1
lu
versus
kocak
2.
lagi
You get it
defuse.
again and you're elevated to a silver.
Ya
We're waiting
Allah.
for him to go for gold. It's 7. It's the half at least secured for Bonkers. And for D plus Kia, flustered a little bit on the tail end of that round as well. A 1 versus
What
2
did I
where he
just
has been spotted out.
watch?
And you can just tell in that last little one-on-one that because the spike is half
He didn't
ticked,
even
you're
need
not
to use
expecting
his
RDW
ult,
to
gila,
peek.
itu
Pros
at
don't
that
fake
point.
as they say, but with a nightfall in, he's backed himself, he's won
What
the
the
round,
fuck
and
did I
we're quick
just
into
watch?
another yet again. Esperanza for the opener, and he
Mampus.
still
Rolling
wants to
Thunder.
go.
Mampus kali.
That's going to get 2 of them as well. That makes it really, really awkward. They've invested so much here. Komodo RDW picking up Exi as well. This is just an
Wait,
absolute
hold
quick
on.
change of pace. The alarm bot's
What
going to
are
go
you-
in for sure, but Lakia
Ini ngapain?
and
Kocak,
Allow Heading in from the flank position here. Spike is going to go down.
Yeah, and he can't get the Nightfall because if he wanted that orb, it would have revealed his position. He has to go for a kill.
Not enough time to pull that one away with the Spike going down anyway, but there's Lakia to be able to find it. Does get the Nightfall off the back of that. Now the fast lane pop, the relay bolt sent in. They get some info as well. Now they know exactly where what is.
Yeah,
that relay
ini
bolt
juga
isn't going
bukan
to go
banyak
far
sih,
enough.
ini
They do
justru
try to
mereka
spot. They do try to hold this further info. They had
berusaha
such a
untuk
fantastic
menjadi
start here,
franchise
Bonkers, but it
team.
looks like it might not be working out for them. Monster response from D plus Kia. Animals breaking out of the cage as they bring it
But
to a 5 to
seriously, did
7
they
half.
just
This
lose
game
that
is
one?
electric.
And that Nightfall as well, only revealing what meant that they knew he had to be in a close corner. You have that relay bolt still available as allowed, and it's just popped both of them on a swing. That is the worst bit of utility that Bonkers could have received from D plus Kia in a scenario like that, which makes things very exciting for D plus Kia here. An 8 to 4 half looks a little bit more worrisome than a 7 to 5, but I will remind you from what I said earlier on at the beginning of this, the
Dari
attacker's
dulu
side
tuh bahkan
is
tuh Bonkers
more
tuh
suited
nggak ada
to D plus
orknya,
Kia.
tahu
Now
gak
they
sih?
go on to that. A pistol and a
Bonkers
secondary
tuh
round.
literally
Things
kayak
will be
BWL,
tied up
kayak
going
Boy
into a
with
bonus.
Love
So
ya.
that's the kind of
Mereka tuh
avenue
gak
that we
ada
are
ork
looking at for D
bahkan,
plus Kia
makanya
at the
kemarin tuh
moment.
pas sebelum ini tuh dia
All we
tuh
can really
nyari
do.
ork,
Take a breather.
tapi
At this
kalau
point
gak
in time.
salah
You could
kenapa
also
ya?
see at the back of that round, Papa
Gak
Smurf
bisa ganti nama.
fist to the desk.
Yeah,
He was a little bit
yeah.
agitated, thought that they were going to be able to get that round.
As
and,
you would
and
be.
you would think that as well. In the scenario where they overwhelm Dish, they get through the holes too, they get the plant where they want, and they have a player advantage. A 3 versus 2 when the spike goes down. That's D plus Kia showing quickly their resilience to get back
It was
into
a
a
4v2,
situation.
wasn't it? I'm pretty sure, because they managed to get those 2 opening picks. We did see Lou go down straight away, but the Rolling Thunder from Minimize used immediately. So the fact that they were
Bonkers
able to
tuh kayak
respond
Lek
so
Rapot, tau
nicely
gak?
was incredible.
Imagine Lek Rapot
But then,
yang lolos.
again, they just didn't quite set themselves up in
Sunset.
A main for the effective
Boy with
trade.
Love
That's
good bit,
why
yeah.
we were able to see Allow and Lakia respond so
Lucky.
nicely.
What's
Come in
lucky?
from the flank through drop. No one there as well. You know, no one left that side. They all did funnel into A main.
And the difference, if what, he still had the incendiary, that can buy 8 seconds if he was safe to be
Yeah,
able to
yeah,
shoot that.
yeah.
But he, I guess not knowing the timing on when D plus Kia were going to arrive to the site, gets stuck in the corner, gets altered, doesn't know if they're actually getting close to him. You could see that they went for the jump spot as well.
Yeah.
And that's why what swung,
As
right?
he jumped, missed the
BWL
time.
as
It's a
Eric
roughie,
Sekapa,
but he
Betul
can
sekali.
still put that position down. That's
For
one
sure.
thing that D Plus and a lot of these other teams here are good at, is effective trading, and
Yeah.
Bonkers can let themselves down.
I'm going to be interested to see Allow on this attacker's side. Neon can suggest really fast plays. He was getting quick into their spawn, remember, on flanking maneuvers previously.
What are you
but for
saying,
right
that
now,
play?
it's just a little bit of a how do you
Hello.
do, isn't it? Testing the waters, seeing what's out there.
Halo, guys.
Bonkers have 3 players ready
Bonkers
to
kalau nggak
react on
salah
the back of a
disumbang
turret
berapa
at the
ribu
holes,
dolar
but it's going
sama
to be
Fit
D
ya.
plus Kia
Terus nggak lama
looking to get
dibalikin sama
excited
Bonkers,
to the
mungkin
B
udah nemu
side
sponsor.
of things.
Iya,
Bot
iya,
playing a
di
little bit
donate
deeper,
4.000
Blue
ya.
playing
Soalnya
in
mereka
the
kan
canteen.
They're
bikin
completely off the site. Not
It-
really
Apa ya,
looking to fight it
bikin
early, are they? They've got
But the
the A main
smoke-
responses.
open
Yeah,
donation
smoke
gitu
got dropped
biar
at
mereka
B
tuh
as
ada
well, so that's just going to keep
ini
a
loh,
little
ada
bit of
bootcamp di
pressure there,
Thailand.
a little bit of nuance as well. You don't know who's
Soalnya
on the
they
back of that.
literally have
gonna be a big fight.
no orc
yeah, for sure.
behind them.
Pace it up. They're so
Di
ready.
donate 4.000
The turret
USD
will
atau
get
ACD
spotted
ya?
just off the second
Yeah,
of it.
harusnya
They are going to swap some weaponry, so
Allows going in quick.
they want to allow with the
Pokoknya
frenzy.
Australian
Okay,
dollars or
here's the
whatever.
test. Bonkers. Are you going to be ready for it? There's 3
Balikin
members
aja.
to defend against 5, and as soon as that information
got
comes
him.
out, Dragon does get spotted immediately, and Exy, another response as well. RDW
Oh.
does get one, and he
Oh.
goes for the right click, but it's not enough. Has done some
Oh my
damage.
God,
Allow and
for-
Exy are very low,
Hello,
but
what?
it's just not going to matter
Oh,
when
yeah,
you're that
what
bloody
was
good.
that? Vincent.
Huge plays from D plus Kia, even with the utility thrown down by Bonkers. They were just ready for it.
Yeah, the thing is as well, when Bonkers get the idea that D plus Kia are there from the utility dropping and they rip their own pieces of util, you could already see that Estrella was ready with the fault line of his own to just go on in, and it caught them, right? Dragon and Minimize taken out, then RDW does what he tries to do, but at the end of the day, because you're stunned up, you don't have that, access to be able to hit the shots rapidly for a multi-frag. Pistol collected from D plus Kia, and that's what I said, right? We would probably see a tied game if that pistol goes their way. They pick it up. It's going to be the classic round from Bonkers. Although what does get a Sheriff into the mix, we'll see what he might be able to find with that one. It does mean that this series is going to get mighty close on Fracture.
Yeah. That is absolutely for sure. I do remind you, though, Komodo, that D plus Kia picked up the pistol and the second round on the previous half.
Yep.
Bonkers didn't need any of it. One thing that, again, the locale of Oceania, not exactly the best at, winning those pistols, especially when overseas.
This time as well, that smoke has been dropped early from Bonkers.
They're ready to burst through here.
It's risky.
Are they just going to wait? I think they are. They're not going to walk through at all. They're just going to wait for the smoke to pop. And there's only... Oh, never mind. There's 4 members here. Okay. That's going to be a roughie.
Nanjun.
The second we had the other members rock up, it was like,
What
yeah,
just
okay,
happened?
this could have worked maybe against a 4v2, but Allow really starting to throw some frags together now. Dragon is going to wrap his way across the rope to see if he can do anything towards the tree, but I think Alau's already ready for it, so this is going to be a nice, handsome little 4K. And that's a massive ego booster for Allow, as now the scoreline is tied up for the very first time.
I think at the start of the series as well, Allow hadn't seen an opponent for the first 3 rounds. He was sitting on all donuts, so he's into it early on.
15
getting
kills.
Closer to the overdrive, and also, marking himself with 15 kills is just going to be big for him. The confidence levels, hitting your shots, he's starting to get warm into this too, but now we're tied up. 7 apiece. This is the time that we'll get the guns from Bonkers, and we'll get a bit of an idea on how they try to attack differently on this defensive side, right? Will they look aggressive? Will they look a little bit more passive and measured? They are leaving Dragon to his own devices over at A and playing a 4-player stack over at B, where D+ Kia have been going towards in the start already in these 2 rounds, getting the smoke baited out from what, you know, the difference where you've got 1 used early and have 2 to use instead of 3 for a retake. It can be quite a large thing.
Minimize is ready for this peak, but I don't know if they want to take it. Such a bold decision to try and fight early.
And as I said, Wattman has 2 die smokes at the moment, so if you're trying to stall out D+ Kia, you won't have any for a possible retake.
But no eyes at the moment available. They're just waiting patiently. Still having a bit of a spot towards Arcade. D+ have definitely got their eyes on the B site prize, but it's very a slow approach.
Yeah, we're going to be expecting the Haunt to go in from Larky up, maybe a Seize as well if you can get that over towards Dice and try to just isolate a few angles, but at the moment it's just looking like a contact play. Esperanza, he's going to be seen, he's going to force Lou into the site where D+ Kia are already starting to get in.
Yeah, here it is, very, very fast here. The utility should be there for them to do it well, and they will indeed. It is going to be 2 for Minimize and 1 for Lou. RDW to wrap things up as well.
They knew
now
he was
all
here.
on to Esperanza, and they heard the little clip of the chain onto the rope. Unfortunately, no belay up will be there available. Minimize is going to drop him off the top of the holds. And now Bonkers, you know, they allowed D+ Kia to get the tied scoreline back up, but they have denied it immediately.
Yep.
They were successful winning the last half's bonus, against the last half bonus round, but then they were able to convert as well the first gun round of the half 2. So are they going to be able to do this again? It's an important one to
The
do.
engines are on though for D+ Kia.
Yeah.
They've got 2 players, 1 away from ultimates. They've got 1 already, you know, that will be really big, I do feel, in that night. Rolling Thunder from Estrella. If Alau's able to get that overdrive, it could be a very rapid in. But speaking about rapid, Bonkers are already through the tree. This is space. This is letting Dragon know as well that he actually has to be a little bit more prepared because D+ Kia aren't at the tree where they've been going a couple of these previous rounds. Where do you think they are actually coming from? Is it going to be Dish? Is it going to be Arcade, where Esperanza's been lurking about later on? Or are they just going to be completely gaining silence into the holes? Right now, they're all crossing that no-no rope.
Yeah, they've got to be careful here if Esperanza is absolutely ready, but they will get taken by RDW now. Maybe not too much
Prowler sees
over-aggression. Yeah, exactly right. They're happy to start this rotation now, and it's an appropriate one because Lakia waiting at the top of drop. The turret is there. We'll gather some info. Dragon's got all of his utility, but it is, at least for the fall-off, it may actually be worth Komodo them letting him in.
Will Estrella get the orb, though, to get the Rolling Thunder? He will. Use it to the site. That'll ping out Dragon. Bonkers need to go for a fight here.
There it is. They've used it. Again, let him in. Let him run on in, right? Lou, he's got the utility. He's going to be able to hold it for a long enough time. Dragon does get 1 as well, but Estrella and Allow, they are trading it out nicely. Down to the 1-on-2.
He'll get the orbital on this plant, but can he use it? Can he justify using it? Split angles from Bonkers.
Exactly. They're coming in from 2 different directions. He might have to pay the postman, but it's not going to matter at all because RDW will swing out at the appropriate time, and he will close another round for Bonkers. 9. Already going leaps and bounds over what I think anyone would have been predicting here in this opening map. It's the map selection, of course, of D+ Kia and Bonkers. Again, you know, they are, no matter what anyone wants to say, they might have fans, but they're going to be the underdog every single damn day.
Yep, definitely agree with that one. I mean, signs of life for D+ Kia in that round as well, right? Yeah, they lose the opening frag to where Esperanza goes down, but then when that drop and Dish push...
okay. Jadi kita akan cepetin sampai boom aja sih, makanya cepetin gimana ceritanya anjay. Maunya juga gitu. Ini kita mainin aja. Ya aku mau mainin aja. Sampai boom. Sampai game boom, okay? So this is a game that I've watched my brother play it kayak so many years ago, like probably 10 years ago, because this game is so fucking old. Like, it's that old, I think, but let me see. Let me check what year this game was. Oh my god. It was released in 2011. I watched my brother play it. Okay, let me change the title of the stream. Watch me become a detective. So, bentar ya guys, lagi buka ini lama banget. It's launching. My first time launching the game, so that's why it's taking quite a while. Please be patient, okay? Alright. Lu berapa bersaudara? Aku tuh anak ketiga dari 3 bersaudara. So I have a older sister and I have an older brother, which is 11 and 9 years old apart from me. Jadi cici aku 11 tahun lebih tua. Engkau aku 9 tahun lebih tua dari aku, dan aku umurnya 23 tahun ini. Jadi ya, gitu. Jauh banget ya, pokoknya beda umur kita sangat jauh. So yeah, English. Ooh, this is exciting. Oh my god, gue tuh dulu kayak pengen buat main kan, tapi kan kayak bayangin kayak 11 tahun yang lalu. 11-12 tahun yang lalu kan I was a fucking bocil, kayak I have no idea what I was doing. So yeah, anjing gue lupa untuk follow. So yeah, I have my stick. Udah pada di rumah masing-masing ya, yoi. I have my stick. So I don't know if I would be needing this. Kalau bisa pakai keyboard sih, I pengen pakai keyboard. But yeah, they have their own child now. I'm still at home. Aku masih jadi anak mantan. Coba tes kecepatan ngetik. I'm very slow. I'm probably as slow as your mom. So not very good. Gak sih, kayak gak selambat itu juga sih. Biasa tuh gue ngetik lambat soalnya keyboard gue suka miring kan kalau lagi main. Oh my god, this is exciting. Wait, do I have a Rockstar ID? Sumpah ini lagunya kenapa kayak ada yang ngetok-ngetok sih? Ya gak sih guys? Kayak ada yang ngetok anjir, so weird. Oh, this is exciting. I'm so excited. Oh, what? Okay. Apa sih kok crash? I haven't even opened the game. And my playtime udah nambah 1 menit. apa sih? Nggak bisa kebuka, sabar. Paling dekat sama your sister or your brother? I'm closer to my sister, even though she's older. But yeah. Oh, my brother is galak. Ibu tuh kalau kelamaan main game, W-nya kadang nggak kepencet kok. Itu berarti kamu sudah harus ganti, ya. Kamu udah waktunya ganti keyboard. Itu. Gak mau kebuka, Cok. Kok lu nggak nanyain gue juga tuh? Kamu lebih dekat sama Koko atau Cici, Viv? Aku tanyain. Karena nggak ada yang nanyain. Kenapa nggak mau kebuka sih ya? Crash mulu, jangan coek. It's not responding. Wait, you better respond. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. Holy fruit kick. Anjir, this is so exciting, guys. Guys. Apa sih? Ya, aku anak tunggal. Gigi. I think Gigi lah. Wait, hold on. Why is it not? Okay. Display. Oh. Wait, it's not. Wait, hold on. Subtitle, pakai subtitle. Okay. No, I don't want it. That. Wait! Kenapa ini gak full screen, weh? Ini game Rockstar, iya, bayar cuman 60.000 gitu. That's why I wanna play it. Guys, kenapa nggak full screen, anjir? Aku cek.
A city on the verge of greatness. A new type of city, based not on the man, but on the automobile, the car.
Gak ada setting
Symbol of freedom and vitality.
Kenapa burik banget sih ya? Wait, hold on. Pitch. Better be kidding me. Oh shit. What? Ya kan, udah kan? Ya udahlah.
Every man can own his own home and have room to breathe and not be overlooked by his neighbors.
Ini kencang banget gak sih? Suara kencang banget gak? Kok jadi gak ada suara? Oh. Wait, I should have just lowered the voice mix. Masih info kali sih. I don't think so. I think it's just off.
His home is his castle. A quarter acre.
Wait, I can't hear it now. Wait, it's so buggy.
Of the dream made possible by victory. A city of opportunists.
Ini gak bisa di skip ya? Bawel.
The city of dreams, where Hollywood will shape the thoughts and desires of the entire planet.
Ini nggak
The city of
turun ya?
pioneers,
Buruan. Lama banget. Lama.
the city of dreamers, a city of undercurrents, where not everything is as it seems.
Ini
A
game Story
20th
Adventure.
century city that will become a
Jadi
model for the
ini tuh
world.
game dimana aku tuh jadi ininya. Aku tuh jadi detektif.
A city that has no boundaries,
Dan apa ya?
will stretch as
Backgroundnya
far
tuh
as the eye
kayak
can see.
tahun berapa ya? Kayak tahun-tahun zaman dulu gitu. Biasa nonton film western. Iya.
In the Marine Corps, you deal with the chain of command. Mistakes get made, but you deal with them. You know what you're fighting for, that you're on the same team. But dealing with corruption is like chasing
Kayak
shadows.
iya makanya aku pengen.
You never know whether the guy you're talking to is on the pad, or whether it's your partner, or
Oh, no.
maybe even the watch commander. So who do you trust, Cole? I made up my mind a long time ago.
KGBL calling caller 14 Adam.
Jadi
14
imposter
Adam,
nggak?
come in.
Aku beneran jadi.
Go ahead, KGPL.
14 Adam, see the detective.
Woi, kencang banget suaranya, sumpah. Kencang gak sih guys? Apa enggak? Enggak ya?
Ambulance shooting at 6th and Industrial Street.
This is
Unit
smart.
16 William request uniform assistance for
Aja deh,
evidence
gua harus
search.
nyetir kok, nggak salah.
14 Adam, code 2.
Iya kan?
Roger,
Tadi
14
kencang
Adam
banget
en
kan?
route.
Ya kan, kencang banget kan? I think this should be okay now. Oh shit. Gua harus kemana, Cok?
we go again. They don't
Woi.
request uniforms for an evidence search unless there's some kind of
Arahin
catch.
dong.
Ever
to
the
me.
optimist.
Map, oke. Oh, di sini doang ini.
From the beam of sunshine
Loh,
himself.
kok hilang? Halo? Weh, kok hilang? Halo? Kok hilang titik? Apa sih? Oke. Deket banget, Syok. Ngeng. Ih, seru banget. Oke.
Floyd Rose, homicide. You might back up?
Hell
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Phelps and Dunn, Wilshire Division.
We had a shooting took place down this alleyway. We have the Vic, Scooter
Masih terasa
Payton,
gitu, iya,
a
Cok.
Negro male
Rockstar
bagged up
banget
and
ya.
on his way to Central Morgue. Witness says a tall white guy, our shooter, put 2 in the Vic's head and then threw his piece. I need you guys to try and recover the gat.
You want us to look anywhere in particular?
Give it your best shot,
Gitu ya,
guys.
cowboy.
The dead guy's a lowlife. I'm not expecting any
GTA
miracles
5
here.
story.
If we
Really?
recover the weapon,
Bag it and return it to technical services.
You hurry it up, Floyd. We
I'm
got
outta
places
here.
to be.
Happy hunting.
Duh, ini game apa kak? Ini LA Noire. I see.
this is a fist hump. Just going through the motions.
Lari,
Probably right. Let's just get it
lama.
over and done. All right, have
Jadi-
it your way. We'll search right up to the back wall.
Aku harus
If you still don't come up with
ngapain?
anything, come find me and we'll talk it out. 2 heads are always
Oh.
better than 1.
Oh, hello. What am I looking for? Oh, to indicate all. Oh, keys are located.
Look at this junk.
What junk? Oh,
It's not my job to pick through other people's trash.
indicates objects nearby can be examined. Wait, where's the magnifying glass? I don't see any.
What have you got, Phelps? Anything?
Enggak, belum, sabar anjing. Holy fuck. Aneh banget sumpah.
Jesus. Cole, come take a look at this.
Holy fuck. Larinya lambat kali kau. Aduh Cok, game militer Cok. Anjing seru banget. Ah, I
I
should have
tell
been
you, I'm
stepping.
jinxed. I always get landed with this crap.
Ooh.
Shooter put him up against the wall and blew his brains out.
Hell of a way to go.
Doesn't really matter how you go once you're gone.
Don't get all deep on me, Phelps.
Ya sudah nih, gini doang nih. Ih, takut. Apa?
We're never gonna find it. It's a waste of time.
Apa sih bawel lu ya? Gak ada sampah kah? I feel like I would be a very bad detective. Holy shit. Oh, can you expect an object? Apa sih mana? Gak bisa cumi. Anjing. Oh my god. Gak ada apa-apa cumi. Ah, di mana? Where are the clues? I'm so bad at this. Move toward a drain pipe. Ooh. I can climb this. Anjing, gokil. Nothing. What should I be doing, guys? Ini bukan game horror, nih di game detektif. Kalau aku lompat gimana? Huh? Oh! I found it! Ah! So excited.
Smith & Wesson, serial S7189.
You shouldn't be touching that with your hands, man. Oh.
2 rounds
2 bullets.
And instead of dropping it down a drain, our shooter hoists it up here. Interesting guy.
Oh my god, I'm a detective. Bro, you should be taking
We
it.
should follow up on this now, before the perp tries to leave town.
Holy fuck. Ooh. Bitch. Is it from Chilla's art? I have no idea. Okay, I think everything's good.
We have the gun, Cole. Let's take it
Yeah,
back to Central.
sabar,
We could get a
jangan colek.
commendation.
Could show some initiative, Ralph, and see if we can come up with an owner.
That's a long shot, Cole.
It's a pretty fancy gun.
Ano lagi nggak?
You know a local
No.
gun store?
Sure.
Ayo dari Fan.
There's a place a couple of blocks from here.
Let's go. Oh, use the notebook.
Are you sure about this? It's not really our gig.
Ooh.
No harm in doing some digging. The suits didn't seem to give much of a damn.
Such a little Boy Scout, Cole. You can't wait to get out of that uniform, can you?
Lu
You'd
bacot
rather round
ya,
up
Phelps
drunks than help old
anjing.
ladies across the road?
I'd rather get through the day without the captain's foot up my ass.
It'll be fine, Ralph. You worry too much.
Lari anjir, cepetan. Mau tinggalin lu. Gue nyetir nih. Ah, babi. Gimana sih, weh? Gimana? Kenapa nggak ada kayak GTA sih? Anjing jauh, Cok. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Zaman dulu nggak ada Waze ya, guys ya. Harus manual. Are you driving? Mat bang. Sorry. What's up, mission detective?
You should take the next right.
Okay, next one. Anjir, zaman dulu nggak ada Waze, Cok. That's why gak ada arahan. Next right.
Turn left up ahead.
Up ahead? Wait, bitch where? Bitch where? Where the fuck am I? Up ahead? What does that even mean? Okay.
Turn left when you can.
Lama dah pada nih mobil anjir. I'm on a mission. Get out of my way. Gak ada lampu merah, Cok. What are we stopping for? What? What? Gua tabrak lu anjing. Cepetan anjing.
Straight through the next intersection.
Hai, Babla. Hai. Bisa berusaha nggak nabrak mobil random terus nyuci mobil? Nggak tahu. I wanna be a good guy though. I nggak mau aneh-aneh. Apa sih, aku nggak mau liatnya.
Officers Phelps and Dunn.
Bukan
Can you tell us anything about this gun?
Smith & Wesson, Model 27, registered Magnum. Chambered for .357, nickel-plated with pearl grips. Same gun used by General Patton.
You're not suggesting he's the owner?
No, I'm not.
You seem to know a lot about the weapon.
I ought to. I sold it. You know, this piece will stop a rhino. These babies are only available special order. Here's my Smith & Wesson order book.
You mind if I take a look?
Be my guest. This is about something bad, right?
Model 27 with pearl grips, Cole. You see it on there?
Apa? Ulang. What grip? Guys. Aku nggak dengar tadi ngomong apa. Halo? Aku lupa dia ngomong apa sih? What did he say? Wait, look at it. Let me look at the clue. Okay. Pearl grips. Nickel plated model 27 pearl grips. Oke. Oke, model 27 ya, 27 pearl grip. Nggak ada. 27. Pearl grip! Holy shit, I got it!
We're in luck. Errol Schroeder, 203 South Glass Street.
Thank you,
ordered the gun in February 46. Thanks, you've been a big help.
Anytime. Always happy to help out the LAPD.
Makasih. Home expired.
Do we call it in?
Let's see if he's at home.
Hell yes.
Owning the gun doesn't prove he pulled the trigger.
Okay. In for a penny, in for a pound. Lead the way, Gunga Din. Go left just now. Take the next right.
Next right, nih, kanan. Gua lupa.
You need to take the next left.
Ini dong, enggak.
Take the next right.
Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Just because we're in uniform doesn't mean we can't use our initiative.
I guess so. Seems a little too good to be true. One-of-a-kind murder weapon bought locally using a real name? If Schroeder's our shooter...
Makasih, Mbak.
Ini esnya kalau nggak mau katanya kalau nggak mau dibuatin aja.
Oh, nggak pakai es dari kantor ya?
Iya tahu.
Oh, boleh minta ini nggak sih, Pak? Tahu nggak gelas aku yang besi?
Oh iya,
boleh minta ini ambilin. Makasih. Gimana sih anjir ini? Current destination. Jauh banget, Shucks.
He's no criminal mastermind.
You want to pay this Schroeder character?
Woi, kenapa hilang? Oke.
A visit, don't you? Let's roll. Take the next left.
Most of them aren't. That's why they get caught. And 2 out of every 3 crimes are done on impulse.
Another fact from the Phelps Encyclopedia of Thin Air. You really are full of it.
Straight on here.
Woi, kenapa ada berhenti di tengah jalan sih? Gak ada lampu merah.
Turn left when you can. Take the next right.
Makasih, Mbak.
Take a right here. Go straight over.
Oh, ini ada lampu merah.
Go straight
fuck the
over the
police.
intersection.
Fuck the police. I'm a police. Fuck me. Ooh, this is so fun.
Straight on. Go straight over the intersection. Keep going straight. Go left here.
Sorry banget.
Stop just ahead.
What? Stop just a...
Almost there now.
Oh. Shit! I got my coffee. Guys. I'm actually so excited because this coffee is actually very good. Coba coba deh. Multitasking. Mana sih? Ini kan? Buruan. Gold handled doors kenapa? Inspect a mailbox to learn. Oh shit, yeah. Schroeder, nomor 2.
Schroeder, apartment 2.
Ooh. We in. What is number 2? Anjing seru banget.
What do you guys want? I'm Officer Cole Phelps. This is Officer Dunn, Wilshire Division. You're the owner of a Smith & Wesson Model 27, nickel-plated with pearl grips?
I might be. What of it?
Then you'll be surprised to know that Scooter Payton was murdered tonight with your gun.
You're out of your mind. Scooter? He works for me. I have that gun here in my drawer. What the fuck is going on here?
You're under arrest, Schroeder. Cuff him, Ralph.
No way. You're not taking me down for this. You ready, tough guy? Huh?
Kok nggak bisa di-hold? Weh, halo?
Quit prancing around and hit
Apa
me.
sih? Apa sih? Weh. Hold to, bro?
You started.
Oh. Oh, tahan kanan ke kiri. Anjing, mau tunjuk-tunjukin Netflix apa pala lu? Gue lagi main. Au. Anjing, gue ditonjok-tonjok cok dari tadi.
You all right? I'm fine. I hardly felt it. He's lucky he caught me off guard.
Ah, cupu lo.
Keep an eye on him, Ralph.
Lemah.
I'm gonna take a look around.
Anjay, si paling kuat dah gue. Sabar guys. Aku mau, I want my coffee. Itu iya, ini game. Look around, look around. Look around, look around. Atau udah aku spam klik ini aja deh. Gue kira itu nonton film ya, guys. Enggak, anjir lagi main.
Not much help.
Tahu apa coba? I don't know. Gak ada yang bisa dilihat sih ya. Loh, dia keluar. Password. Oh enggak, bukan password aja. Gue kira password. Password ini warna hijau anjing. Wait. Siapa sih yang mati? Gue lupa lagi.
List of names and a series of numbers. Floyd Rose's name is in this book.
Phelps, we can come out of this all bright and shiny with a commendation. Or stick our schlongs in a hornet's nest. Call it in, partner.
Call it
Leave
in,
the
man.
book where you found it.
I would call it in.
Officer Phelps, badge 1247, requesting.
Oh, he's calling it in. Kirain bakal batu. Gue bingung kenapa gue udah ada S-nya dong, terus kenapa gue pakai S lagi anjir. Topi jangan ditinggal. Oh iya, topinya ketinggalan, Cok. Gimana dong? Ini apaan nih, masa lalu dia? Kok nggak ada?
fucking sons of bitches. Get in this line now before I lose my temper.
Excuse me, Sergeant, but...
Excuse me? Fuck you. You say another word and I'll break your fucking head and have you in the brig.
Some of us are here for...
I know why you're here, asswipe. I'm having a bad day, Private. Some people don't seem to want to get on this bus.
Didn't ask for your help.
He didn't ask for your help. Can you believe this guy? Who are you two? Abbott and Costello?
We're here for OCS, Sergeant.
So it's the three fucking stooges and you're here for OCS.
enak banget kok
God
itu.
help this fucking country and the USMC. The Japanese will do the world a favor and kill you quickly. All three of you are on report. What are your fucking names?
Phelps.
Kelso.
Merrill. Any other gentlemen for OCS? OCS is at Elliott. You take the Camp Elliott bus over there. This bus is for MCRD. This bus is for men who want to fight.
Yaudah sih nyantai anjir. Something is up his ass.
Well, you picked the right place, Cole. A city that needed an honest cop like a thirsty man needed water.
Kopi apa? Ini kopi.
You heard the stories,
Tetangga
but you weren't
sebelah.
interested.
Kopi.
You were here to fight the good fight,
Dark Milo.
solve cases, right wrongs.
Sebenarnya enaknya gara-gara Milonya aja
No
sih
sitting
sebenarnya
on the
kayaknya.
fence. You have to choose sides. A brown paper
Gara-gara
envelope
pakai Milo.
or a Greyhound ticket to Palookaville. It could only ever end
Tapi
one way.
kok kalau mau pesen jangan pakai gula deh sumpah.
Westlake Savings and Loan. 1415
Milo udah
West
manis
Street.
banget.
Unit to handle identifying code 3.
We'll take that. It's only a couple blocks from
14 Adam calling KGPL. We'll handle the 211.
Roger that, 14 Adam. Be advised, suspects are armed and dangerous.
Roger KGPL. 14 Adam en route.
You should take the next right.
Ini bukan.
Next right. You should take the next right.
Ada jalan kecil juga cok ternyata. Ih, kenapa lu lari?
We're here
kocak?
now.
Make it quick, you guys. The cops are here. We gotta move it.
Anjing. Oh, robbery! Woo! So fun! Anjing, gacor cok.
Try for the front door. Keep your goddamn head down. Use the cover, Phelps.
Yeah.
We don't know how many are in there. Take it slow. Backup will be here soon.
Loh, itu temen gua anjing. Ini nggak, terus gua gimana? Gua udah nggak mau di sini anjing.
LAPD, put down your weapons. The bank is surrounded. I'm offering you a chance to...
copper. You come any closer, we'll cut you in half.
Loh, nggak takut bro, anjay.
How long do you think you can hold out?
Anjing! Anjing. Wih, takut sih. Ini lu anjing. Kalau kok lu yang bener anjing? Ada di mana lagi sih? Anjing, boleh ngomong. Titik ini banget,
That's it?
Cok.
We got them all? I think we got them, Cole. Should be all clear.
Jangan sotoy anjing, bener lu.
Lieutenant Hopkins says
boleh
anytime you
model
reach for the
nice anjing.
shotguns, you're either going to end up dead or wearing a citation. So I guess...
It's okay, Ralph. You did well in there. I'm glad you had my back. Man couldn't ask for a better partner.
Model nice lu. Dia model nice doang. Kikol, sok iya anjing iya cok. Babi.
This kind of opportunity comes along once in a lifetime, Hank. I have to grasp it.
You have to survive it first, Cole. Here are the veterans. The Japs love to shoot officers.
If I can make a name for myself in this war, my future...
Thinking of taking on a company of the Emperor's finest single-handed? You don't seem the Sergeant York type to me.
When I need your opinion, Kelso, I'll ask for it.
Anjing.
They talk about officers like you in boot camp, Cole. They call it the Custer syndrome. Guys who go around dreaming of fame and glory and getting all of their men killed in the process.
Our duty is to lead, Kelso.
And their duty is to die for your wonderful future?
Tahu lo egois lo.
Cole Phelps and Jack Kelso. With some people, it's as simple as chemistry.
Lah,
Two
Cole
guys who should have been
Phelps
friends.
tuh namanya anjing.
Their personalities got in the way. Phelps, a good guy,
Saints Row
wound way too tight. And Kelso,
What game is that?
a quiet man who could never walk away from a fight.
Well, it's a shame you don't like to talk about it, Cole.
Ralph.
Namanya
Friends
dia.
who want to stay
Dia
friends
ternyata namanya
don't
Ralph
discuss
anjing.
religion or politics.
Bukan Cole, Cok.
In my case, you can add the war to that.
I know that bum. Wendell Bowers. I put him away before. He jumped parole. Get after him, Phelps. I'll head him off in the car.
Wendell Bowers! Stop! LAPD! You can go screw yourselves. Why, you! Watch it! He's hiding in the alley! Bowers! Hold it right there! Stop now or I will shoot!
I won't tell you again, Wendell.
Ini boleh dekat
Watch your
banget
fire.
anjing.
You don't want to do this, Wendell.
Boleh dekat
Get
banget
there
nih.
right now.
Gak bisa lu dash aja nih, lu gak bisa dash aja, Cok.
Stay the hell away from me.
Ini ambilin kakinya, Cok. Anjing malah ditendang potong.
You fucking asked for it.
Tapi lu tarik anjing tadi.
There's no way I'm going back inside. I've done my time.
It's over, Bowers!
You assholes already screwed me once.
Give it up, Bowers! There's nowhere left to go!
Anjing kemana doi, Cok? Bangsat.
Looks like we've got the place to ourselves.
Gua raja. Klik kiri, Cok. Bos pam anjing. Anjing. Ada siapa ini, woi? Bawa pulang lah. Hah? Ada siapa?
What you doing, Wendell?
Lu main arti servernya
Your
Mas.
parole officer's feeling lonely. He's got a hole in his life for an asshole like you. You can make it up to him in 10 years' time. Watch your head. This hump will be back in the Iron Hotel by tomorrow night. Nice work, Cole. You run track in high school?
Ah, si Ralph ini kerjanya AFK, Cok, babi. Ambil aja.
Part of the tradition of the Marine Corps and being an officer in the Marine Corps is the ability to make tough decisions. The right decision is not always the popular one. The right decision will get the men you care about killed. These ratings and your ability to give them frankly and truthfully directly affect your chances of successfully becoming a Marine officer. Candidate Phelps, you have the floor. Esprit de Corps, Merrill 10, Franklin 8, Weiss 8,
Jadi dia tuh
Donahoe
Phelps
6,
atau Cole
Kowalski
sih,
6,
anjir gue
Hudson
bohong.
5,
Phelps ya?
Kelso 2, Leadership, Donahoe 8, Franklin 7, Merrill 6, Kowalski 6, Weiss 5, Hudson 5, Kelso 1. Candidate
Kelso
Kelso.
boleh.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I joined the Marine Corps to fight the enemy, not get involved in this schoolboy chicken shit.
Kelso, in my office now.
For every cop, there's the case that makes you. Gives you that leg up. Gets you recognized as the shining new star in the squad. The case that you solve that shows that you have the gumption, the gung-ho, the get up and go to make you stand out from your average rank-and-file patrolman.
Siapa di sini ceritanya dia polisi.
LAPD,
Could you stand clear of the body, please? Has anyone called an ambulance?
We've called an ambulance and the police, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Okay, stand further back and move along. It's your choice, but make it quick, people.
Hey, Cole. You got here quick.
My beat crosses 7th Street.
Okay. You're first reporting then. We'll get a perimeter going and move the crowd on. You better see what you can find out before the homicide dicks show up. I'll be with you in a moment.
I swear, this town is going straight to hell.
Everybody stay back. Let us do our job.
Terus tidung. Gak ikut-ikutan ya? Gak ikut-ikutan gua. Gua disuruh ngapain, Cok?
Broad daylight. Crowded street.
Ih, jangan
I've
injek
seen everything.
darahnya, Cok. Pearl earrings. Wait, Bank of Victoria. What?
C. Galetta. Layaway receipt. Pearl earrings. Made out to Bank of Arcadia.
Takut, Bas. Takut, Bang. Aduh, kenapa sih? Ih, ada suaranya. Wait. Ini apa?
We should make sure we've checked the whole crime scene before questioning the witness. All right. Yes, it's a dead person.
I love this game, really?
Keep talking. Someday you'll say something intelligent.
Can I help you, sir?
I'm Officer Phelps, miss. I'm here about the shooting. Did you know the victim?
He was my boss. Mr. Gage.
Mr. Gage's first name.
Everett.
And you are?
Galleta.
Takut, jangan takut.
Clovis Galleta.
Ih. Indonesia masuk. Terus? On the right. Okay.
You think you could tell me exactly what happened, miss?
I look around the shops at lunch.
WSG apaan?
I was in a store when Mr. Gage, my boss, burst in yelling that I'm late on my lunch.
And?
We came back. I was angry. I walked in front. I heard shots. I turned and saw Mr. Gage fall.
Bacot masuk. She's guilty.
It's a luxury that any woman can afford. Just a few cents a cake. Now that's thrifty. With its flower-like fragrance, it's a Hollywood secret. Ask your grocery for Pandora brand soap today.
Anjing.
All the way from...
I'm having a hard time believing that, young lady. You want to be taken to a police cell?
You're hardly any older than me. Don't you dare talk to me that way.
A man is dead, Miss Galetta, and it's a criminal offense to lie to a police officer. I will take you downtown.
She's lying.
Get out right now. Send in one of the other policemen if you must, but I won't say another word to you.
Oh no. Boleh replay gak?
Optimistic, Cole.
Oh no, I knew she was lying, bitch. Bitch ass. Udah bisa join. Ada gunnya, Cok.
There's gotta be something big, right?
I swear, this town's going straight to hell.
FN Browning. Serial number 01138. Might need to run it by a gun store.
should do a mukbang instead.
We have the murder weapon, but no murderer.
I'm eating
Girl saw it all,
Indomie.
clammed up on it. We could trace the gun.
Eagleson's gun store's a couple blocks from here.
Indomie.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Tate, maintain the perimeter.
You all seem to be standing around. Shouldn't you be working?
Yeah, anjing.
Keep talking. Someday you'll say something intelligent.
Next right.
What did I tell you about going too hard on the witness? She's a store assistant, not a prisoner of war.
It's the next right.
Is that supposed to be funny?
I'm just saying that sometimes you need to pour some sugar on these broads. A little bedside manner can go a long way.
Next
Bacot
left.
di mana, anjing?
And since when are you the expert? We got the murder weapon.
You shouldn't dole it out if you can't take it, Phelps.
Jangan
He was a
bacot,
looker, though.
anjing.
Tell me
Show
I'm
me the
wrong.
way.
You should take the next right.
No wonder you're suddenly so obsessed with bedside manner.
Go straight through. Keep going straight. Straight through the intersection. Go straight through. Go straight over. Straight on here. Stay on this road.
Ya, gue pengen klakson anjir. Loh, lu kenapa turun juga, kocak? Gue tinggal lu. Gue tinggal lu. Loh. Eh. Thank you for subscribing, Axel. Weh, buruan.
Straight through the intersection. You need to take the next left.
I see.
Take the next right.
24 hours stream. If I can get the...
Stop just ahead.
If the milestone is full, I'll do a 24 hours stream. But since it's not...
Officers, what can I do you for?
Officers Phelps and Dunn, sir, Wilshire Division. We need you to trace a serial number.
Sure.
Confidence.
What's the make and model?
FN Browning, model 1922. The serial number is 01138.
You don't say. Well, I didn't sell it. Europeans love them, but it's pretty rare you find one over here. Although I did have one in here a couple of weeks back.
Remember the owner?
Yeah. Kalu. Edgar Kalu was his name. Thing looks like it'd never been fired. But he brought it in here for cleaning anyway. And he bought a bunch of cartridges and he left.
You know where we can find Mr. Cutler?
Told me he was on his lunch break. Said he worked at Hartfield's jewelry store just up on Broadway.
Thanks for your help.
Gue mulu yang nyetir ya. Ralph nyetir kali-kali aja.
Go straight. Go straight over. Take the next left. Almost there now.
Very well though. Thank you. It's not my first language, but I guess I'm pretty okay.
Officer, can I interest you in a new watch?
Officer Cole Phelps, are you Edgar Kalu?
No. Mr. Kalu is out back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
That's what's up. I didn't know it.
Son of a bitch! Go, Cole, go!
Hurry, officer! He's getting away!
Nggak boleh nyampe ini.
Kalu, get back here!
Be careful. He looks dangerous.
I can't decide between the tuna fish and the
Anjing! Nggak boleh. Oops.
Officer Cole Phelps.
Sorry.
Are you Edgar Kalu?
No. Mr. Kalu is out back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
Wait, I thought I could.
Son of a bitch! Go, Cole, go!
Hurry, officer!
I'm sorry. I thought I could just, you know, shoot at their feet.
Kalu, get back here!
Police brutality. Like, why are you running if you have nothing to worry about, you know? How dare you?
Too late, Kalu!
Teka, bangkat!
Don't make it worse, Kalu! Give him one for me!
Biar apa sih?
Is that a backfire?
More than one little shot they see you already. Oh shit. Terus nih gimana? Halo? Halo?
Edgar Kalu, you're under arrest
I
for the
am
murder of Everett Gage.
Thank you for stopping by. I'll see you.
The case that makes you, and the case that breaks you. The one you never solve, the one that keeps you awake at night. The case that gnaws at your guts and ruins your marriage. The case that keeps you propping up a bar as you relive the what-ifs, the might-have-beens, the half-leads, and the half-truths. The case that other cops murmur about whenever you walk past. The case you never, ever discuss.
God's mill may grind slowly, but it grinds finely, son. I hear it's you who knocked down Malefactor from the shooting yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Then tell me, Boyle, I hear you're quite the climber, a man of initiative.
And yes.
How would you like a chance at smiting this man with the sword of justice?
And yes.
You're asking me to conduct the interview, sir?
I am, young Phelps. You've only been with us a short time, and you've assembled yourself a stellar arrest record. Not to mention the fine work you did in the war, sending heathens back to the hell they came from. But I'm curious as to whether you can turn your hand to interrogation.
What game is this?
Takes a certain
It's LA Noire.
Do you think you might be ready for that?
Yes,
It's a very old game, actually.
Good man.
Very, very old. Very
You
old.
need many things for a conviction, young Phelps. A motive, opportunity, hard evidence, and best of all, a confession. If you fail in the former, you can always use a modicum of violence to obtain the latter.
Anjing.
How are you feeling now?
Abuse.
Fine, sir.
Very good. The evidence is overwhelming. May the cat eat him and the cat be eaten by the devil. Bring me a confession, young Phelps. This is your chance.
I got you, bro. I got you. Kabar ya? Aku pengen lihat how is it going with the games right now? Is it 2 already? I like detailed stories. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Bongkos na kanya. Whoa.
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man
Yes,
dead in
LA
cold blood.
lawyer.
You're going to have to pay for that.
It's a very old game.
Let's talk about the shooting. Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
You really gotta
I'm a
like focus
businessman.
on
I
your
run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
reaction though. Obviously, he's lying.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage. Gage was an asshole, but his death wasn't down to me.
Incorrect.
I've just got to keep my mouth shut and watch you run around in circles. We're done. Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
Aku salah pilih pertanyaannya.
You disappoint me, Cole Phelps.
Oh shit.
Get back in there and raise some lumps, boy! I need a confession!
Why are you on me, man? Chill a bit. Oh, ini ulang.
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that. Let's talk about the shooting. Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
Sorry.
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
He's lying.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage.
Apa ya?
Gage was an asshole, but his death wasn't down to me. I've just got to keep my mouth shut and watch you run around in circles.
I got it wrong
We're
again.
done.
Kenapa yang
Unless
cewek
you
di
wanna keep
toko
making
tadi
a
nggak
schmuck of
ditangkap, Pak?
yourself.
Iya sih. Aduh, gue diomelin lagi lah.
You disappoint me, Cole Phelps. Get back in there and raise some lumps, boy! I need a confession!
I'm not a good detective, I guess.
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that. Let's talk about the shooting. Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
Harusnya pasti gara-gara cewek itu juga ya.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage.
Wait, gimana weh ini?
You had the
Alhamdulillah, ya Allah.
bought a new box of ammunition. The store owner remembers you and where you worked.
Is that so?
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing what the Nebushes will recall when it suits them.
Oh,
Let's change the subject. You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going
Do
motherfucker.
yourself, I know.
How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Kalu. I think you lent Gage money, and he owed you payment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Aku udah tawa.
I'm done with
Ya
you.
aduh, salah
Go
lagi
flap your gum
anjing.
somewhere else.
Weh, salah mulu susah.
I want my lawyer. I've just got to keep my mouth shut and watch you run around in circles. We're done. Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
Man.
You disappoint me, Cole Phelps. Get back in there and raise some lumps, boy! I need a confession!
Anjing. Tanya soal senjata. Tadi udah kan senjata. Terus habis itu ngapain dia?
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that. Let's talk about the shooting.
This is
you
so
deny
hard.
shooting Everett Gage.
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
You're lying, bitch. Your face says that you're lying.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage.
You had the gun cleaned and bought a new box of ammunition. The store owner remembers you and where you worked.
Is that so? It's amazing what the nebbishes will recall when it
It's
suits them.
ridiculous.
Let's change the subject.
Okay.
You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going motherfucker. How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tatanbo nggak? Yeah, he's lying, man.
You're lying, Kalu. I think you lent Gage money, and he owed you payment.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm done with you.
Aduh, salah mulu. Gue tuh ngapain? Sia, alah, sia boy.
Somewhere else.
Ah.
I want my lawyer.
Wait, kan
I'm just gonna keep
Osam
my mouth
money.
shut and watch you run around
Make
in
sense-nya ke
circles.
situ
We're
dong.
done. Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of
Ya
yourself.
gak sih? Woi, cacat.
You disappoint me, Cole Phelps.
Ah, diteriakin lagi.
Get back
capek
in
dah
there
gua.
and raise some lumps, boy! I need a confession!
Cing. Gue di skip aja gak babi. Gue cupu banget. Anjing.
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that.
I love hearing the boss yell anyway. Yeah, it's
Let's talk about the
actually-
shooting.
Even though it's stupid.
Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
You deny owning a Browning pistol,
what should
serial
I
number
do?
01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage.
You had the gun cleaned and bought a new box of ammunition. The store owner remembers you and where you worked.
Is that so? It's amazing what the nebbishes will recall when it suits them.
Let's change the subject. You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going motherfucker. How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Kalu. I think you lent Gage money, and he owed you payment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you don't ask, you never find out.
Apa sih?
You left-wing leaning parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
You call me that? You sit there and you call me those names, you goddamn goy putt snatcher? You and that stup Gage!
Why did you do it, Mr. Kalu?
Gage. He's in the Chamber of Commerce. He's in with all those momsers. He blocked every proposal I ever put forward. Kike this and kike that. He's been trying to ruin my business for years.
Edgar Kalu, I'm charging you with the first-degree murder of Everett Gage. I respect your beliefs and your right to hold them. I hope for your sake the jury can commute to murder in the second degree. May God have mercy on you, sir.
Oh my god, I got it. Oh.
Masterfully done, Officer Phelps.
No, you're not screaming
It
at
is
me,
just,
man.
Officer Phelps. Isn't it, lad?
Yes, sir.
Then let me have a word with the Chief of Police, young Phelps. The department needs heroes. A shining, honest face the public can admire. I applaud a man
Is
with
he
your talent
British?
for unwavering justice. Back to your duties for now, boyo. But here's a piece of advice. Get yourself 2 suits, get them pressed.
Ooh.
You'll be needing them.
Am I a detective now? Ooh. I'm officially a detective. Yay. Let's go. Oh my god. Seru banget, Shin. Udah nggak pakai seragam biru jelek itu. Ranjes udah pakai suit. I'll be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit. I'll be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit. Let me show you.
Here's your new desk, kid. You're on traffic. The hot sheet is posted here, next to the map.
What's his problem?
That's Biggs. He's an institution.
So this is what all the fuss is about. Why couldn't they build a freeway that goes past my place?
They haven't even approved the money yet, kid. The bond issue won't be till December. It'll be years before any of this will happen. Here's your new partner, Stefan Burkowski.
I've heard all about you, Phelps. You go easy on me and let me earn the odd citation, and maybe we'll get along fine.
I'm here to learn, Detective.
He's an intense one, isn't he, Mel? Intense. The newly minted detective here, Cole Phelps.
Hi, Phelps. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I could spend a little time basking in reflected glory. Make a change from busting hookers and dope fiends.
Who was that, Commander?
Roy Earl, chief detective and advice.
Do they all dress like movie stars?
Well, Roy is a movie star. And the whole of the seedy side of L.A. is his audience.
What is that supposed to mean?
Stick with me, kid. You'll find out.
Lol. Why?
And now some housekeeping. Warm Central Division welcome for Detective Cole Phelps.
Anjay.
Some of you guys may know Phelps. He's the cop who broke the jewelry store murder. Stand up and take a bow, Phelps.
If it's all right with you,
That's
sir.
an order, Phelps.
Anjing.
Shh, quiet,
It's
Phelps
like high
is one of
school.
only 2 serving LAPD officers who received the Silver Star during the war. Really gave it to those lousy Japanese, eh, Phelps?
I did my best.
Bumainin jam
Why you
7.
war heroes always so
Tapi
modest?
bisa lebih cepat sih.
I've partnered Phelps with everybody's favorite Pole, Stefan Bukowski.
Hope you like work, kid. Bukowski sure as hell doesn't.
Well, that's why we have partners, right? Okay, can it, guys. Stick with Bukowski.
It's like high
He's
school.
a good cop. He knows traffic inside and out. I'm gonna start you out with 1 case. Do okay, I'll give you a couple more. You screw up, you'll be rousting vagrants and running license plates. Now get down to the PE Freight Depot, 6th and Alameda. A patrolman called in a suspicious vehicle. Signs of foul play. See what you can find out.
Come on, Phelps.
I need a drink. I got the goddamn jitters again.
Bonkers main dong. Oh, emang udah masuk. Sorry. Exit.
Okay, girl.
They really pushed you through quick, didn't they? 6 years on patrol before I got this desk. You were here in 5 minutes.
What do you want me to say? I didn't ask for
We
any
got
favors.
pictures with too many guys for me. I want.
Only if I guarantee you walk.
Hey,
there's such a thing as soap, you know.
I do have a lot of
Word
pictures.
abbreviation is so long.
That's the guy.
But those
I
are
heard
my
he's an honest cop.
friends. Those are my friends.
You know this place? Sure. Near the old gasworks and signal depot in the warehouse district. I'll direct.
Straight over.
Here's the aspirin.
Keep going straight.
Units, a 459 just occurred at 6th and Saris. Any unit to handle, code
So,
0 identified.
tell me a little about yourself, Phelps.
Straight through the next intersection.
Are we friends now, Bukowski? We have to work together. Don't be so touchy.
Grew up in San Francisco.
No!
Did 2 years ROTC before Marine OCS at Camp Elliott. Shipped out in early 45 as a first lieutenant and fought in the Okinawa campaign.
On the up.
I was
Gak mau.
wounded, shipped back home. Did a year on the beat. Now I'm here.
Straight ahead here.
Woi, aduh. Woi,
I don't want to talk about it.
bener anjing.
Now let me get this straight. You single-handedly killed 40 Japs on this hill in Okinawa.
No.
You were up there all night, draped in the flag,
Wait,
knife
Jambek.
between your teeth, gun at the ready.
Straight through at the next junction.
You finished?
Straight through. Wait, aduh.
Hirohito himself leading the charge against you.
I did my part, Mikowski. What did you do?
I kept the streets of LA safe for the people.
Yeah. Now I get it. Unfit for service.
Bawel.
Take the next right. Turn right here.
Oh, fuck you, Phelps. I earned a bravery citation during the Zuda riots.
Sounds like you had it rough.
I did my job.
No one is saying you didn't.
I did 6 years as a patrolman.
That's the third time you've told me.
Keep going straight.
Mana?
I can see how much sleep I'm going to get tonight. We'll have to get rid of the
Cross over. Keep going straight.
I want you to take him down to the dog pound.
Okay, I'll do it on my way to work.
You go in the opposite direction.
I'll go out of my way.
Straight on.
But you won't do it. You better take him now.
Straight ahead here.
Take the puppy to the dog pound.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? It's after 2 in the morning.
Straight through the next intersection.
Go on, get up and take him.
Well, I never heard of such a thing. You know, I went to bed with a splitting headache and I had
Cross
to take
over.
another worm
Keep
pill.
going straight.
All units, a 459 just occurred at 6th and Saris. Any unit to handle, code 2 identified.
11 King, go ahead, KGPL.
11K, a 459 suspect just left 6th and Saris. The suspect is a male Caucasian, believed to still be in the area. Code 2.
Especially when we move into our new
Where the
apartment.
fuck? Shotty's ripping. Oh my god.
Up on the roof, officer. He has a mask on his face.
Aduh.
I caught sight when he shoved past me, but be careful. I saw him waving a gun.
Anjing seru. Can I shoot him?
Give it up now. Make it easy on yourself. Get the hell away from me.
Gue injek pala lu anjing. Ini udah bisa di-tackle, bro. What? Wait, ini udah bisa di-tackle kan? Kenapa nggak ke-tackle?
Hurry. You can still catch him. I think you broke my nose.
Is somebody gonna tell us what the hell is going on?
Oh my god. Where's he going?
Now, are we gonna make a bargain or what?
Dia anjing.
How long do you think you can hold out? You want to back off right now.
I'll do it! On your own goddamn head, be it!
Terus aku tuh harus apa sih? Incapacitate. Oh, maksudnya gue harus tembak peluru. Gue harus tembak pistolnya ya. Sorry.
All units, a 459 just occurred at 6th and Saris. Any unit to handle, code 2 identified.
I have to do it all over again.
Up on the roof, officer. He has a mask on his face. I caught sight when he shoved past me, but be careful. I saw him waving a gun.
Right. Wait, I think I'm supposed to shoot at his pistol, no?
Give it up now. Make it easy on yourself. Get the hell away from me.
I'm literally stepping at his head. Tuh, ini harusnya udah bisa gue tackle ini.
can still catch it.
Is somebody gonna tell us what the hell is going on?
Tembak kaki aja. Nggak boleh, Cok. Tadi aku udah coba tembak kaki kan, malah fail. Baik maunya emang anjing. Emang harus ini deh.
Now, are we gonna make
Iya,
a
ini
bargain
tuh.
or
Oke,
what?
let's see. Let's see.
Put the weapon down now. Put your weapons down and your hands in the air.
I'll do it.
Waduh! Waduh! Wait. Incapacitate. Capek dah.
All units of
Gue banget lah
459 just
ini,
occurred at
anjing
6th
kapan
and Ceres. Any unit to handle,
kapan
code 2
kelar ya?
identified.
Tembak kaki kah?
Up on the roof, officer. He has a mask on his
Because he
face.
shot the wrong person.
I caught sight when he shoved past me, but be
Last
careful.
time I shot the
saw him
wrong
waving a
person,
gun.
yeah. I thought I shot his arm with the pistol. Kalau udah nyala orang harusnya tembak kaki tangannya baik. Itu tadi aku nembak tangan gak sih sebelumnya yang pertama banget? Enggak ya?
Give it up now.
I know that one. I just whiffed lah.
Get the hell away from me.
I just whiffed so hard. Wait, dia kemana, Cok? Wait, sabar. Wait. Ah! Salah! Mission super. Apa ditungguin, Cok? Sampai ditungguin loh. Cacat banget sih.
Now, are we gonna make a bargain or what?
Salah jalan anjing, tolol banget gua.
How long do you think you can hold out?
Incapacitate.
You fucking ass!
Oh, gue tembak lagi. Oke. Yang pertama aku udah bener, berarti cuman dia masih bisa nembak si hostage anjir. Ternyata aku harus tembak 2 kali. Oke, sekali cukup sih ya. Dia udah gue tembak tangannya masih bisa ini nggak? Masih bisa nembak nggak?
Turn right when you can. You'll be taking the next right.
And now Donna meets you in Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over.
Left, coming up.
The Bickersons have retired. As usual, Mrs.
Stop just ahead.
restlessly, while her husband John, insomniac extraordinary, presents this audible testimony of his constant wakefulness. Listen.
That you, Bukowski? Go on through. Parking lot straight ahead.
I need to get back to work, officer.
The detectives are here now. You repeat to them what you told me.
I did the right thing by calling this in. I'm just a working stick.
Just give them your story and you'll be all right.
California.
This is your first case, Phelps. It's okay to admit it if you're stumped. If you don't know what to do next, just come talk to me and we'll see what we can figure out.
Thanks, Stefan. You're okay.
I'm Officer Hart.
Phelps, traffic. What have you got?
Abandoned car, probably stolen. The solid citizen is Nate Wilkie. He called it in.
What gives with the coroner?
There's blood all over the interior. Someone's copped a full Broderick, but no stiff as yet.
We have an owner for the car?
The car is registered to an Adrian Black, just north of Bunker Hill.
All right, we'll take a look around.
I'll keep Mr. Wilkie talking, but don't make him wait too long. He's the restless type.
Nice day for it.
How long you gonna keep me here, sir?
I better get back to work, sir.
Oh, tutok.
Sir, I'm Detective Phelps.
Name's Nate Wilkie.
You found the vehicle?
Sure. Saw it just sitting there. Strange place to be parking your car. Figured I'd better take a look. And then I saw all the blood. So I called the police.
Mind if I ask what you were doing out here?
Well, I work for the railway. I was on my way out to the switch and reckoned I'd take a shortcut.
He's telling the truth.
Did you see anybody else in the yard? Maybe somebody hanging around the car?
Nope. I hadn't seen a soul all day till you boys turned up.
Do you know Adrian Black, Mr. Wilkie?
No, sir. That ain't a name I'm familiar with.
Not even lying.
You ever seen the car before?
Funny enough, I did. A couple of nights ago, it was over there in the parking lot.
Oh.
I know most of the cars that park here regular, so it kind of stood out.
Cool.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Wilkie. If you don't mind waiting a little longer, I'm sure we'll have more questions once we've had a look around.
Seems like a good, hard-working man, yeah.
How's the world looking?
Always the same through a viewfinder. How about you?
Should be wearing a glove, man.
Practical jokers say it's contaminated soil. My guess, big lump of shit.
Mr. F. Morgan picked up a live pig yesterday?
The fuck? Ooh, there's so many blood.
Victim looks to have lost a lot of blood.
It's like an explosion.
Have you got a wide shot of the car and its surrounds?
Listen, you and I have never met, so I'm just going to go ahead and say this once. You don't tell me how to do my job, and I won't tell you how to do yours.
What the fuck, bitch? Something's up your ass or what? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Eek.
Happier times,
So
I guess.
creepy.
"32 years old, married. Sounds like an average guy. What was he doing out here?"
Itu ditembak gak sih? Ih, yang kayak gitu sih boleh ditembak anjing. Ketik the driver and ran away. No. Jaya ditembak shotgun. Iya anjing. Aduh, mau pakai itu. Mau ngeliat.
Stenzel glasses. Home repaired by the look of it.
Oh iya, rusak, Cok.
I'm stumped. Ideas?
Have a word with the witness.
Doc?
It's not often we get eyeballs in a case like this.
Phelps, what have we got?
A lot of blood for a blunt force injury. The victim must be in a very bad way.
Any sign of the guy?
Not unless he's in the trunk of the car.
Oh, there's another. Ew.
Brand name might give us something to go on.
Son, you're a couple of shingles short of a
Advice?
Have a word with the witness. It's not often we get eyeballs in a case like this.
The wallet by the car. Was there anything in it when you arrived?
You accusing me of something, mister?
Do you want the patrolman to hold you down while we turn out your pockets, Mr. Wilkie?
Maybe I checked inside that wallet. Not that I was gonna steal anything. Maybe I took a look. But there weren't no money in there. Not even change.
Okay.
We found a steel pipe with blood on it near the car.
I know, you should
You know
be
anything about
wearing
it,
blood.
Mr. Wilkie?
You should
No, sir.
really be
I
wearing
went
gloves.
straight for the law when I saw the car was full of blood.
So, hindi follow you.
When you saw the blood,
Tomatoes, yeah.
was it wet, bright
If I
red,
speak-
or darker like it is now?
Darker, I'd say. Looked dry already.
Oh.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Wilkie.
Woo!
We'll contact your employer if we need anything more from you.
If you have to, I guess. I can't really spend no more time over this.
Somebody's got to inform the wife, Phelps. If you're done here, we'll head over there now.
Are we investigating her?
You can drive.
Alhamdulillah. Buko sa niya tira. Buddy is getting irritated. Waiting around. Yeah, he don't want to get scolded by the boss lah. Alhamdulillah, udah nggak usah nyetir gue, ya Allah. Males banget. I don't want to be driving. I'm not no driver.
Let's go introduce ourselves. You talk to her, Phelps. I'm no good at this shoulder to cry on stuff.
Shoulder to cry on.
Just a minute.
LAPD, Mrs. Black. May we come in? We have some bad news, and we'd rather discuss this in private.
I'm Margaret Black. We can discuss this in the living room. Please come in.
Game bayar 80, bayar 60.000. Seru tau.
That's correct.
Harusnya 200.000.
The car has been found abandoned.
Lagi
and I'm
lagi
afraid
sale.
there are signs of foul play.
I knew something was wrong when he didn't come home.
We believe your husband may be injured. We found a pipe on the scene with blood on it.
Oh no! My poor Adrian!
Does the name InstaHeat mean anything to you, ma'am?
Yes, it does. We've just had a new water heater installed.
Whereabouts, Mrs. Black?
Just outside the kitchen window, at the side of the house.
I'd like you to try and stay calm and remember everything that you can about last night. My partner and I are going to take a look around. When you're ready, we're going to have some more questions for you. Is that okay?
There's a medal, yeah.
Of course, officer. Anything to
It's
help
not
secure
real,
my
I
husband's safety.
know. Hi, Aliyah.
Well, let's check the place out. Come on. Have a good look around. There's got to be something in here to go on.
Oh my god.
Lie down. Make yourself comfortable. So.
What?
You're a friend of Courtney's.
Yes, Doctor.
What? What is this? So confused.
He seems very concerned about you.
I have
I
these
know.
visions.
Wait.
These blinding visions.
Just because of the pipe with
can't
the
get 'em
blood
out of
on
my
it.
head.
He seems very
My skull,
guilty though.
It feels like it's in a vice.
I know. I wish I could skip this. What is he doing? OMG.
I want to take you on a journey back. I want you to remember the good things about your past. Occasions that
You
made
don't just
laugh.
inject something
Times
to
that made you
someone.
smile.
The fuck? Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh's. So who brought this home?
What is that? Oh.
Maybe Adrian was a patron. R&I should have an address.
OMG. Wait. Oh, this Kavanaugh thing is everywhere. Ini korek api. Oh, Insahi. Oh. Oh.
This was only recently installed.
Oh.
Not 2 days ago.
Maybe it's time we took a look around outside.
The wife is lying. Wait, hold on. Yeah, salah. Dapat try. Rubber. Rubber, no. Thank you. That's okay. Sauce. Kata in the side of the house. Tadi ngomongin apa sih side of the house? Ada apaan? Okay. Ada. Oh wait. What is this?
No use leaving the thing half finished.
Lo malah ngebenerin beginian, Cio. Mencurigakan ya guys ya. Oke.
That can't be right.
Oh ini goblok. Ini kurang satu, Cio.
So the pipe missing from Mr. Black's heater is the same one that killed him. Huh. Seems like the assailant is a little closer to home.
Oh, it's the wife. Oh, is a wife.
Make sure you cover all the rooms. I don't want to miss anything.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Oi, it's everywhere, this Kavanaugh thingy. Should I be checking it too? Ooh. Water heaters and pipes are in the house. Okay, the pipes won't freeze, but I guess I'll freeze them cold. Yeah, I guess. Usually it's in the bathroom, no?
This must be Adrian's.
Oh, open it. Oh, Stenzel, it's his.
Stenzel. So the glasses are a match.
Oh! Lovesick and lonely without you.
Adrian. This thing gets more and more interesting.
Who's Nicole? Oh my god. Cek kamar istri kak. Ini kamar istri bukan sih? This is...
A used ticket to Seattle and a suitcase gone missing. Someone couldn't wait to get out of this house.
Ooh. Oh my god, it's getting so interesting. Selingkuh kaya siya! Ay, ni Margaret. Wait, they live in a different bathroom?
Separate bedrooms, separate pictures. What gives here?
Oh my god. Nothing else? Yeah? Oh my god, this is so interesting. Okay, nothing else. What are
Operator, message for KGPL.
I think he's dead.
Putting you through now.
No way, I think the wife was
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on a Kavanaugh's bar.
Certainly, Detective. One moment. Kavanaugh's Bar, corner of Aliso and Hewitt, south side of Union Station.
Thanks for your help.
I'm all right now, detectives.
We found a receipt in the trunk of your husband's car for a live pig. This receipt was made out to an F. Morgan.
A pig? Adrian runs a tool business. That would be Frank Morgan. God knows what he's up to.
Oh, this is the truth.
What makes you say that about Morgan, ma'am?
He's the foreman at my husband's plant. A very shady character. I've told Adrian he needs to keep his distance from the staff. They're always out drinking together.
I think this doesn't even matter.
Your husband frequents Kavanaugh's bar?
How did you know that? Adrian practically lives there after work.
So Adrian spends a lot of time there?
Up until recently, he's been away in Seattle a lot on business.
Did your husband tell you where he was going last night?
All he said was he was going to meet Frank for a drink.
Tapi kayak dia kayak kagabong gitu ya?
Nothing out of the usual then.
Well, he came home early from work. He never comes home early. And he went out early, too. He normally never leaves for the bar till about 7.
I think you should come clean with us, Mrs. Black. Your husband is missing, and after our search, I'm willing to call the circumstances suspicious. Can you account for your movements last night?
True.
You're not accusing me, are you? Oh, what an awful thing to say. I was here all night, of course, waiting for Adrian to come home.
But she doesn't seem like she's lying. She's telling the truth.
Is there anyone who can vouch for that?
Well, no. I was here alone. I cooked Adrian's dinner and waited, but he never came home.
She's not even
Was your husband wearing his glasses when he left here yesterday?
Yes, he just bought a new pair.
It's a new pair?
So you disposed of the new pair after you killed your husband. You made a mistake in leaving the old pair behind.
I never did! How can you be so heartless? Throwing around accusations
but
at
it's
a
not a
time
new
like this.
pair. It's like fixed. Wait, aduh salah lagi bago.
Tell us about the photo of Adrian.
Fuck, he's lying. She's lying.
What
No.
is there to tell? It's from his most recent business trip to Seattle.
Wait.
What was the purpose of Adrian's
Salah
trip
lagi
to
gua.
Seattle, Mrs. Black?
Salah cok salah dua babi.
He was meeting with some distributors. Adrian said that it was important to make contact interstate if he was going to grow his business.
Aduh salah
We'll
lagi
keep you
babi.
informed, Mrs. Black.
No, fuck.
Please do, detective.
She's lying. That last two. Fuck. Can I redo it?
That's that cop. Seems like a decent guy.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Ooh, it's so fun.
Jesus, I'm glad to be out of there.
Mr. and Mrs. Black don't seem to have the happiest home life.
He's too scared to divorce her, and she's too much of a shrinking violet to throw him out. If this hadn't happened, they could have stayed miserable together forever.
You think she could have killed him?
She sure as hell doesn't seem the type, but stranger things have happened.
Following the Republican landslide of 1940.
Ooh, so fun.
Hey, I know you.
No, you don't.
Root beers
Ako
all around,
mabukang.
doll.
You looking for someone?
This is a case.
You know Frank Morgan?
Sure. Frank's your regular. He's a loner in the back.
Now there he goes to the bar. Wow.
Where's that goddamn waitress?
He just refuses to accompany
Frank
me to
Morgan?
church.
Who's asking?
Cole Phelps, LAPD. I understand you're a friend of Adrian Black.
Yeah, I know him.
Are you aware that he's missing?
No, I hadn't heard that. Tough break.
We found Black's car abandoned in a freight depot, covered in blood. You know anything about that, Morgan?
Hell no. I'm sorry to hear that. I like Adrian. He's a good boss.
Please, don't tell me you actually believe this jerk-off, Phelps.
If Black is hurt, anything you give up might help us find him before it's too late.
Look, if something happened to Adrian, then I'm sorry to hear about that, but I don't know nothing more about it. I can't help you.
Aduh salah, jangan cuek.
When did you last
Dari
see
sore
Adrian?
tuh kedengeran anjing dari.
Hell, I don't know.
teng, teng, teng.
I had plenty to drink last night. Things are a little sketchy.
If he was on his way to
Aduh,
meet you
salah
when he
lagi.
went missing, you're gonna have to do a lot better than I don't recall.
He had a couple and then left, I guess. Maybe he had to go meet someone. That's the best I can do.
This doesn't add up, Morgan. Your excuses don't help. Let's see how you enjoy the LAPD taking an interest in your life.
You want my opinion? We tail Morgan. I say he's lying, and whatever hole he's got Adrian stashed
Aduh,
in,
gua
he's got
salah
to go back there
mulu.
sometime.
Halo, Timotius. Seems like he's lying too. Maybe Frank is having an affair. Oh my god, that's actually the best plot twist ever. Him having an affair with the boss's wife.
He sure left his drink in a hurry. I bet he wishes he'd rehearsed that story better now.
You've got a pretty funny idea of what keeping a low profile means, Phelps.
Gak boleh deket-deket, Cok. Bodoh amat.
Hit the brakes, Cole. Give him some room.
Belakang mobil orang. Anjing, hampir mau ketinggalan. gun. Weh, lu gila ya?
Easy, Cole. Better back it off.
Anjing gimana, Cok?
Now would be a bad time to forget how to drive, Cole.
Where are you taking us, Mr. Morgan?
Bisa mikir gak? Don't backseat too much, bro. I'm sure she can figure it out. Oh. I think he's not backseating me, he's
Let's
just...
check the place out. Come on.
He's just...
Day one of the big time, and you're already
just
tailing
stating
drunks
his
home from
opinion,
bars.
you know?
You having fun yet?
Mana sih
I told you it was
apartemennya?
non-stop glamour working traffic, didn't I?
Ini. Hah?
I'm just trying to learn.
Yang mana guys? Nggak lihat
Oh,
lagi.
come on, Phelps. Save the creepy teacher's pet stuff for Leary. Won't work on me.
Mana sih? Yang mana bang? Ini kah? Oh.
Help me out.
Nomor dua
Any idea what
lagi.
apartment he's in?
Apartment 2.
Bawa laju-laju terus alter. Sama-sama cinta pertama
All right.
klasik Anjus Linggo
Pay our friend
Asia.
a visit. See if he's missed us yet.
I'm just guessing. I don't know what's going on. Me backseating, what he telling her what to do. Yeah, true. He's just stating what his opinion is.
Who the hell is that? Will you relax? Jesus, Adrian, I
He
told you we're in
is
the clear.
picking his dad.
Get it. Ah, shit. It's over, Morgan. Mr. Black, LAPD,
running
give yourself
away.
up now. I knew it.
Phelps, go after him. I'll try and head him off in the car. Remember, the gun is the last resort.
There's no point running, Adrian.
What the fuck? All these people are so crazy.
Mr. Black, get back here right now.
Yeah, come on, try.
It's over, Adrian.
Stop right there, Adrian.
Why not just come clean with her,
Just
Black?
invested into the
Why the
story, my bad. I'll
melodrama?
sit back, breathe.
I thought it would
no,
be easier.
don't.
No, it just got a whole lot
I
harder.
thought you knew.
Adrian Black,
No,
you're under
but
arrest
wait,
for
your
conspiracy
first
and fraud.
guess
We'll
was
see what the DA has
true.
to say about wasting police
He
resources
said
on a
he
wild goose
faked
chase
his
like
death.
this.
You're gonna lose your wife, lose your job, and probably end up in the big house.
Oh wait, this is the
I
new
hope she was
pair
worth
of
it, Adrian.
glasses. And he left behind the old one. The wife was telling the truth all
That turned out to be
along.
quite some case, huh?
Wait, the
Adrian,
pic that was
what an
Pick's
idiot.
blood.
You got an arrest and a clearance in your
I'm
first
invested-
case, and in fine style too. Well done, detective.
Because you were getting
Efficient
to this fish. Oh my
investigation
god, this
technique,
is too
good
good.
public presence.
Seru
You
banget.
keep that up, and you learn
Oh
from
my God.
Bukowski here.
It's actually quite
go a
fun.
long way in this department.
Thank you. I did my best. Sorry about that. Ooh, all good. All good, no? Oh my god! Ini yung comment sa English niya. I think they're bukan sa English eh. Kaya emang wait. It's actually getting good! Oh my god. Seruan din. Don't you guys agree? Oh, I love this game.
Okay, we're gonna keep this short. I'm already late for the DA. First up, Phelps, Bukowski. We got a report of a brand new Packard abandoned in an empty lot off 2nd Street between Olive and Grand. DR is one Oswald Jacobs says the vehicle was dumped in his backyard. There's a patrolman on site. Get down there and see what you can turn up. Any questions? Good, get going.
You are a modest little person with much to be modest.
Better go earn our pathetic wages.
This case. You already know? Oh my god.
Rimsky, O'Halloran. Intelligence has information on a stolen car racket.
Wait. Wait, let me check on the. Sorry. Let me check. I want to check the Valorant thingy. Oh, 2-0. Wait, DK actually lost. Try girlfriend Granny.
An abandoned vehicle.
What?
You catch all the good ones, huh, Phelps? Sounds like there's more to it than that. Nobody dumps a shiny new Packard unless they borrowed it without asking. You don't say. You're on fire today, Hines. Very funny.
Come on, my intense pro.
I don't wanna drive. You drive, partner.
You hear about Adrian? Broad in Seattle threw him out. Wife says she's gonna take him back.
Women generally show more compassion.
Oh
What
my
are you
gosh,
talking
she's
about?
taking him back.
Adrian dumped on her. He was humping the secretary. Margaret should show some pride.
Yeah.
Pride comes before a fall, Bukowski. Talking from experience.
Why is she taking him back?
Phelps, traffic.
I'm Officer Houlihan. Car's down the alleyway, detectives.
Game po, game detective.
We got a call about an abandoned vehicle.
Yes, sir. The car has flags. Might be some kind of diplomatic vehicle.
Has anyone touched this vehicle since you arrived?
No. And that Jacobs bird over there was on station before I got here.
We'll talk with him in a moment. Give us some time to look the place over.
Sure, take your time. He's a sore-headed old son of a bitch anyway.
Oh. The good thing about cautioning is when you pick a lie, you can back up and there's no consequences. Really? I feel like I got shit on when I picked a lie. Exhibit A. Ooh.
It's owned by the Argentinian embassy.
A card clipper? What the fuck? Followed you on egg, but what's up with the 66? Go to church. No, it's just a joke, to be honest. There's no license plate. Wait, no tire?
Stealing the wheels is for amateurs. Car ring would have stripped it in a warehouse.
What? Kenapa Ringo?
Empty.
Is there no other? No other clues? What? Useless.
Hasn't given me anything to go on.
True. What this one? Same?
Junk.
It's just junk. Sorry. Okay. Wait, oh.
Combination wrench. Must have used it to remove the wheel lugs.
Alright. Oh.
Incidental.
Is that it? I think that's it.
Oswald Jacobs?
That's right.
What exactly
Why-
happened here, Mr.
Why is he smiling?
Last night, I was looking out of my window. I like to keep an eye on what's going on.
I can understand that.
You see this empty lot? Damn kids play stickball here. Always breaking my windows.
Oh.
Always asking for their ball back.
Can we get back to the
Hello,
car,
Mac.
Mr. Jacobs?
Don't
Mercy.
be impatient, Sonny. Anyways, last night I see this brand spanking new Packard up on bricks.
Oh.
Did you see who stole the Packard?
Hell yes, I did. I saw 3 goddamn Mexicans going to work on it.
What? 3 Mexican?
Can you tell us what they were doing?
Using the headlights of an old Ford so they could strip the thing.
Oh.
I yelled out to them, "I'll call the cops." So they loaded up their car and drove off, tooting and hollering and yelling obscenities at me in Mexican.
You speak Spanish, sir?
No, I do not.
He's a racist.
After the Mexicans left, you didn't go anywhere near the car?
After I scared them off? No, I didn't go anywhere near that car.
How do you know there were 3 of them? It was dark. It must be 50 feet from the kitchen to the car.
You telling me I'm lying?
Waduh. This dude is funny.
I was wearing
Salah,
my
anjing.
glasses. They had the headlights on. I'd say I was a dang sight more observant than you, son.
Yeah, jangan nyolot bro.
Tell me about the car they were driving.
It was an old Ford. I didn't catch the license number.
You look like the kind of guy who notices details.
You're right there. The car was old, but it looked brand new. Candy apple red paint job stands out a mile.
Oh. He's not lying,
What exactly did you see them take?
They was working
Hi,
on the
beautiful. Hi,
tires.
Martin.
That's all that was took.
No, you're lying.
Why did you take the license plate?
Me? Well, what I do with license plates? You said
Oh,
I have them.
doubt.
Scratching around in that book won't prove nothing. You should show me some respect.
Isa lagi, babi.
That's enough for now. Remember, Jacob, it's an offense to obstruct a criminal investigation. Let's hope you've given us everything.
Jacobs dumped the book he was reading in a hurry when we walked up. You curious what he didn't want us to see?
Okay, so we have the owner of the vehicle, a degenerate. I'll run John Madsen by R&I. Contact details on a William Dewey. This looks like business rather than pleasure.
I think we've wrung this place dry. Let's find a game well.
I missed the beginning of this part. I was on Snapchat and stream paused, so I don't have any guesses right now.
You coming?
Okay, so
Need a game well, Phelps.
Wait. Gimana sih ya? Iya, aku ngapain ya? Into racing games, not really. Saya ngapain? Oh, telepon, goblok. Nanya tempat di Wheeler.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
Could you run the name Dewey Brothers? Possibly a dealership or car mechanics workshop.
One moment. Dewey Brothers Packard Dealership, 629 Figueroa Street.
Oh,
Got it.
it's the car's dealership.
Can you put me through to Michigan 2458, please?
Connecting you now.
Hello, can I help you?
LAPD, ma'am. Can I speak to John Madsen, please?
He's at school, officer. What's this about? Is he in trouble?
How old is your boy, ma'am?
Just turned 16.
Wrong person, Mrs. Madsen. Sorry to disturb you.
Wait.
Any message?
What's Madsen?
There's just one message for you, Detective. A four-door Packard, diplomatic license number Paul Robert 706, was reported missing this morning by Juan Francisco Valdez.
Could you have him brought in?
He's already here at Central, Detective. He's demanding an audience, as he calls it.
Thanks. Can you get a message to Captain Leary? Tell him we'll be in as soon as we can. Thanks, ma'am. Can you cordon off this lot until we have the vehicle impounded?
Yes, sir, Detective.
Nggak bisa masuk ke rumah dia.
We'll follow up on the owner. Get a statement from Jacobs, and I'll read your report back at the station.
Nyetir, wey. Nyetir lo. Partner. What did you even get called here for? Like, what was this suspicious? The car was missing. That car over there, it was abandoned.
You know the way. You can drive.
It was abandoned, and we're trying to figure out why it's abandoned. I guess. And it's a
This has got to be the
car.
50th abandoned vehicle call we have caught this year. One more, and I'm going to go crazy.
Not your favorite cases?
You kidding me? This is barely even police work. Of all the bad guys in this city, we get lumped with the ones who can't even be bothered to keep what they steal.
True, I guess. Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry, I was too confused to read your comment.
Don't tell me, let me guess. You were making your way past the lot, caught sight of the new model four-door, and couldn't help yourself. You could see yourself in that car and just had to take a closer look. Well, I can't say as I blame you.
LAPD, Mac. We'd like to speak with the owner.
That's me, William Dewey, proprietor, at your service.
We're investigating the theft of a Packard belonging to the Argentine embassy. Are you missing a combination
Kenapa
wrench?
nggak main PUBG?
I
No.
don't know, Detective, but I know how we can find
Nggak
out.
suka.
Follow me.
Halo, Bang. Hi, Vivi. Kenapa? Why you click 6?
I'm at a loss.
Take a look around. We need hard evidence that
We
connects
keep
this
all our
place to
tools
the
in
abandoned
here.
vehicle.
Mind if we look around?
Be my guest. You sure you guys aren't interested in a new car?
Kok jadi kayak
Huh?
bocil?
Maybe a used car. I have some nice used cars for guys in your wage bracket.
Why don't you give us some alone time, Dewey?
Jadi
Go sell some
bocil.
cars or whatever it is that you do here.
That's not right.
Ini main Valorant kan main?
One left.
Gabriel Delgado.
Missing a 3/4.
Ooh, it's Gabriel Delgado.
We'll need a
So
full
what
statement
next?
from Dewey to put in our report.
driving this auto. The clutch is a mess.
Ngobrol sama dia dong.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions.
Makan.
Packards are great cars, but this doesn't look like the kind of place favored by foreign embassies. How do you know Valdez?
I don't know Valdez. The embassy bought the car. All I know is he must know a quality car when he sees one.
So Valdez was
Ang
just
sala.
driving by and he saw the car.
Naku, sala lagi.
Yeah, something like that. Happens all the time.
Babi.
Where can we find Delgado?
I don't know. He sure as hell isn't here.
You're lying. You got him holed up somewhere.
I'm having nothing to do with that kid. You can't prove any different. That kid's temper's like
Sala
a time bomb.
lagi, capek.
I want nothing more to do with him or you.
Ah.
A wrench from this dealership was used to strip the wheels from a Packard last night, Mr. Dewey. A couple of Hispanics were seen taking parts.
We've had a spate of thefts ourselves. Comes with the location. Thieving bastards will steal anything the minute your back is turned.
Sala lagi.
Like I said, the workshop's too close to the street. It's difficult to keep an eye on it.
I got it.
Keeping an eye
Everything
on you,
wrong.
Dewey. And spreading the word that you don't like to
I'm
cooperate
gonna go
with the
silent because I'm probably
LAPD.
gonna end up falling asleep, so I wanna say bye. Bye bye. I'll still be watching though. Love you, G. Oh, love you too. Thank you. Wait. I keep on getting the questions wrong. Oh, I should be fired.
Are you drunk, mister?
Can you drive to this one?
Good luck, have fun, Bang Farmers.
You read this story in the Examiner about the Navy developing three-dimensional movies?
What's a dimension?
You know, like a graph. Vertical axis is Y and horizontal is X.
Well, that's clear as mud.
Third dimension would be Z.
Hello.
So things would be popping out of the screen.
That's ridiculous. Scare people out of the theater. God's name would want that.
I don't know. People
Lama banget.
scoffed at the idea of
Bawel.
talking using color, and look what we have now.
Aku lagi cacat banget kan, capek. Saya harus dot aja ya, mati lagi. Di kamu lagi apa sih?
Francisco Valdez in for
Halo,
questioning.
Sure do, Phelps. Your bird's an interview, too. And get this, he's wearing gloves and doing his best not to touch anything. Can you beat that?
Sounds like we don't want to keep this guy waiting. It's this way.
I didn't want to arrest the kid, so I gave him a duck so he wouldn't forget.
Gue tabrak semuanya ya.
He ran the light on Olympic, and we
About
finally
time.
caught him on Temple.
Are you the senior officer I requested?
Yeay.
I'm Detective Phelps, and this is Detective Bukowski.
Have you any idea how long I've been waiting to speak with you? I am needed back at the
Yeah,
consulate, and you keep me here like a common criminal.
All right, friend. Let's take a deep breath and start all over again.
Mr. Valdez.
Consul General. I insist on my full title.
Where did you purchase the car?
My secretary and driver arranged the purchase. A disreputable place, Dewey Brothers by name. As soon as I can have it arranged, I will have my Hispano-Suiza brought up from Buenos Aires.
What's up, Hispano Suiza?
Bought a Packard, Valdez?
Finally, I
It's not
got
like he
it
doesn't drive an
right.
American car. I want answers, or I'll smack you around the teeth.
William Dewey offered me a substantial bribe to make a purchase at his establishment.
Oh.
It is not unusual to make this kind of transaction in the civil service.
Don't tell that to the Argentine taxpayers.
Oh my god, I got it right finally! I'm so happy.
Consul General, we have located your car. Can you tell us how it was stolen?
It must have been stolen from the consular garage. Terribly inconvenient, of course. I want the perpetrator soundly flogged.
Unfortunately, we don't do that here, Your Worship.
He's so guilty.
You have a pretty good idea who stole the car, don't you, Consul General?
Ah,
Are you gonna tell me, or do I shake it out of you?
There's no call for violence. I suspect a disgruntled boy from the car dealership.
You have a name for this kid?
It's Delgado.
Gabriel, like the archangel. I have no surname.
Gabriel Delgado.
So tell us about this kid, Gabriel.
Aduh, kesleo, kenapa kesleo, kocak.
Run-in with him?
Mecánico. A presumptuous young man who did not know his place. He presumed to ask me questions.
We do a lot of presuming here in the United States, Consul General. It comes with the turf.
Iya, Cok. Salah lagi gua. Fuck.
I have seen him when the car was previously serviced, but he was not impertinent enough to address me on that occasion.
I go wrong. Oh no! I can't hear shit.
You got a stakeout down on 2nd later tonight.
Wait. Oh no, it's happening again. Ah, aku capek banget headset. Ini kenapa sih? Aku harus anjir. Anjir. Sorry, bol. Mana hasil? Thank you, James. Kenapa, Cok? Gak mau, Ringo. Cashback gak? Cashbacknya berapa dulu? Canda. Canda.
I got the jitters again.
Okay. I see.
I didn't want to arrest
That's a car.
Finished with Valdez.
Thank God. I'll get rid of him in a couple of hours.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Aku nggak mau nyetir, kamu aja.
Mr. Valdez moves in some peculiar circles for an international bon vivant.
Ah, English, please. See, this is why nobody invites you out for drinks.
It's just very industrious of him to be so involved in matters of consular transportation.
All right, you're making it worse now. I think what you're trying to say is that lover boy in there is as full of crap as a Christmas goose.
That as well.
Loh, mana orangnya, Cok? Yang bisa diajak ngobrol.
What do you think?
Dewey wants to hold out, keep this from coming back to him? Fine.
Oh,
We'll call in for the kid's address.
Anjir. You're so sus.
I need to screen my employees better. You've got to know who you can trust.
Wait. What am I supposed to do? Oh, hell no.
No good. We need diplomatic plates.
Tunggu is mo bang Andres? Where's Gabriel eh? Oh wait.
Maybe. No.
Apa sih?
This doesn't pertain to the case.
Apa sih?
What now?
Dewey wants to hold out, keep this from coming back to him, fine. We'll call in for the kid's address.
Oh, I'm supposed to call for the kid's address. Aduh, bodoh sekali. So dummy, sorry. Boleh di mana?
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
I'll find someone who will.
Kenapa nggak boleh?
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address for a
Kenapa
Gabriel
nggak boleh?
Delgado.
Thank you for your donation, by the way.
Last known address has him living with a common-law wife. 103 Hill Street, apartment 3.
Thanks. You really ought to take more time over the Packard, Phelps. Let's head back to the empty lot.
Bawel. Anjir.
You know the way.
Thank you for the 25k. Wait, ini kenapa sih? Thank you for the donation. Oh.
Okay, let's see what Gabriel has to say for himself.
Hadir,
I just hope our
halo.
archangel hasn't already flown.
Siapa
What
ini?
the hell is this guy doing? That's the cop in the newspaper. All these people are vultures, officer. But you can tell me what's going on.
Apa sih? Gak jelas lah orang. Babi. Where's the mailbox?
Where do you see a number 3 marked on that door?
Oh, nomor 3, sorry. Oh. She's pregnant. Pregnant.
LAPD, ma'am.
Pregnant.
We're looking for Gabriel Delgado.
Gabriel?
We're from the police. Policia, you understand?
Yes, I understand. Could you come inside?
What is your name?
Ana Rodriguez.
Is Gabriel Delgado here, Ms. Rodriguez?
No. What do you want with Gabriel? Is he in trouble?
Stay where you are, Ms. Rodriguez. We need to take a look around.
But he is not here. I have told you.
Check out the surrounds. I'll stay with the broad.
Anjir, kaget. Just for have fun again, Maya. It's fine. Thank you for the donation. Anjir.
Already he works hard to provide for us.
Thank you for your
Unless you help us
dono.
here, Anna, your little one won't be seeing Papa for a very long time.
Oh.
Certainly Gabriel's pride and joy.
That's him? Is that him? Can I go in here? Kenapa OST? Gak tau. Kenapa, Cak?
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that. Doesn't look like anything.
Oh, ini kamar ceweknya. Nothing? Really? Anjing kan tak kentut. Gak ada apa-apa, Cok. What?
Serving breakfast for 2, Anna? You should have cleared up.
Ayo, bohong ya anjing. Anak. Anak kang bohong.
We
really ought to take more time over the Packard, Phelps. Let's head back to the empty lot.
Wait, what?
Help me out. If Gabriel isn't here, we need to make this case without him. Look around. Find something concrete.
Like what? What am I supposed to find? Gak ada apa-apa, Cok. Udah gue spamin.
What do you think? If Gabriel isn't here, we need to make this case without him. Look around. Find something concrete.
Just the trick. What?
Not everything here is going to be relevant.
Ih, anjing. Terus apa Jan, coy? Can I come in here? Gak bisa nih. Udah itu doang. Apa sih? Kaget, Cok. Lucu banget.
Looks like Valdez gets his wheel back.
Holy fuck.
Don't think this is any use to us. It doesn't appear to be connected.
Oh! No, not this one. Is this a diplomat?
Diplomatic license plates.
Oh, he's hella guilty. Whatever.
Seems irrelevant.
Sorry. I'm just checking though. I got it! I got the clues. Anjing. Emang iya? Emang ada mapnya ya? Masa sih? Tuh. Udah ya. Udah aku tambahin ya. Udah lama tuh. Mau mainin film bisa.
You're in serious trouble, Miss Rodriguez.
But Gabriel is not here. I have done nothing wrong.
Why did he steal the car, Anna?
The customer insulted him. He has his honor, no?
His honor, Anna?
He said
Biar
Dewey's
nggak ada
friend
nasinya.
tried to
Udah
make
kok,
a
udah.
woman out of him.
Aku bikin
He no
150.
longer respects this man, Dewey. He took the car to show this maricon that he is a man.
Yeah.
Tell us the truth, Anna. Has Gabriel been here?
I haven't seen him for at least 3 nights.
Anna, do you want to go to jail? Do you want your baby to be born in jail? He was here.
He comes and goes. I can't control him.
We found a license plate matching our stolen vehicle in the shed.
Add in the assortment of parts, and we can make Gabriel for a dozen other thefts. It's time to get serious, Anna.
You must ask these questions of Gabriel. I know nothing of these car parts.
You're lying, Anna. I think you're a willing accomplice in these robberies.
What proof do you have that I stole the cars?
Salah nih gue kayak gini.
You come into my house to insult and bully me? I have known many policia like you.
Anjing. Ya salah lagi. Kok nggak ada suaranya sih, Cok? Kok nggak ada suaranya? Kok nggak ada suaranya, Cok? Aduh, anjing. I feel good. I knew that I would not. Loh. Kok hilang? Kok hilang? Hold on. Coba aku. Hah? Kok hilang? Kok hitam sih? What? Thank you for your donation, though. Wow! Gitu ya? Kok hilang-hilang sih?
He said he would never go back. Gabriel is out driving around in his car.
If you tell us where he is, I will try and bring him in. If we have to track him down ourselves, it could end very badly for him, Miss Rodriguez.
He is out with his chivatos, Julian and Enrique. They race on the corner of First and Santa Fe. I have pleaded with Gabriel to stop, but he would not listen.
As soon as we corner Gabriel, we'll be back for you, Anna. You had your chance to cooperate. We know where the kid is. Let's go stop these clowns and get them off the streets.
That's the cop in the newspapers.
Santuy gue.
You can drive.
What kind of man leaves his pregnant girlfriend at home while he goes off to play cards?
Pregnant girlfriends aren't always a barrel of laughs. Everyone needs to let off a little steam. Some guys wouldn't come back home at all.
Are you talking from experience?
Why is there so many ice?
There's the red Ford. That's Delgado right there.
Oh shit. Anjir.
Quick!
Thank you for the donut. Thank you. Anjir kenceng banget. Anjir. Weh, anjing. Apa sih anjing? Weh, annoying banget nih mobil. Weh, aduh. Tony! Anjir, kejauhan.
Enough games, Phelps. Take this guy out.
Step on it, Phelps. Take him out.
Gimana take him out ya, kocak?
Lay into his wheel arches. Come on.
Apa sih?
Come on, you're getting creamed by a kid in a red Ford.
Gimana, Cok? Orang gila ya?
God damn it, Cole, hold it steady.
Anjing! Bocil gila ya gue. Anjing dia lari lagi kan.
Gabriel Delgado, you're under arrest for Grand Theft Auto.
Thank you for subscribing, Sandy Cia. Thank you for the donation juga. Oh my god. Anjir. Joget, aku gak bisa joget, mohon maaf. Thank you for the donation dong. Mau apa dia kan? Gue salah dong. Gue udah balik. Sangat-sangat. Halo. Sampai bawah. Anjir, question score-nya 6 out of 14 weh. Sorry. Tegak di sini bola. Aman bang, bebas. Bebas bang, aman.
You have any plans for weekend Liberty, Jack? My sisters have been working in Los Angeles in a bomber factory. They're coming down to visit. I'm meeting them at the station at 6.
Good for you, Jack.
Are
they cute?
My sisters, Hank.
Attention! Final inspection before Liberty.
Good job, Kelso.
What's with this?
Are we going somewhere, gentlemen? Full inspection. It had better be exceptional if any of you want Liberty this weekend. Kelso, this carbine. The bore is dirty.
No, it isn't.
Are you arguing with me, Kelso?
Do what you need to do, Sergeant. You know the bore is immaculate.
Weekend Liberty canceled. 2-day field drill. Clean this rifle.
No.
Do you know the penalty for insubordination, Kelso?
Jack, don't do it.
Forget him,
Yeah,
Hank.
bang.
He doesn't have what it takes. Are you two finished? Are you going to clean this rifle?
Yeah.
No, Sergeant. Cole is right. I'm going to stop playing games and join a rifle company and fight the real enemy.
What is happening? What's with the backstory? A marriage made in heaven. I just... Hi, friend. Hi. Hi. Ow! Holy fuck. I mean, to be honest, it's kind of his fault. No?
All right, gentlemen, I just got this handed to me. A hit-and-run felony at Ray's Cafe, 208 North Los Angeles. Got a patrolman on site. The coroner's on his way. Get down there, see if you can find any witnesses who can put a make on the car.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put him down 1 round.
Okay. Kintil
Guy
apa?
was willing to write his own mother after I sweated him.
Gak sakit tuh paling keselip pala lu, gak sakit.
1947, not 1927.
Halo guys.
Of course a girl can ask a fella out.
Wait. Did the game start already? Dan aku pun berharap semoga kita nonton nobar gak sih guys? Saatnya nobar gak sih? Getting kind of bored. Udah di save belum ya? Udah lah ya, bismillah. Oh, udah. Lanjut ntar ya guys ya. Online. Enggak dong. Itu DA ya? Halo Da. Ups. Anjing. We are the one who left behind. Don't tell us how to live. Kok jadi Steam? Kenapa kayak gini, Cok? Salah window.
No, it's certainly scary, and that's one of the things that just propels this roster on Scars, right? It's why Cristal has been picked up. It's why Jemkeen is on this squad. Just consistent performance after performance. Whether it be with the rifles, with the pistols, when they're behind.
No matter what, he's got what it takes. Off the site, though, completely here, OG.
We'll see what the entry does actually look like for Scars if they lose any bodies on the way. They do know that Aziz is here. Again, you're expecting this to be kind of a bare bones round from Orangutan, but that's a bit cheeky.
Way.
That's fun.
I love that. Pop straight through the duck cover. Hello. But they will get the spike planted irrespective, so they didn't actually recover anything off the spoils of Rawfield.
Yeah, 3 players still here for Orangutan to see what damage can be done. You got the Sheriffs in play except for Tesseract, who does have some darts that he can throw out to provide some info for his team before they look for some damage. And again, another round though where Tesseract is actually going for a flank, so he can't really even use that util, Mitch.
Yeah, Turret has a little spot, but doesn't quite find Jemkeen. He's just playing around it at this point in time. Very, again, round, but they're just trying to lock them in, strangle them down, try to get as many exits as possible, but it's all on the Tesseract. And then they are going to be running towards him, but with that classic, what can he really do?
He wants to leave, essentially, but you just have to...
Oh, they even find him.
The only way he gets a kill there is if they do overlook him, but you've got 3 players, you know you haven't seen him, you know you didn't see a dart. In that situation, you know, let's theorize that it's a full gun round and he's looking for a save in that location. You don't see a dart into the site at all on that retake, you know he's not there. You start shooting for him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
But now, double digits achieved from Scars, 6 rounds to Separator. We're into the bonus. We're into the probably best chance that they will have to come back into this game at Orangutan. It's a weaker buy for Scars.
And the crazy thing is, Fracture, map selection of Scars around the bend. Komodo, OGS need to get moving now, and that's another pause to come out.
I might actually add, Alan hasn't really been needed in this map yet either. 4 kills, couple of good flashes and 0 points. Isolating an angle with fragments actually going in as well, stalling them on the other side. But yeah, it really has just been Jemkeen hitting his shots early. No 5 rounds that, you know, Bonkers showed us for them to get started that he had to warm up. Out of the gates, he are running.
They still seem pretty chuffed, I think, Orangutan.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you know, friendly.
Friends, that's it. Need to keep happy.
Yep.
That's what Scars certainly were. And again, such an interesting roster, you know, of Scars. To be able to come into a region like Japan, where obviously, you know, English is spoken occasionally in the main towns and whatnot, but it's not the usual.
Like
and, you know, to have the additional players come in,
Yeah.
all coming in English.
I think it's more important as well for them here because a lot of people didn't think it would have been Scars to be the Japanese
Russian's so
representative.
good in Valor.
So they were thinking maybe Crazy Raccoon or a Jadeite or maybe even a Fennel,
Well,
right?
Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously, you know, repped at Masters before, right? You know, they've done some big things.
So Scars a lot to prove. So far, so good in their group.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're looking really strong. Like, this is going to be them potentially going 2-0.
Potentially the only team.
Yep.
But let's see what this bonus round for OGS does present to us. Raw Fuel onto Gem Keen. That's the player you need to remove.
That's it, exactly right. They've punished him early, and it's Jet for Jet, which you got to be happy with. And now the flash out from Aziz. It's a great one. Traded out quickly, though, by Toroneko, and now Antidote doesn't find the line. Not quite. He's in a really awkward spot. He can't even find it as well. Toroneko getting it back. 3-on-3 now here, Komodo. They are looking to move very, very quickly, though. The door hasn't actually been destroyed, so now Rawfield tries to line him up, but Alan will be able to find a response very, very quickly on. And now this round, the pacing is set already, 2-on-2. And RVK, one over the top into this 1v2 situation. Alan, can you do it? It's a great flash. RVK doesn't look out. He missed that. Oh, no, a blunder from both sides, which gives the opportunity back, and another flash under the arm.
Wow.
And it's RVK. Here we go. OGS finally getting another round on the board.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Alan there as well, because you see he gets off the spike plant to get that immediate trade for his teammate and Yoshi that gets taken down, throwing that no-no swarm through the door. And remember, they knew RVK was there. He was the one that got suppressed out by that 0.2. Oh, sorry, it was Rawfield. Getting in quick to it, so just at the end of that, can't capitalize on the flash. If he got that kill, of course, that's the bonus, and that might have even been the map, but regardless, that is the one bit of lifeline that OGS needed to try and get back into this round. They have to do it again, though. They have to still contend with a pretty good bite from Scars, who are starting off slow at top mid. Nobody going to be peeking through B main for OGS, so the turret for Yoshi is just going to stand and watch for a little bit. Nobody wants to be the first one to die. 0 Point not finding too much information. OGS can await out the time on that dart. They can actually push up through mid if they want to. God, that line! Raw Fuel! That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess shouldn't have been peeking at the exact same merit. They've exactly seen that. It's a good response from Tesseract, but there's Gem Keen. He gets Aziz back. And now it's only going to be left onto Antidote on this side. Do they peek out through the dark cover, though? Gem Keen, he's ready. Oh, no! Not like this. Antidote. Crystal also picking up RVK. Tesseract gets one, but then he's done.
Yeah, at that point in time, from the first kill, the trades try to come through, not quick enough. Scars readily aware of what's happening. That quick flick that we see from Toroneko there.
Is it gonna be another 2-0?
You gotta make sure that you got your quick shot onto their head very, very quickly. 11-5.
Scars is winning Ascension Pacific. That's all I'm saying.
That is a bold claim.
Or what's going to happen is they're going to dominate through the playoffs and then get eliminated immediately.
That is very,
one or the other.
Very bold.
I just can't.
Thank you for the dono.
I mean, look, Bleed got taken the test, but
that was James.
Will they recover?
I probably.
Maybe, right?
Probably.
Who else? There's so many teams that are all what feels to be evenly matched across now.
There's so many teams here, and we've already been proved that any team can take this.
Fancy, one team, now even to a degree. Like, there's been some nuts results so far.
Bonkers, might I say.
Australian bias.
Nah, look, I predicted against them, and I've already been called a traitor. It would seem that people didn't tune in to my explanation.
It's all right, mate. Don't worry. It's just like whenever an Australian team plays, I'm not allowed to tweet. Banned. True. That's why I cast them, because then I can't tweet. Got to wait.
But so far, so good for Scars. You know, haven't really seen too much stormy weather come through from Orangutan, who will have another bye to go into this round because they kind of have to, right? Otherwise, they're conceding over that 12th round and map point. And then any faltering, you do lose it. So we'll see. Oh, actually, their economy is a little bit better than I did think. So they'll be able to get that Blade Storm up. They'll be able to get Tesseract on the rifle. But apart from that, I mean, you're going to have to rely on RVK trying to hold down the B site by himself because his team has already left him. He's pushing, he's looking. The turret think that's more so the turret that looks over towards Tiles and Short than the one that looks to be main. But regardless, you know, the scales tip in the favor of Scars in this round for the weaponry. If they need, they also do have Yoshi with that lockdown.
Slow creep in towards main, but it looks like already Raw feels pretty keen to have a look down.
This is going to be an explosion from Scars. They haven't been met with any pressure over at the A side just yet, although there has been a big rotation from Orangutan to A. These pistol rounds, they love to just leave RDK by himself. Look over towards B, look over towards mid, and then gamble stack over towards A. It's not a bad idea. You want these crossfires established to be nicely. But the thing is with Rawfield, right, he's just holding a kind of tight line for the info for then Tesseract to swing. It's those two players with the big weaponry in this round that are out of the play, but RVK,
how does he do this? He goes in the most unconventional manner to get confident, and he hits a third as well. What? That was one of the most incredible pistol plays I've ever seen.
They've done it again.
Komodo. It was a thing of, why the hell is he peeking? And then he gets 4. What a joke.
Wait, he got 4?
King.
One.
Let's just watch it.
We just drink this in again, please.
That's actually nuts. One by one, they
4?
Oh my god.
That is crazy. That has to be the way that Orangutan get back into this game on the back of pistols, because if it didn't go that way, right, it's 12 and map point here for Scars. They have some safety now with the weaponry and a bit of a lesser equipped Scars too. Crystal down onto the Guardian, Gem Key, no backup for these blades. They're going to probably have to rely on a lockdown, or for Crystal, if you get to kill, an upgrade, and that Hunter's Fury.
That doesn't matter. I don't know, to be honest.
This definitely changes the approach in this round for Orangutan
and
for Scars, both of them.
B main lane as well.
Yeah.
Setting their sights. Slow creep in. Information now gathered. Looking to see Tesseract play that off ankle. RVK's actually let his teammate out here.
Oh,
not deep enough.
Nah, he's isolated there. That's a good idea from Yoshi to clear that as well. They can settle. They can wait for this lockdown. But the thing is, they're already crunched in towards the market.
They have to fight it. They have to both go in and try and make this work. RVK gets another. He was the hero in the previous round. He's looking to do it again. That's a second. RVK really the big man in this position. He does get the tame, but can he get out? I think he has managed to just slip away. Crystal taking side control now with his teammate. Exactly. Oh, it could be
he got it! Wow! He can get another one in there as well, because RVK and Antidote will both die to another.
Absolutely, and now Gem Keen, there's one, and now the join of the party. Gem Keen getting another. It's all left onto RVK. Can he get another 4 here, Komodo? Can he continue to go forward? He is on the line. He has spotted out Gem Keen, but it's not going to happen when this big man is facing up.
And you saw that he didn't want to go forward. You saw that he didn't want to go for the clip. He settles himself down. He dashes backwards to play with his team. Oh, quite the many. Quite the many. But he's just so good when it comes to these blades. There's the 12th round that Scars were looking for. A lockdown destroyed as well for the defenders, I might add. So they have that counter lockdown available. But just Gem Keen, so quick, so sharp. And you know, a chef's kiss. A cherry on top as well for that shot dart that we got to see.
Yeah.
That was nice.
That was very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Crystal.
What's
very
that?
impactful player as we have seen it now. Rawfield narrowly missing that shot.
Oh,
he's done out of the round. That's the operator. Big investment.
Oh, and Tesseract as well. His position has been noted. They
247,
threw in
bro.
a fragment. Do they have anything else to clear him out? Oh, it doesn't matter. That's a sinister shot.
Alan, though, trying to push in off the back of it. Crystal will get another, but it's still RVK. He is there. He's been the hero in these last couple of rounds. Even though they lost the previous, he does step up to the plate and defend again.
We've still got a minute of play in this round. More of a plant comes out from Scars.
Make it out of the groups, to be honest.
Control. OGS will technically win it, as there is no one for Scars looking to waltz their way down the guts, although as I say that, Crystal will. Antidote.
Oh, oh my god.
How will he find it? RVK on that line. Crystal.
He's on for the ace.
He is, and it's the sharp aim that gets the job done again. They are going to have to go for this retake.
The thing is, Antidote has From the Shadows to use as info at this point in time, but Crystal gets ahead of him. That's no null command either.
Antidote has to creep in through main completely alone, and Yoshi will start to at least bring his time forward here. Crystal a little distance away, but they're just being ever so patient. Exactly right. Information gathered. Turret will be destroyed. Are they going to peek together? It looks like they actually might run out on the other side of that dark cover, but that's a good paranoia. Did actually catch them for just a second, so now they're going to have to swing. And it won't be Crystal getting the ace, but there is that supporting mechanism in the form of Yoshi. And that's Scars. 13-6 here on that map. And they haven't dropped any more than that this competition
so
far.
That is the magic number for them, isn't it? 13-6 times 3 at the moment, but my oh my, bro, what a masterclass from these guys. Quick, successive trades, time and time again. Jemkeen not disappointing whatsoever. The way he is playing on this Jet, just kill after kill, entry after entry, succession for the team. We had elements, we had bits from the guys over at Orangutan, and they knew what they were having to do to try and get things in this series. The 2 rounds they got with those pistols were some of the funnest rounds that we have seen in this one.
Not what I was
But if you're only getting 2 rounds like that, and then you're losing a lot of your gun rounds, I think you know where you need to be focusing on.
Well, that was it, right? What, the ace from Warfield, which was in the second round, and then obviously the nutty round from RVK.
Why?
RVK's round again, like, I have to cement that down. He starts to leave B, he's got his turret down in main, and then he decides, I'll just check B main, right? It'll be fine. And he somehow wins the round off the back of that. So chaos certainly ensued in map number 1 of Ascent. Fracture around the corner. But yeah, look, I think it's just been a really, really strong run from Scars, and until someone tells me otherwise, I'm saying that they're on top.
Just remember, that was picked from Orangutan as well. We're going into Scars map
Exactly right, my word. And of course, we will have a cheeky little one to send to the break, and we'll be back in a bit.
Jemkeen too good. Yang ada? Oh, is he testing the 360?
Oh, it's a good black hole moment. Then, oh no, Rubik stole it, and you lose the fight as a response. So it's better not to give yourself temptation.
WhatsApp siapa itu?
Yeah, it's just so funny watching these nouns.
I don't mind.
It's like walking in, Yamson is like, oh, I want to go in and help you.
WhatsApp
But
siapa
if I
tuh?
come too close, I might just get black
WhatsAppnya ini.
And Terry's just probably just sitting there laughing like, idiots.
WhatsApp Joe.
Yeah, as they say, the good old classic, the threat of the black hole is more important than the black hole itself.
Spectator.
To get a free shard, he has a Philosopher's Stone. I love watching Enigma. When I see this hero have Philosopher's Stone, this has to be the best hero in the game with Philosopher's Stone.
Spectator punya WhatsApp.
It feels so damn good.
Yeah, he's just pretty much using all those minions to farm anyway. He's close to his blink, then afterwards Aetherlens.
Undying.
His net worth is now ahead of Miro because he got that free shard, but that just shows exactly how much value it is if you've got an offlaner that can win the lane pretty much single-handedly. You just got a support that farms the jungle. You've had Clinxes come up a lot more these days, Bat Riders, Enigma plus 4, like just AFK, I can farm the jungle heroes are really strong in this batch.
Yeah, like Enigma can like get some bonus gold on the map without really committing the hero. You have Eidolons, you can buy good items, they buffed your stun, you have a good shard. I think Midnight Pulse is great, so... And overall, I really like how they do pick this hero. Like, generally they have a good lane with it because it's a core.
Jadi
Or it
terngiang-ngiang
helps the offlaner,
cuek.
they kind of
Siapa
really
tadi?
lane Miro is kind of hunting with the Shadow Blade.
Terngiang-ngiang.
And Pandas are smoked as
jawab.
well.
Jadi ngerti juga lucu main Dota. Aku nggak bisa main Dota, cuma seru sih kalau nonton
He's
game.
only got himself
Sambil
28
nunggu
dual
game
victory damage,
Valorant.
so a little bit sad considering his early game. They're not giving him many opportunities.
Okay, lucu banget.
I would like to maybe pick up a new one, but for now, I mean, Nouns have done fairly well in the last couple of minutes to, once again, trying to kind of withstand the pressure of the maps. Kiyotaka trying to build into a Kai Assange.
What's Pari? Is that their sponsor?
And Yamson, yeah, he's going for the heart
Is
axe.
the thing
Ramsey's
today?
axe is almost secured, then afterwards the shard, because why not?
H&M. Ooh,
It's always
H&M
nice to have
sponsor.
against the stun from techies, especially. Gunner's got his axe,
H&M
so
is
yeah,
that?
this is kind of good moment
Yeah,
to go
it's
for a decent fight.
It's definitely goal time for them. They have like a lot of stuff they want. They have high levels on Undying, Morph Ags, Solar Crest is completed,
Jadi
Pipe,
pirate.
Aether Lens on the Enigma as well. He's
Lina
about
is
to
a
hit level
pirate.
15 on the Enigma. Gunner has Ags, but he is found by Miero.
Ada.
Oh, he flies away! Can't get the catch on Miro because, well, he just flies over the trees, and he just recently picked up Axe
kok
coming
bisa
in big
ngambang,
for
Cok?
Gunner. Yamson also
Keren.
TP'd through, so would have been able to possibly save his ally with a good Song of the Siren.
He just flies it off as
Naga
Nansa
sih.
getting some good item timings. Axe completed on
These
Gunner, Heart
profiles,
completed on the Naga, and Manta completed on the AM. So 3 core timings on all of your core heroes. And yeah, I don't think they're actually that weak right now.
Antares.
Sure, you're
Nah,
down
dia
like between
Antares.
5 and 6k gold, but your heroes are strong if you're able to fight properly.
They are looking to group out. Roshan is still a long way until it's going to respawn, so that's not going to be an objective right now.
Jadi pengen main Dota sih ya?
They don't find any targets in the bottom area of the map, whereas Nine Pandas invade the Radiant Triangle. Are there any... There's not really much to be gained at this stage, just a couple of towers possibly.
666.
Yeah, I'm just gonna smack down this tier 1 tower. I think it should just be free as Ramses has the shark queued up. Kiyotaka keeping bottom. Not sure if he's looking to set up for now. As Mu is just gonna whack away at the tier 1, so just kind of a trade of sorts.
I'm actually curious. Kazu, do you miss competitive Dota?
Yeah, some of it. Or maybe you can be more specific and I can give you a better answer.
Okay, do you
Are you asking about the farming?
No, like, do you miss, like, competing yourself with, in pro matches?
Yeah, definitely in a way. I think it's very nice to have like this feeling of you're working towards something with your team. As not so nicely for Mu, as he's probably gonna drop.
Dual victory secured. Gunner needs to be careful. Dreamcore comes out.
He's coiled.
Gets dropped.
Song
should be able to keep Gunner alive, and they back off. But yeah, that's a quick catch. Comes in. Song of the Siren now on cooldown, so your counterplay potential is significantly reduced.
He is so strong on this morph. Like even he's just turning into Lina. He's just giving himself some bonus spells. It's not like the greatest stats or anything, but you lower the spell amplification from Lina. You get it. You just get some more new spells. Morph Axe is just really damn strong. And suddenly it goes from 5k to 8k. You take a tower top. You get a kill mid. Then you get a tier 2 mid. And the map is actually not in that good of a spot here for Nouns, even though they do have the Naga Siren. As he was forced to go mid to try to help his team. Orchid.
Going in, Kiyotaka, LSA comes out, the jump is there, Kiyotaka, does he stay alive? He's trying to disengage, Link's out of there, Yamson has a root going for Antares. By the way, Antares has appointed attributes instead of going for Black Hole, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I love it. My boy is ballin'. He will never give Black Hole. I mean, to be fair, it's not even just like giving it. It's also like if he doesn't catch Yamson, like he can just song and cancel it. It's just I don't mind it. Maybe in like 20 minutes, you know, we'll see a small point in the Black Hole.
Yeah, because it's gonna be flashing the entire time and it's gonna piss him off. So he's forced to pick it just because it's very annoying to be in the screen. But yeah, he is universal, so his right clicks are gonna get boosted very nicely with attributes.
Yeah, Enigma's gonna slap him down. He's the one with the Solar Crest, right? Yeah, we need Solo to buy a Solar Crest, buy drums, put it on Antares.
Our lives are the sum of our choices.
Ikan mulu babi.
Still did not get that. Would have been your level 3. Yeah. This is Duracio's courier on the way back as well. A lot of missed potential down here for LG, and this is the one lane they want to go the best because, again, putting the breaker bottom does open this Beast Skywrath up to a lot more aggressive potential. You should free farm this lane, and mid is just... I mean, mid is NTS looking to pull waves and getting denied on Tofu.
Kok jadi PSGL
Yes,
gini?
he doesn't have boots, he doesn't have
Oh,
a light.
this is a different
Doesn't
game?
have a
What?
voice.
Wait,
Everything
what?
has been
Wait,
denied from
wait.
I've seen NTS come back from some rough lanes, but
Oh!
this is out of control. And Ace already has Vanguard done because they could
There's
not
so
shut him
many
down
things.
top. So he's a big boy.
Yeah. When you were talking about how they don't have like big damage to threaten the PUD,
Morphing is everywhere.
his damage block is insanely
Oh,
valued
SB.
in this game, right? Like one of the biggest target damage that they have is Mystic
Is this
Flare. but the
Better
damage
than the other
block
game.
from the Flesh Heap blocks that all out.
That's what I'm saying. The LG supports are terrible for Pudge's game. The amps from ET are also not that great because Zero's all about the positive damage block.
Yeah, instead of having, you know, armor and such.
And he's just hooking and running down wide.
Yep, that's
Gone again.
Yet another kill.
Another Flesh Heap. These lanes are just out of control. I really feel like LGD should have understood a bit more about how to play versus gaming after Dreamlink, because I feel like one of the things they ran into in that tournament that was a problem for LGD is the laning phase, particularly these like cheese counter-picky cores. I don't think LGD are necessarily a bad laning phase team mechanically. I think they just end up in these games like this where you have no hope mid. We all understand that, but this safe lane is also a very one-sided safe lane. Elder Titan is a greedy 5. He needs a strong lane.
Oh my god,
to get out of lane.
NP,
This Phalanx is not doing much, and you cannot bail out these lanes. That's the other problem. Like, you're rotating a Skywrath into a Huskar lane that has no damage because your mid hero's level 3 and does not exist. I repeat,
He's literally double his level.
yes, your Ember is 3.5 here, ladies and gentlemen, while this Huskar is 6. And you have no counterplay to this Vanguard Pudge. Absolutely none. He's just gonna run at Shiro off cooldown. This is a very tough position. I don't really know how you get out of this, especially when Planet is dying to Celery solo. Planet's your one strong early game hero. He's gonna get the Ancient Deny as well. I mean, this is just looking to be a beat.
This looks like a 20-minute game. I will have so much respect for PSG LGD if they can bounce back from this very awkward laning phase. This is a very good start. Gotta punish Ace for being blown up here. They're gonna be able to get that kill, and maybe get Tofu as well. Hit him with the Blood Grenade and the Urns. Very, very big kills. That'll help right the ship a bit.
This is what Planet has to do. Just abandon the Beastmaster.
Is this a
There's no way you can
confirm?
devote more resources to the Beastmaster when the other lanes are going this bad. I still don't really know what NTS does this game. I guess we'll find out as we enjoy the explorative journey of Ember Spirit as a 5 position.
Anjing, meninggo ini.
No, is he gonna die? Please don't tell me he's gonna die to a bash. I think
No.
it's okay. I think the Flame Guard's gonna hold up.
Oh my god, masih gini nih.
Oh god.
Tuh, nggak
Now he's
boleh
all for it.
greedy ya guys ya.
Battle for the Wisdom Runes.
Nggak, kenapa tadi temennya
Nice
kabur
time
ya?
stomped by Y will secure that, and
I
another
think
kill.
he was in part in this bottom lane because he needs the wisdom.
Why you shaman?
I agree, he does need it. Oh, the Spirit got the kill.
Damn.
Don't see that every day.
Is that level 2 spirit? Gotta be.
You
See if
mean
Ace can hit a hook
first?
on his first Pudge game.
This is the true test of a Pudge right here.
Alright, I mean, LGD making some moves. A lot of space for Shiro. He'll go towards mid to defend the tower. And the slow
Anjir.
recovery of this Ember Spirit begins.
He got 300 gold off of lane creeps.
Yeah, that is nothing.
That's a disgusting stat.
And now he's gonna get shown the rock. He does not like the rock.
And Tesla-nya busuk.
He really does
Kalah
not
ya?
like this rock.
No, and he has no way
I
to
don't know.
stop it either. Now Ace is level 6.
Boom jam berapa? Boom abis game Skarzi OG
Everybody
ini.
gonna get level 6 before nothing
Which
said.
is in a minute I think. Kalau 2-0 ya
Yeah.
gitu, sebentar lagi. Kalau 2-0, kalau map 3 ya masih lama ya.
Yeah, it is a little depressing.
To have around the 60% mark for attack and defense for
right now.
Yeah.
Masih.
I don't know why LGD have consistently put themselves in this position with the Ember, though. I mean, they must really value what this hero does in the mid game, but for
Ngejar
this
siapa tuh?
kind of trade-off,
His name is
It
Celery.
just seems extreme. Nice combo. Celery quickly gets out of the way of the hook.
Anjir.
Make sure Ace landed. Pick
Gokil.
off another flesh heap stack. Another problem for.
Oh, langsung TP dia.
LGD.
Wah!
Oh, he dies.
Dies
I
on
thought
the-
that TP was good.
this Huskar deals a
Tolong
lot of
main
damage
Dota.
with max Berserkers, man. I also go back to, like, LGD were first pick, and they picked the Ember blind. That's a bit different than being second pick and picking it blind, where you at least get another pick where you see a lane and you can make sure the hero has a good lane and a good game in a way. Like, so you don't have to answer as many issues here. This was like blind pick Ember, they get Houseguard, and then
Ini udah fix.
blind lane pick PL, so you know the PLs are gonna have, like, amazing lane.
Enggak
In
sih.
theory, you have late game answers. It's just a tough
Ini
position to put NTS in
Comeback
here.
kebel kayak kemarin 1,5 jam
Yeah,
gitu.
that's a question.
comeback kan.
We're gonna go on Y again. He's pretty speedy here. Level 3 Spirit. He does like this
Makanya
max
seru
Spirit.
banget tuh kelihatan nih bisa comeback gitu.
Connection there of the charge, which in turn would have set up the hook.
Let's go back in.
Single
This is a
little
lot of
mistake
right-click
and,
damage.
like, fuck
Oh, that
everything up.
briefcase.
He's got a 4-shot Tofu if he's not careful. Decrepify goes out though. Hook does land. Anybody to help out here?
Nope. See you later.
Ah,
Nice face. NTS sends his regards. That's who will double up his CS.
Hey!
Literally just doubled his CS off of that death from 10 to 20. I mean, why you gotta
548.
Why you gotta show
Anjir
this? We all know what
dibully ya
happened.
cok si Antes.
We all know what happened. You don't got our salt in the wound.
Well, he has his ult now.
Report.
Level 6 at 10 minutes. That is the worst I've ever seen it for a mid laner.
Yeah, but he's level 6.
He did get there.
Honestly, Mew is not doing much better. He's not level 6 himself. And he's about to get solo killed out of Invis by a Huskar. Surprise.
Anjing meninggal cok.
You're dead. And
Anjing
your
meninggal
ancients are
cok.
about to get stolen too.
Dibully cok.
That last set of axes
No.
is
Give
so
us it.
bad because it's just like, well, now it's even easier for Quinn to take this stack.
This is getting disgusting.
Anjir Huskar.
Well, I guess we don't really have to ask what it would have been like if PSG LGD beat Gaming Gladiators and went to the finals against BetBoom, because they seem to be a step behind both of those teams. I mean, they look so good against everybody else, but BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators, they just don't seem to have an answer for them sometimes.
I don't know, it just feels like they keep underestimating the lane cheesiness of gaming. And if you give them that position where they can lane cheese you, they will. Because this team is very happy to build the lead in the mid game and just snowball. Like, they don't need to have better lane. They don't care about these like random carry matchups or the fact, in theory, their Huskar gets outscaled. Like they know you're never going to get there. And once again, the Huskar efficiency, solo Roshan, being done by Quinn right now at 11 minutes in the game. I don't think there's any possibility of LGD stopping this unless a random Hawk scouts it out. The rest of the heroes of gaming are still getting something off the map on all 3 lanes. They take a tier 1 top. I mean,
Apaan tuh
the
anjing kok
smoke from
disatuin?
LGD is heading bottom.
Yeah, but Duracio's in the way. He's aggressively pushing in that lane, so...
I mean, they'll take him off of silence, and they get the silence. They have the burst they do with Skyhold. That's a nice little pick.
Nice. Big kill, big kill. Right as they get the bad news that Roshan was being done, but...
Satu aku pas
It's the most you can hope for.
ngantuk anjir. Enggak
It really
gitu
is,
sih kayak
because this game
after my
is gonna
coffee gue
accelerate
udah
even
ngantuk.
faster. It's going to be a very fast BKB for Quinn. Honestly, might be the fastest I've seen on him. This Huskar. He is just barreling towards it.
Masih lama ya gini
It's
gue
so scary because it means he's gonna have like this crazy good mid-game
kayak
timing
gitu.
BKB.
Jelek.
In a very good
Mulai,
position to
mulai.
make their way into the playoffs for sure.
Anjir
And
pas banget
map
cok.
number 2 is ready, so
My
let's not waste
timing.
any more time.
Let's find out, Mac, who will be taking us
My
through.
timing
Will
are
it be
immaculate
Scars that
following
rock
my
and roll with a 2-0 lead,
Not
or will
following my
Orangutan make it a 1-1 and really kind of tie up this group, right? But I again welcome everyone who is joining us alongside this
Kencang banget.
broadcast, wherever you're watching along in the world. We are here down in Bangkok, Thailand for VCT Ascension Pacific. Midway through the day, still another series as we do move on into the evening. The beautiful Quack and Asterite will be back joining us this afternoon. So until then, Konkmodo will run it back once more as we see if Scars can continue their tear.
Well, they ain't no sheriffs, but there is 5 ghosts on the side of Orangutan. Defensive 4 players
Yeah,
over to the A
hold on.
site with just the Cypher and RVK over a B. So we've got the answer for Mac already. Are they going to be playing this 1-4 setup? We can see that, which does actually mean that there's not going to be too much aggression for them at Tree, which is where Scars are currently looking to go. They'll spot out that camera. They know that RVK was looking for something, so it's either the rotations to come from the defenders or a potential push in through the A holes and a flank.
Absolutely, so they are going to make their way in towards site relatively unscathed, but RVK actually does manage to spot Jem Keen in the process. But look at Allen, great bit of positioning here, but he has to still connect with the shots, and now as Rawfield did get all up in his face, he does get punished very quickly, and now it settles in the 3-on-3.
And with the Sky Smokes being dropped in the standard spots at Canteen and Generator, there's no information where exactly the members of Scars have fallen back to. Antidote had no idea there. He's got 1 smoke to play with, dropping over to the arcade.
Not a bad idea to actually put it there. Yeah, absolutely. And now as they do manage to get their way up tree, the Aftershock will keep them at bay for a little while longer, but time is ticking, Komodo. They don't really have much to do at all. This breach on Yoshi, he's doing absolutely everything. Great utility, spots him out with a fault line, and how can they even win this round back? Rawfield punished, taken down, Antidote last standing, and Crystal.
They're so good! Holy shit!
Fade, a nice 3K as Scars win another pistol.
Yeah, early utility dumping from Scars onto the spike as well, right? That Aftershock nice and early out because Rawfield throws the Cloudburst over towards the topper of the tower. But a nice positioning from Allen, some extra damage done, and when you get yourselves into that 3v3, Crystal starts going for that flank. I think I also caught the fact that, yeah, the Haunt, he got it perfectly for the 3K at the end there. So really nicely done in terms of just positioning to come through from Scars, altering what they needed to do when the flank happened, and Orangutan would already gotten onto the site.
Jim Keen getting that spam nice and early, sending them packing. So they did have a little bit of a look towards the dish, but happy to walk away.
Lots of utility from Scars just to try and get this dish control, though. I will say, Flashpoint and Haunt, they're getting that ulti orb on Crystal. If they do go over toward the arcade side, they can technically get another one because it is 5 players over at the north side of the map. This is a no-no rope, but there's no push from Orangutan, and that was actually good information because Alan's camera is in the spawn on the little rope in the sky, so he can see that there's nobody there. They're pinging where they possibly could be, but that's going to all be cleared, and Scars now can go where they want.
There's actually a rotation from Orangutan as well. They do set their sights back. There was a cheeky ping towards A main.
Yeah, I wonder who gave away some information. And it's RVK actually gathering info for himself, pushing north side. The stack of these pistols coming back towards A. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jem Keen tries to be at the helm, but he's actually stunned up there by that fault line. So he's in an awkward one, but it's not going to matter apparently because he will get one. Does get taken down, but Antidote, he's going to meet the fate of Crystal, who's found another 3K in the game already. 6 kills on the board. And we're only in round number 2. Not even done just yet. RVK trying to get just some level of damage out here as he moves up in towards the rope area.
If Crystal gets the kill, that's Nightfall.
Just some warning shots at this point. Crystal goes for the swing, and it's Yoshi to take it. So it won't be 7, just 6 for Crystal.
That's all right. Their ult management has already been pretty damn good, hasn't it? They're just running around the map, picking them up. Crystal, you know, if you've done your homework as Orangutan or maybe even listened to the broadcast when we saw Bonkers play them on this map, you'd know that Crystal, more often than not, likes to rip the Nightfall at the dish. It's a position that they like to do, a split entry in towards that A site. So whether or not he's going to try and grab the ulti orb at the north side of the map, maybe in arcade early or actually outside the dish, and then they come late in the rounds towards A. In a bonus round, having an ultimate like that is pretty damn powerful. So it's going to be a contest actually early, Mitch.
Yeah, very quick.
Now there's the ult.
It's Crystal, though, finding another one. This time Rawfield, though, will get the trade, but that's the Nightfall that comes in that you mentioned, Komodo. Has sent them packing for a little bit, but now Crystal, they've given him a Vandal.
Because they saw aggression immediately already at the arcade, they wanted to just go with it, roll with it. They know where Tesseract is.
How's he gotten so many? It will be Tesseract, though, fallen by Allen. And now they can settle into this 3-on-2. So the bonus round's looking good so far, Komodo. Look at where Crystal is. He creeps through. Antidote, though, finds the response. It's back into a 2-on-2, but the information's gathered by RVK. Great tripwire there. Torreneko, last one on the site, and all it needs to be is RVK swinging, and he'll make it work. Good response from Orangutan.
That's actually a bit of a fault of Crystal to try and push through that smoke as well in a 3 versus 2, feeling a little bit uncomfortable, wants to be sneaky beaky, doesn't happen. But I actually think the positioning that RVK put that trapwire at the entry to the tower, the fact that it actually gets a catch and he can get the kill on the back of it makes things really difficult for Torreneko at the end in the 1 versus 2. Had that trapwire not been there potentially, it could have been the bonus gathered for Scars, but it's not. 2 players surviving. Now we're having a comfy bye into the next round anyways, Scars, because it was that bonus for them. A Bulldog for Antidote is the only lesser equipped weapon for Orangutan here, getting closer to some ultis of their own. That orbital strike, I want to see the first creativeness that he is going to use it. Is it going to be to deny a plant? Is it going to be to find some positioning to catch some people?
I love that. Cheeky from RVK. Pops the cam, gets some info. sends him back.
Yeah, but you got to look at Alan's position as well, right? He's already sleuthed his way in through the tree while the rest of his teammates are at the north side of the map for, again, an arcade battle.
Yeah, RVK right at the helm. Jem Keen, though, gets damaged up this time, and somehow he's still alive, still kicking. If he gets a frag here, it'll be absolute murder, but Rawfield does manage to get out as they keep on pushing here, Komodo.
Who's going to grab that orb as well? Is it going to be the explosion into the site? You've got to be careful of that trap wire, but he satchels through it.
Managed to get over the top of it, apparently. There is Aziz, though. Rawfield, RVK, all fragging up a storm here for Orangutan. Not allowing Scars the distance, but Jem Keen, he's a sneaky little boy as he gets into position. If he just held the trigger for a little step longer, maybe there was more in it for him, but he gets baited by it. Now Yoshi inside heaven, last alive. Rawfield on the line, and it's just too easy for Orangutan there.
Yeah, they just have no HP at the end, right? 7 and 27. You really just need to hit swift headshots without your opponents almost shooting back at you. Tied up, 2-all. The credit's not there for Scars, so they're going to have to be a little bit more somber in this round, right?
Yeah.
A little bit lesser equipped. You can try and, you know, manage your ultimate orbs as well if you do want to try and get closer towards them, but it's great to see that the result of map 1 is not hitting Orangutan hard here. They're off in this one early. Hey, they got 2 rounds in a row. We didn't see that yet.
Yeah. Finally. Need to see Orangutan go hard. Pearl would be awesome to see. But what do you even do there? No skin either. Jem Keen making it work. Toroneko also supporting. So Tesseract only is 1 and done. But Antidote, luckily, can get a couple more. Down to 50 HP. Does have the orbital strike in hand.
Yeah, but he was stuck. Very risky to stick around. 50 HP to still play with. And these weapons have been stolen from Scars. Do they know the flank is already going to be here for RVK? The trap wire is there. He's waiting to be able to pop it. There it is with the neural theft out. He's going to charge at him.
Crystal punishes. So it's back to it. 1v3. Antidote doesn't have the positioning either. He does have that orbital strike as mentioned, but does he want to burn it? He is going to go for it. That's quite bold. Pulls him off actually, and he...
Vandal spray through smoke.
It's for naught.
Vandal spray through the smoke will reveal his traces. And in that instance as well, they technically could have stuck the spike if they wanted to and then played the 2 versus 1. A very large risk to use the orbital there to play with time where there was still a lot of spare time on the clock for them to readjust and re-get the plant later on. So with the lesser equipped weaponry for Scars, their plan of play is just a little bit more sweeter, a little bit quicker to react.
Scars seem to be pretty happy, as well as their fans in the crowd. Loving the diversity that we've had of all these teams with all their fans. It's a special feeling, Komodo, to be there in a venue where you've got the little signs and everyone's got such incredible writing. My handwriting sucks.
Rolling Thunder, ready to deploy for Tesseract on the back of contact from Aziz, and it's going to go out, but it's going to catch his teammate and the rocket from Jem Keen.
Doesn't even matter at this point, but Tesseract at least will respond. That's the main thing. Look at the peak. Oh, he could have had more. But Yoshi gets the punishment on back, and now a couple of taps through. Still a 3-on-3 here as they're held back by the smoke.
Look at the ultimates though. Yoshi's going to be sending it in. The Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike, Mitch.
It makes it awkward. Toroneko has to face forward and he'll get one, but the Molotov does keep them at bay for a little while longer. Look how close Rawfield and RVK are.
Those smokes are about to fade. He can put his own incendiary in towards one of the locations as well to buy some time.
They just needed to get to site and they got there so quickly. Alan spotted out RVK. Actually gets dinked in the process as well, but it's not good enough from RVK. All left on the Rawfield.
Yeah, and he's stuck at the side spawn, isn't he? The cameras now spot him, so they know where he is. Neural theft from Alan.
Slow moon walk away, isn't it, from Rawfield?
Yeah, it's just going to force him back into the next round, essentially. If you can hold over the Vandal, he might be able to justify using the Blade Storm in the next round.
Drop over to a friend. Aziz, a little bit of cash in hand.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. But look, Scars have rekindled their love for a lead, and a 4th round will be secured here, Komodo.
An expensive one in terms of the ultimates, though, right? Rolling Thunder, Showstopper for the beginning, Orbital Strike, and Neural Theft.
Yeah.
Fracture, unique in the fact that you can get ultimates a lot quicker if you're managing the ulti orbs, but to use 4 in a round this early on, I actually kind of like it for Scars because they can get them again very rapidly.
Yeah. Not too far away, obviously, on the side of Orangutan, though, as well. Plenty more things can occur. but they just have to get a wriggle on, like, Ascent. The issue was how quickly Scars were managing to extend out that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. OGS not giving themselves enough room to breathe, potentially. Not able to get a couple of rounds in a row. See if there's going to be any change when their rifles do come back, or if it's going to start here with the lackluster weaponry. That Blade Storm, of course, already popped up by Rawfield, as he's the one to carry over the Vandal as you expected.
Aku lupa
I do
unmute
like the
dari
fact
tadi.
that it is a
Capek
little
banget.
bit slower for Scars as well. Not
Guys, follow
100%
my
sure.
Twitter.
And if OGS
Kalau
are going to
kalian
go
belum follow.
fast into a position, if their buy is very substantial, or it is the, you know, kind of real lesser
Jujur, dia nggak
equipped
main
one,
Twitter gimana?
they know the blades are here,
Trying
just don't
to.
know where.
Well, RVK's gone hunting now as well, so he might gather some info. Great shot from Aziz Komodo. That's the weapon that was dropped over, as you mentioned.
One away from Showstopper 2. Could be huge in a round like this.
Absolutely. Rawfield, though, punished, denied. Now it's awkward. Tesseract, great shot, but Crystal again. Mr. Consistent, I want to call him the way he's been fragging. And now Aziz.
Just hit the button.
Yeah, firmly on there. Does actually throw off the aftershock, so it might give him some further info. There it is. Aziz picks up another, but Alan will respond very, very quickly. Now into this 2-on-2. Crystal's still alive, and he's been a demon. How does he go? With a third, apparently. RVK left alone, 1v2. Patience now. Can he find the right timing? Sheriff in hand. It's the weapon that suits him most, but no. Alan closes it out strong. Crystal continuing the charge.
Yep, the captain.
He has been,
He steadied the ship on those rocky waters
Really
into
has.
a round where they uncharted territory.
12-3.
Yeah, that's kind of nutty.
Man, this guy's not even just steering the ship. He's found new territory. You know, he's gone on a little journey.
Yeah. Well, I will say there was some shining light there for the guys on OGS. They got a couple of good kills in trade. But yeah, at the end of the day, the round gathered for Scars, and I do believe with the timer we are getting a bit of a discussion to be seeing for OGS, I would say.
It's got to happen again. I think it's just really the only opportunity. They need to have a conversation about why or how, you know, we can get back into this, because those two rounds that they found back-to-back were pretty good. They were pretty impressive. You
Bonus
know,
close, and then the next one pretty decent.
Exactly right. You know, that they show signs of life here, but I don't
Belajar,
know.
coachnya
They haven't been able
Jepang kayak
to
masih bocil
find
banget
their
nggak sih?
mojo,
Kayak masih
I guess
kecil aja.
I'll call it, in this series so far. Scars have very much been leading the charge, and as we
Ngeri
saw
banget ya
earlier, you know,
orang-orang.
D+ Kia, felled by
Sponsornya
Bonkers,
Puma.
Bleed, made look mortal by
Well,
Orangutan.
saying of Bleed, right? 4 attackers rounds that Orangutan were able to put up. If they can get that here and have the same defensive start that they had of
Yes.
6 in a row, they can make this one look competitive. I think that may be enough to get them into the
Anjir,
mindset to win
Scardi
this map,
Yeah.
to
Balance.
get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. It just is crazy, you know, that
Kapan
streak
tim Indo
obviously
di
that Bleed
sponsor sama
had.
ini ya?
Honestly, it needs to be Rawfield leading the charge again. They have so much success when he is shooting. You know, over
Tim
20
Indo ada
kills
nggak
in
sih
the
di
series,
sponsor
despite
sama
the loss for Bleed on the map of Fracture.
merek sports itu? Kayak nggak ada dah.
The rest of the team, yeah, a little bit down. But if you
Rata-rata
have him popping off, it's gonna be a start in the right direction.
Yeah.
At least.
No, exactly right. This
And-
time it's not even Gem Keen popping off, it's
Yeah.
been Crystal.
Well, the operator is actually going to go out for Rawfield on this defensive side. So remember, 6 is what they're going to be chasing for their defense, at least here. Not the greatest start for them, though. Crystal with the Nightfall at the dish. A very common occurrence, as I said.
Comfy territory for him. A main control at least established by Orangutan.
Changing it up to Arcade. They've really been liking Arcade in this map so far. Orangutan happy enough to put a bit of pressure here with their duelists too, changing it up.
Aziz has got the showstopper as well, can pull it at any time.
Yeah, but the problem is when. He hasn't spotted anyone just yet.
Anjir,
That's going to be a
teman
little bit of
Vincent
a time-sensitive issue where Scars can start to scale up. He can rip it whenever he wants now because he knows that they are starting to progress here. There's that Nightfall.
Does he throw it? Does he use it? Obviously getting into position now. He absolutely
Belajar.
does. Aziz getting the opener here, and it's Gem Keen with the
timingnya.
response, but Aziz with another.
Timingnya.
Does get taken down quickly though, however, by
Kenapa?
Yoshi. So it's back into this 3-on-3 as that spike's going to go down.
And Crystal's going to turn to play a little bit of a flank
Whoa!
now as well. But Gem Keen through the smoke now on the Rawfield.
Banyak ini ya
Tesseract
tembusin
together
pakai Vandal
in
kelihatan
arms. Remember,
terusnya anjir.
there's an operator here.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at Crystal's positioning as well. He's able to actually lock in towards the underground pass there.
He did it already, remember?
Yeah. knows the flank, loves the position, and now they've just got to try and clear out as much utility as possible. Paint shells aren't exactly good enough as Tesseract gets that, but now he knows that Crystal's on that flank, and he's actually crossed. This man is playing mind games to an incredible pace.
Good fault line there as well to lock him in.
This is like a tournament peak performance from Crystal. Like, not
Peak
just
start.
now, like, just the way he has positioned himself and the amount of impact he's had round on round has just been surreal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you look at what shenanigans are afoot in this round. Aziz able to start off with the showstopper, getting some more damage on in. When you think that maybe there's going to be a way for them to get a retake happening, it's just the quick play that Scars are able to throw back of you. True players at tower, the trade that happens there as well. And then, as we say, the flank from Crystal, unexpected, even though he's done that before.
Yeah. So much control from this man, and you can just see it in his player cam every single time a round's done. Just calm.
Yeah, you got to be, right? You can't crack under pressure even if you are in a lead. You can't get too overzealous. It's going to be the pistols, though, for Orangutan yet again. Their Cypher setup is at A, so if Scars look to go over here, they have to contend with potential trapwires where the Sheriff might pick them up, but the problem being when they're running this Cypher, majority of their forces are going to be on the other side of the map. Rawfield is here, but deeper in the halls.
These are the rounds that I get excited for.
Yeah.
Orangutan, Sheriffs.
Yeah,
That's how they win them.
Rawfield's going to be the one to swing when the trapwire on the site actually pings a body, but RVK, remember his 4K?
Yeah, I do.
It was with the Sheriff.
I remember the opening pick in this round as well, where they were able to turn the tides. You know, I mentioned it. Cheeky whiff, though. Allen gets the response. It's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do because Rawfield's position is unknown. Will Crystal check it?
I don't think he will.
Nah. He can get 2.
Oh! He popped the tailwind. Didn't get to use it, unfortunately, though. The secondary won't quite come through. He was patient, but not quite enough. And great shot from Antidote as well. But now the advantage going back the way of Orangutan. Aziz manages to pick up another. It's all on the Yoshi inside this 1v3, and they're everywhere. The blast back, it almost throws him out, but now he can get into main, can get a reload, can get the fault line down. Oh, Yoshi! He wants to make this super winnable, and now he can creep around the side. Does he hold it for long enough? Oh, he's just that bloody good, isn't he?
A 1v3.
Oh, Yoshi. Sure, it's only pistols, but the position that he found himself in was immaculate.
He has not cracked in this one, has he? Not whatsoever. A 1 versus 3 to just keep this lead growing for the side of Scars. And I'm looking at the positioning from him, right? He's trying to utilize the map to the best of his ability. You even see the satchel thrown at him in that situation as well. But it just doesn't work out for Aziz, right? Imagine if he's just ready with his gun and his team can all swing with him. You catch him, header swinging. It just doesn't happen. Credit over towards Yoshi there. A brilliant play. But at least a promising sign for OGS that they have another gun round. We've got that operator. We've got a couple of ultimates. Antidote's 1 away from the orbital strike. But as the A main halls get cleared on out, will RVK pop his camera for the info? Orb gathered, camera popped, destroyed. Rotations to come to A, because it's quick from Scars.
Fire in the hole, he reckons, as Jem Keen at the helm does drop RVK. Great start. Also, maybe some tickle damage almost onto the man in heaven in Tesseract. But oh, great shot here as a response. Now the Rolling Thunder, Torren Echo just has to wait underneath the side. It's a great flashpoint as well from Tesseract. He is popping off in this round, but it's all on the Torren Echo, and he will be taken quickly by Aziz.
They got one.
They made it happen,
They
finally.
got one, and it only went in form of an operator in the mix for Rawfield, but most importantly, that Rolling Thunder from Tesseract as well to make things a little bit more difficult for Scars at the end. The flood from them out through the sands, the big old pick from Rawfield too, as we see it on there. Just caught trying to get into the site as Scars, not expecting the disrespect of those smokes either. A bit of a change up from Orangutan, but we know for Scars that that's just throwing a little bit of a pebble in this pond that they have started to make pretty.
Absolutely, and this time they want to go even faster as well. Jem Keen, but Aziz manages to drop Torren Echo. Crystal does actually find the trade, however, so that was back towards Tree. Now they send that Rolling Thunder in towards Sight, and Crystal still at the helm here, still with a spike in hand. Tesseract, a little bit overzealous there, I would say, my friend. Rawfield gets one back, but Allen's also there to trade, so now a 3v2 with that spike about to be planted.
No theft used from Allen, but RVK has a body that he can throw it on for when they go for this retake, if they go to go for this retake. Antidote will get an orbital on a kill.
It's a toughie in general. That's a great catch, though, by the Spy Cam. So at least they know exactly as to where Yoshi is, but it's planted in for A main. They should have an understanding about where the rest of these members are.
Well, they use the Neural Theft, remember? A cage has to go on the spike or the Sky Smoke at least for some protection.
Yeah, Yoshi looking to throw down that fault line again as well. So they have to get moving. They have to get clearing.
Oh, they don't know it's on. All of the pressure, all the util over to main.
Absolutely, everything just completely locking him out as that time continues to tick. Komodo, they haven't even had a chance to get onto it. They tap now to at least pull some info, but there's just not enough time at all. So that's the round basically done and dusted here, right? Unless...
That would have been tight.
Yeah.
That would have been a huge round for OGS. They do take 2 weapons away at the end, but you're not wrong, right? No time at the end of it because of the utility, the spraying come down. You always understand why OGS went for a play like that. Sky Smoke and Cage for protection. You're at a player of a disadvantage still. You want to be tapping that spike, baiting out your opponents to try and get the kill, but it's just proving to be a little bit too difficult for them to do that. And Aziz, that frag there, that's what Lou was actually getting success in, with those satchels on towards the tree box, you know, getting that long line of sight. So there's creativity, right, coming through from OGS. It's just that Scars are a bit of a different beast in this series right now.
Certainly agree. Scars have just been in control the entire way. Can I drive? No. Taking us the whole way home.
Last round of the half, though. Definitely need to see Antidote and Aziz use these ultimates to try and get a kill before they lose their life in a round here. Nightfall gathered out by Crystal to go hand in hand with an orbital strike. We can see a big pop in towards one of these sites. Will it be to the A site where they'll have to contend with RVK and his setup, because you've got that tight line being held from Raw Fuel. First point of contact, no Tailwind activated just yet. When will he look to do though?
I think he's ready.
Oh, that hurts.
What do you do? Gemkeen again ripping heads off of the shoulders, and now the utility starts to get thrown out. RVK has an impossible task ahead. Alan looks to get some damage down, but it looks like RVK might be able to find something, still trying to chip away. But now it's another orbital strike coming down. So there at least is still some members of Orangutan joining the fray here. Spike looking to be planted, but yeah.
No rocket to deny, but it's RVK to spray.
Getting another on the flank. Allen, though, inside the smoke gets it done. Yoshi looking to get this spike planted 2-on-2.
Oh, he didn't use the rocket. It's too late. The plant's in,
and
it missed as well.
He didn't even connect. It's crazy chaos onside this side of A. The last round of the half, and Allen and Yoshi. Scars. They know.
They know what they need to do, man. There is no doubt in Scars at the moment in this server of anything going wrong. They have no questions on what they need to do. It is ingrained in their mind right now.
The Scars are what has made them. The region of Japan, people slicing and dicing. They just know how to heal up well.
Yep. 9-3. Again, superstition.
I just don't see it.
Nah?
Not the way it's been going at all. I wanted to believe, I wanted to say, like, I was literally looking at it as a realist, right? As a bias, bonkers win, bonkers fighting, Susu, all that, right? As a realist, D plus Kia, they should have walked away with that pretty solid, right?
Yeah.
And then I switch over to this one and go, 3 maps, tight game.
Yes.
It's got to run the gauntlet. I was wrong about both, and I'm quite happy, except for the fact that it means that this is going to be a shorter series.
Well, if we see some resurgence from Orangutan here, it has to be on the form of, again, Raw Fuel popping up. It is one of their larger successes when it comes to them as a whole as well, right? You know, against that series on Bleed, overall, a good performance, not going to lie. You know, we got a map in there. We've got nearly 60 kills for Raw Fuel. Tesseract as well, doing what he could try and do. Currently enough, Tesseract on top with double digits, but it just feels we're getting a little bit of an absence from the players that we should be looking towards on OGS. Maybe not even a little bit of an absence, maybe too much of an absence.
Yeah. Well, you see the kill disparity, and it's just not that far apart. You know, Scars have just been converting so much more in these, 1v2 or 2v2, whatever situations.
Well, the pistol round, look at the pressure the Scars are already getting in towards the dish. This is a full flank. This is really quick into the camera, but for OGS, it's into the site.
Absolutely. Molly goes down, but Rawfield's actually already past it, so they should be able to find that site relatively quickly. Spike does go down, but Antidote did run through the Molotov.
And he's used all his smokes as well, where Toroneko has all three. They can wait a couple of seconds for the Spike to just tick away, for the players to get situated, and then go for a big old retake.
Now they want to run in. Now they want to get moving, and those paint shells are going to make it so awkward to the fact where we actually had to see old mate Antidote move inside the Sky Smoke, and he does get 2 as a reward for it, but Crystal will be able to respond. He gets the second as well. This man will not stop in any way, shape, or form to keep his team afloat. Now Alan onto that defuse, but look at Tesseract inside the smoke. There it is. Finally, again, we see Orangutan bring it back. They don't want this series to win, and nor do we.
The pistol secured quickly into the site with no real damage, no real pressure being assigned toward them either. So for Scars, yes, we do see Crystal extending his kill lead, getting the kills, but it's just the positioning from OGS, knowing what they have to do with that mug. I almost think that latest smoke that was dropped on, it's not really helping Scars to get into the site, right? Because you could see they used it to dip out of the site when the paint shells were thrown on in. And the trades, they were held up. The trades were looking good for OGS, successful. They find themselves now with one piece to get back into this map, that pistol round, but they have to convert this second hit.
Going for the exact same play here from Orangutan as Aziz does spot out Yoshi, but Toroneko inside the corner does get one, and Crystal with another as a respondent, but Alan,
nice.
Not much he can do there. 3 alive, pretty solid result there. Rawfield, who you did mention to earlier, getting that 3K. So they do narrow the scoreline just slightly. So from what we know, Orangutan win one more and then the game's done, right?
Nah, look, I want to play on the side of I'm hoping that this bonus round can go for them to get back into the series, to get us really close, even if it does end in a 2-0, to not just be a whitewash, right? To be extremely competitive, to be reminiscent of what that Bleed series was.
We need that level of competition.
Yeah.
Cannot get to a point where one team is just absolutely whitewashing the other.
Mm-hmm. And at home for them as well, right? Fracture was the map that they won in the grand final, one of the 3.
Yeah.
13-10, mind you.
Utility down for Alan, trying to hold on to his position for now because they are moving through that tower, and there you go. How does Alan get away with it though? Rawfield does manage to pick up one as now he's also looks for a response, but RVK 1v3. That's the sheriff. It's the no. Don't give him a gun. The sheriff is the one.
Maybe give him the spike.
Yeah, he needs that.
Yeah, 1v3. Cages to cross, but you would expect some spam.
No way he wins this.
And it's just going to be easy. Yoshi picking it up for the team of Scars. Now 10 rounds. Double digits secured again. So
by the way, Yoshi is my favorite
They've got a full level investment here
in Mario.
They need to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, on the attacker's side as well, if they want to, they can try to get Rawfield in with the Blade Storm, but I almost feel like it's better to not go in that direction at the moment because it is going to be the first rifle round, right? These are the rounds that they need to be successfully gaining. If this round is dropped, yeah, he'll have the Blade Storm. Use that when it is required the most, but for right now, I wouldn't mind seeing an orbital strike be the target.
Slow up, much slower this time round. Bit of a freeze.
Yeah,
no, Yoshi is
well
my dragon.
Really likes holding these Sky Smokes and using them a little bit later in the round as well. I don't
what
mind
do you
it.
mean it's
We've
a
already
dragon?
got a little bit of
it's
this Cypher deployment that he'll be able to dance around as well with this camera to spot first contact. Bit of a different change up for these trap wires as well.
Still a level of hesitancy. It's going to be a tough one for them to hold down though here, Komodo.
Yeah, absolutely. Both cages popped in for Alan. He's feeling the sweat.
Starting to move on in. Oh, geez, Rawfield does actually manage to catch the timing though, and ultimately finding Alan, and it's a second as well. This is a much better performance here from Orangutan because they will get the spike planted.
3-player flank to come in for Scars as well. It's essentially them having an entry into the site.
Not planted for Tree either this time around, but Yoshi does make one on a way back in, and now he can rotate around to join the rest of his team here. So that was the linchpin, getting the member in the tunnels there.
Full kit of util for all of these players though, Mitch.
Yeah, Rawfield's position. I like it, as Antidote does manage to just dodge out but they have to hold the line. Crystal finds it. Aziz will get another, but it's back to that 3-on-2. And I don't know if they're actually overly keen. They're just going to be limping their way away from here. So that's going to be a round done for Orangutan.
He's a dinosaur.
6 now secured. They are certainly showing that there is still some game left.
Yep, there's more to come from them. A gun round secure, surviving with 3. That Bladestorm available if Rawfield wants as well, just in case Aziz and RVK are going to be dropping down to something like the lighter shield or lacking utility. There's always going to be that suggestion available in this round next. And again, I'm looking towards the 4th round, because I always love when we get to a 4th round that's a gun round, because that's where we start to get towards those big ultimates as well, right? Your 7s and your 8s, especially when it does
Are you
come
Korean?
towards
No.
Fracture. So I want to be seeing what sort of spice is going to be added to this mix for this next round. What are we going to be getting out from Scars on their defense to try and get a round back, to try and seal this deal on a 2-0? Because Crystal's 1 away from the Nightfall, we've got 1 away from the Neural Theft and the Orbital Strike. There's a lot of information that Scars are going to be able to get in, might I add, a 3-player crunch up towards the side of Arcade. But OGS, they're not going to meet any resistance over at the dish.
Finding that timing.
Are they
now.
all really using
They haven't really given a sniff out towards this position yet, Komodo, but now they are going to put the foot down on the accelerator. Straight into the inside, but look at Alan.
Japanese, no.
Didn't quite get
I'm
it. Torineko also dropping Aziz in the process as well, but they do go 2 for 2. Sight will be secure, but that's the Nightfall. They look to get moving quickly. We spoke about how Scars don't like to hold off.
Yeah, not at all. And the shots for Gem Keen onto Antidote. That's the spike in such a bad position.
Yeah, why is it there? How is it being dropped in this one? Tesseract at least does get to respond in a degree, but he's still trying to fight the fight to get that spike from position.
There's 50 seconds. Everyone can settle down.
Good response. Crystal makes it a 1v1. RVK now has a long way to go. Does Crystal know that the spike is still in position at Sands?
They might have expected RVK to already get it because there's been such time since the spike carrier was dropped. 30 seconds at this point in time. It is that gamble stack. Any tendencies from a player that would show where they want to go. For RVK though, this is the path where he has to clear the most angles before getting the spike, and that's going to pose a problem. 10 seconds essentially to run and go and get that spike. He's looking for Crystal, who's happy enough to take an individual Angel because Crystal will have access to a Haunt. He's heard the running though. 7, 6, he needs the kill and the peek from Crystal. That is ill-timed.
I was going to say the patience was really starting to pay off for Crystal, but RVK manages to spot the line on the cross. You know, he knew he had barely any time, so he had to swing for it, and RVK manages to connect with the shot.
It's one of those things for Crystal as well that you know he'll be kicking himself. He'll see the clock. A teammate will tell him, potentially, you know, wait for the clock. There's no time for playing, right? Real rough to come on through, but again, any round that OGS are getting, it is just going to lift up their spirits so much. And Mitch, that's the player who has been the least performant in this map so far for Orangutan.
True. Wait, what? No.
Okay.
Similar start for Orangutan. Wanted to go through Dish. Currently, only Alan at the site of A by himself. No assistance from his team. They don't really have too much of a buy
Indonesian?
either. Bit of a party mix.
You know why? Do you have a thing for Indonesian?
Hey, things can happen with that bad boy. We know it. But they're going to be straight in towards this side again, and didn't quite get where he wanted to now in Aziz. He has gone to the top of the site now, but Alan's still in position. Okay, Rawfield will make quick work of him, so that's going to be him taken down and site secured here for Orangutan.
See what damage can be delivered to for Scars as Aziz is going on a tear.
Aziz is
they are popping off.
This one doesn't look there's really anything left. I mean, Crystal's done well to at least find a frag. He's 23 and 9. But it looks like he's about to be hunted down.
Whoa!
Again, 3 players alive for OGS. You continue to go like this. You slowly but surely build up a little bit of your economy to get back in. But the 9-3 curse. Is it starting to rear its ugly
Anjir,
head?
Crystal boleh main sendiri. Halo, Gem Keen.
Defensive round for Scars of the bonus nature. We were asking for OGS. You all need to be better in your attackers rounds. You all need to be better in your rifle rounds, more importantly. And they are starting to deliver.
Yeah, slow and steady as it does start to have a resurgence here for Orangutan. We were begging for it. Really wanted this to occur.
You're gorgeous. I'm coming to Indonesia.
Aggression from Gem Keen. He's been punished time and time again in these past couple of rounds. Wants to get excited, wants to get into the action early. But Orangutan, they themselves are going really fast as well. Remember, they're changing up. They're wondering what has been working for us. And it has been this aggression into B this time, though.
Do I have
They're off the side, so they're going to have to allow them to come in and play for the retake again. Rolling Thunder, it's going to come out. It's going to make it really, really awkward. Aziz here does get the opening, but that's the orbital strike.
You got him.
Aziz ya.
Clipped just on the end, but another orbital strike, and Toroneko gets another. Jeez, what is going on? It's going to be Tesseract and Gem Keen. They're trading these frags back to front, left to right.
If RVK can use the neural theft, he'll have an idea of where all of the players are going to be mounting this retake from.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking too.
How quickly do they look to try and
Don't
fight
take it
this?
too serious. Yeah,
Horn, no info. Everyone up in the tower. And it's made of ivory at this point in time as they try to hold their best work.
They have to go for the fights. There's no util.
Half ticked. Toroneko was punished, but now Alan trying to get into position again. Rawfield
oh, they're joking! Crystal, why are you so far away, Crystal? Your friend is defusing.
Doing it on this breach.
Why are you so far away?
Time again. Yep. He's been my MVP for sure.
Trying to catch
6 assists as well.
Franker.
He has had so much impact on this breach.
Certainly does feel like he feels most at home when it comes to this map, playing on the breach.
Oh, he's
leading by good example, good charge with the stuns, with the flashes, with the fragging most crucially. And it feels like as well, this aggression that Orangutan are throwing in, right? There's no big resistance from Scars early. We know they're a team that likes to really not etch on the play of retake when they're being forced into doing so. Feels like they're a little bit wary of what's going on. As now, Mitch, this is something...
Ngecok ya guys ya, apa iya?
I'm gonna say weed. 5 players on a bit of a gun round from Scars.
Oh, ketinggian.
Yeah. Trying to get sneaky, and unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. It's the impact man in Tesseract again, but Yoshi, Toroneko, hang on a second. This is not meant to be happening. How has this occurred? They had the opening, they had the beginning and everything, but now RVK all alone. Another Sky Smoke information gathered from that boombot.
I mean, when you run into a stack of 5 players on that A site where they have planned incendiaries, stingers and shotguns, it is a recipe for a really weird round to be gathered.
Recipe for disaster, it feels like.
Yeah. Orangutan getting so close to tying up this scoreline too. To make it 10-all in this map. They won't have enough money for a buy in the next round for sure, but anything RVK can remove is going to be worth its weight in gold.
I like this double up as well. Makes it easy. 4 alive. And Scars
finally
picking up 11 now. Only 2 more rounds needed to secure a victory here against Orangutan, making themselves 2-0 in the groups.
For Oh shit.
It'll be very, very large for them to try and secure themselves a top 3 finish in their group, get into those playoffs. You know, they're probably even going to be chasing for a first place finish, right? Get that extra day off, get into that semi-final.
Oh shit.
But here, the full focus is going to be within the server. A timeout to be called, a discussion to be had for Scars. How to close out this map for Orangutan. How to potentially stop them from getting map point first before maybe even needing to contend with the idea of an overtime.
It's not what they want at all, Scars. First time they've actually had pressure applied on them. And Orangutan with 9, you know, I thought it for sure that off the back of that opening pick, you know, they might have been able to fight a little bit harder, taking it up to 10-10. But for now, there is still an opportunity for them to bring this back, right? You know, that's not just over yet. 12 has not yet been secured by Scars.
True.
No, it's not D-Day, is it yet?
True.
Not whatsoever in this map here of Fracture. Timeout goes away. What are we going to look to see from the likes of Orangutan? They've been going very, very quick this time into these past few rounds. You know, 4 in a row there.
I'm becoming
before that
this
stack
way,
for Scars works a treat. And imagine if Scars wasn't actually stacking on the correct side, right? It would have been a different scenario, tied up potentially here. But on this defensive line, I am seeing a stacking of players towards B for Scars. I am seeing an expectation on tree aggression for them. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. No crunch to also happen, though, through the A-holes.
I'm ready to become a grandma.
Send some packing at least for now.
Yeah.
Some shots fired and control gathered by Scars.
Let the time kind of simmer a little bit, it would seem. A bit of utility used. See if there's going to be any answerings back from Orangutan. Also something to note here, Mitch, is that Crystal is one away from the Nightfall, but we're going to have a battle at the tree
yes,
here.
we are. They are close and personal, but it's going to be Aziz to get one. Aftershock works out, but Aziz gets another back, and so does RVK. Site should be securable, but Toroneko, he's still here, Komodo.
Neural theft. He's going to have to fight through it. Dies.
It's Aziz. All left onto Alan now. 1 versus 4, and he might not even be able to live out that plant. Nah, he's out.
Yeah.
Doesn't want a bar of it at all, and that's Orangutan with 10 now here. Double digits secured.
Jem Keen gets taken down with that showstopper in play, in effect, in his hand. Not able to get that one out. Could have been the differentiating factor in this round. OGS, they get 3 kills almost immediately when that gets shut down. They are slowly but surely, again, making this one competitive. And that was what we were asking earlier, right? If this is still going to be, you know, a 2-0, or if we're looking like it's going to be a blowout, I just want to see OGS get back into this map, build up that proper confidence. Now we're finally starting to see what we were missing from them. No real answer back from Scars just yet on how to counter their aggression.
Like very dark.
Look how hard they're hunting for him. Yeah. Even though the money's still there for Scars, they have tapped.
That's all right. He's alive.
He's okay.
He's fine.
He's okay.
Double digits achieved though for OGS. That neural theft previously used as well, so they're not going to have access to that, but they are starting to get a little bit closer to a couple of extra ultimates. And, you know, it's always funny as well, right? When you see the aggression from Scars out into the tree really early on and they get that as a position for their own, usually you see a lot of teams leave, right? They're not here. They're going to be over the other side of the map. But the uniqueness of Fracture, where you've got those 4 entry points as well, means they kind of have to stay around if they want to and they choose to. But yeah, OGS just get the better of them. And now, a similar, slower start for a round. Nobody wants to be the first one to lose their lives. Crystal, of course, with that death, getting the Nightfall. It's the only ultimate that they have right now. Yoshi 2 away from the Rolling Thunder will be the next, but with 3 players over towards this B side of the map, you're going to see Toroneko play for where he can smoke as quick as possible. And then Alan left to his own devices over at A. It is the silent time in this round. Now finally OGS starting to reveal a bit of information as they look to clear the A holes. Spike and Spawn though, so they don't know exactly where they want to be going just yet.
It's crazy how slow some of these rounds have got though, Komodo, as of late, right? I felt that the pace was so much quicker on some of the earlier maps that we've had of today, but this has really slowed down.
Yeah, Yoshi, he had to get out of that situation. He's been stuck time and time again with those paint shells, but there it is. Crystal taking out RVK. Now, you can rely on the Cypher utility to try and hold down the side or give it up and then retake with the ult.
Absolutely. Looking to get onto that side immediately, and they do. So they've got the real estate secured, but they have to get that spike plant and then manage to fight off the hungry landlords.
Oh, Nightfall in early. They don't want no plant, Mitch.
They don't like a retake, do they? They want to try and defend it and stop it because that spike indeed has gone down, but Jem Keen will find it. Tesseract, though, now has to do more.
Oh,
that flash!
Oh!
How do they do it? Managing to turn and burn, and they make it work. It's all left onto Rawfuel now. The one bullet makes it clear as to where he is. He doesn't know what's happening. Everything running at him. 1, 2, hang on. He stuck it, has he? No?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Okay, I was going to say.
It got defused, but you can just see all of the utility that was thrown at Rawfuel there, right? The incendiary, the fault line, a deeper sky smoke as well. The understanding that if the close one disappears, he has to be a little bit further back for that peak, because either he's walking into an incendiary or he's in a smoke and can't really shoot, right?
Yeah.
So really nice placement of the utility for the Scars members. And it all really started from Crystal getting that peak early on, right? Then the plant's in. We know that Scars are really not liking these retakes because that's where Orangutan finds success. Really, really rapidly fast rounds. Get in, get the plant, get the denial of a retake. No chance for OGS in that one to settle things out. And now 2 rounds Scars have to play to try and close out this series.
Crystal has just had so much impact throughout this map. He's done everything for the team.
Mafia streamer? Ooh, what?
Well.
What do you mean, Mafia?
And Jem Keen, he has an idea that they are all coming up under. Oh, this could be big.
Could absolutely be huge, Komodo. Jem Keen, there's one blast pack to help him out. There's 2, there's 3! Oh man, I feel like we're a serial repeater for this man, aren't we, Jem Keen? Continuing to show that Scars is king. The Titan of Japan. He's an import. He's made his way from EMEA. But he is the one who deserves, again, the power
of
Sort of
Scars.
spoiler
He
of
went silent for so many of those rounds as well, and you know, it's one of the things that we keep making a mention to for the likes of Scars. If Crystal and Jemkeen are popping off, those two can carry these guys through. It feels like any team at the moment. They got the job done here again. After his silence, he completely shuts it down. A 4K in that last round. Toran Echo catching him in the middle of a Rolling Thunder. Scars.
The game I saw the
played a
beginning of the
phenomenal
stream.
series today.
Definitely
Oh,
slowed
the
down for a
LA
little bit
Noir
Komodo, right? But
game.
just the way that
That's not
Orangutan were at
Mafia,
least able
that's
to find their way back in
detective
for the short term.
police
Scars
work
just
kind of thing.
continued to tear, continued to show how good and exactly
And
right.
they, I guess,
Claps for
yeah.
Orangutan. They were showing a valiant effort into that second map, especially.
Oh my
This
God,
we
it's
saw
funny
a little
to
bit
see.
more from them, of course, on Ascent, but it just wasn't quite there. It was again Scars who really are showing their strengths here. The only team in this competition so far that sit at a 2-0 scoreline. And there they are.
You know what's cooking?
Strong opponents in the rest of this group that have made it look so good so far.
I'll say 2-0 with 2 2-0s.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a statistic right there.
And that's why they're looking pretty powerful at the moment. But remember, there is more teams in their bracket that they are going to have to, or they're going to have to face up against that have looked
And
pretty hot
Jogja.
as well. So I'm very excited for that.
For sure. Very, very well played from them across the board. You know, this game of Fracture, I was starting to sit there thinking, going, man, maybe we've got another stomp. Maybe it's going to be another 13-6, something on those lines where there's just not really much to work with. But so much of this utility usage that just caused such aggressive fights, and then right towards the end, we spoke about it. And in a lot of our research, Komodo, when we were doing the prep for this event, we realized that Scars, they don't like to fight a retake. And that's exactly what happened in these last couple of rounds. As the spike was getting planted, they go in for the battle immediately, and they were just able to do it time and time again. So
I'm looking forward to the first kill statistics to coming out, because I've just done the calculations to figure out those opening kills for both sides, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. It's what we would expect, but you know, there's a couple of instances on the back of that where there's conversions not being found out from Orangutan. And I think one of the biggest things as well, right? The first time half scoreline 9-3, it hurt Orangutan too much.
yeah, definitely. And obviously, Curse scoreline, it was a potential, but you know, I know this big man over next to me, Mac, he's been watching. What do you reckon, Jordy?
Myself
I
and
mean,
the rest of the army are going to be very disappointed right now. But look, everyone in Japan is going to make more noise than myself anyway. You know, they're all going to be extremely happy. As you mentioned, 2-0 in a 2-0 fashion in both those games is going to be setting Scars up for a huge success in this group. Already taken out Bonkers, already now taken out Orangutan. I just cannot fathom that we thought that this team wasn't going to be bringing the heat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I put them in my 3 to make it out as well, but was I looking at it this convincingly from them? I think that's one of the big litmus tests for them, is how they were going to be performing, and here we go. Look at the first kills difference. Look at it. Just look at it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's crazy from Aziz. He was super confident heading in there, but just the way that Crystal was playing, you know, the way he was driving his team forward, because at the very start, it was him that was solo dominant, and it was Jemkeen who came along later effectively.
This is what I was saying in between the maps though, right? Like Aziz
Wow,
just looks so good when he's on that raise, when he's on that secondary duelist, rather than going into an initiator role. And that seems to be where Orangutan just absolutely pop off. Raw Fuel, a great performance, 18 and 14 on +4 there. And everyone was trying so hard in that second
My
half.
reactions are very
so damn real.
Yeah, and even the first kills that Orangutan
exaggerated.
are getting, 13 of them still not able to convert a lot of these. So a
Oh my
couple
God.
of instances where they have
Orangutan
legs
got
up, but then they're crumbling. They don't have that to stand on anymore. I will also state the fact that the brilliant performance that Crystal's put out with those 3 opening frags, there was actually 6 opening kills that Jemkeen was able to put out. So of his 18 kills, a third of them were the first ones in the round.
And after that game, Jemkeen, he is still at the top of the stats, but he's actually dropped quite a lot, not putting on that overpowered performance. Crystal, this map, much better.
Mati dibuka ya bang ya, jangan merem ya.
The MVP for the series, 305 ACS for that map in particular, playing the fade. And he has jumped up into 3rd position individually, so nice performance from him. But yeah, Jemkeen starting to look a little bit more touchable after this performance.
Yeah, no, I think so, right? It's a crazy one. But 300
Actually, I
ACS
love
on
that.
Crystal on Fade is a really, really solid result, right?
I don't
Not
know
relying on
what's
the paint
cooking.
shells to get the extra damage and everything like that to boost you up. So overall, he's proving himself as a leader and as a fragger, and that's exactly what you kind of need.
And not too much of a slip up from
Who's the
Jim King
leader?
either. He still put 280
Crystal?
ACS up in the series as a
Or
whole.
is it Jim
It was
King?
just a couple of rounds where he was feeling a little bit suppressed in those ones, and he figured out what he needed to do to close the series. So it's still all in all pretty good.
And look, we have Big Chris Dahl up on the stage to have another chat too. So let's go on over and hear from them.
Surely they'll speak English. None of that Thai bullshit.
สวัสดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับทุกคนแล้วก็ everybody watching from home and of course over here we have with us after the game just now Crystal from Scars ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับนะครับผมเชื่อเลยนะ
Kenapa bisa
ท่านก็น่าจะอยากรู้เหมือนกัน
full ya?
จาก
Kenapa bisa sold out ya
เกม
tiketnya ya?
ที่
Itu
เล่น
sepi
กันค่อน
banget
ข้างที่จะ
gimana
ดุ
bang?
เดือดมากๆเลยทีเดียวครับ so yeah everybody would love to know about you and your team get to know more about Scars in general so the first question I would like to ask you is pretty much what do you think is the strength of Scars and what attribute stands out the most?
Strong point, it's maybe our aim, it's first. And also second, how we prepare for match. Because we watch what enemy do always
Desires
before.
are very blue.
Thank you analyst and coach for this. They show me material and I already can think what we can do. And coach also can help me what we do on map.
Wait,
นะครับ
he
ก็
doesn't sound
ประ
Russian.
มาณว่านะฮะ
What?
ถือว่าเป็นทีม
He
ที่ค่อน
sound
ข้างที่จะ
apa ya?
ฝึกเรื่องของ
What
precision
accent is
เยอะ
that?
นะครับผมคือ
He
พวกเราเนี่ย
show
เล็ก
me
ๆน้อยๆ
what
เนี่ย
to do.
เรื่องการเล็งอะไรก็ว่าไป
Sounds
เนี่ย
very-
ค่อนข้างที่จะฝึกมาเยอะพอสมควร
What
เลย
accent is
เช่น
that
เดียวกับนะครับผมทางโค้ชและ analyst ของทีมเนี่ยให้ความ
What is
สำ
that
คัญกับตรง
accent?
นี้มาก
I
ๆนะครับ
don't-
ทั้
is
งการ
that a
รับและ
Russian
การเลือกแมป
accent?
ก็เลยคิดว่าด้วยความสำรวมของทีมอะเนาะเลยทำ
Emang
ให้ Scars เนี่ยค่อน
accent
ข้าง
Russia
แข็ง
kayak
แกร่ง
gitu
เลย
ya?
ทีเดียวครับสำหรับคำถามเมื่อกี้เนี่ยผมอาจจะ
so.
ลืมก็ต้องขออภัยด้วยนะครับเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่าจุดที่เขาคิดนะครับว่า Scars เนี่ยเด่นที่สุดคืออะไรเนาะสำหรับคำถามต่อมานะครับผมก็จะเป็นคำถามที่ออกแนวการถิงนิดนึงแล้วกันนะแต่อยากรู้เหมือนกันจากมุมมองของคริสตัลเองว่าคิดยังไงนะครับจะเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่า
He doesn't sound Russian.
คิดว่าจะสา
I don't
มารถ
know what accent
เก็บ
is
ชัยชนะ
that is
ทั้งหมด
though.
และไปถึง
I'm
รอบ
familiar-
playoffs ได้หรือเปล่านะครับ
familiar
so
of-
Crystal
No
do you think
accent.
that you
Not
could
Paul.
be able to
Really?
get the rest of the
Alaska?
wins in the group stage and proceed on to the playoffs?
Maybe we just rest today, go pool and go to prepare next match.
Masih lama nggak? Enggak, abis ini, Bum.
Playoff.
So you just want to prepare as much as you can for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Right.
We try to take first place. It's very important, I think, because you have one free day for prepare also.
Alright.
Actually,
นะครับก็ประมาณว่า
tadi
ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
detektifnya
นะ
tamat
แต่
enggak belum
ก็
tamat.
ยังไงก็ตาม
Aku
ครับก็ต้อง
udah
เตรียม
capek,
ตัว
males.
ให้ได้มากที่สุดนั่นเองครับ
He
ผม
just
and
sounds
of course
funny.
thank you very
He
much for
sounds
the
very
questions
confused.
for the answers and congratulations for the games I hope to see you up here again soon
But
Crystal,
the
และ
game is
สำหรับตอน
pretty
นี้ครับ
early.
จบไป
Boom's
แล้ว
game
นะ
is
ครับ
pretty
สำหรับเกม
early.
ที่สองของเราครับแต่
1
อย่าเพิ่งไป
hour
ไหนครับ
early
เพราะ
อะ
เกมสุดท้าย
because
ยังมีให้รับชมกันอยู่ครับ
the
and everybody
first 2 games
that's
were
it for
2-0,
game number 2 and I'll
I guess.
throw it up to the break for a while and we'll be back for game number 3.
Holy shit. Bajir. Wah. Should you watch Dota?
Here. A tough heat for them all,
Oh.
well, I want to say all year, but they've
Okay,
only
so
really been
GG won the
so
first game.
the last 2 events, they have accomplished it. Now you must do the other 10 things you need to do to beat this team. But that's step 1.
Back at it with the
I think
Morphling.
they got step 1, but simultaneously failed step 1.5, which was don't let Quinn get a lead out of his laning phase, you know? Like, maybe the other one, the other side lanes, but Quinn still has the momentum.
Can't
Sure, but
understand.
he's
Can't understand that.
I'll
Oh.
take him having a lead on a Dragonade over like a lead on a Huskar or a Leshrac.
Pwede si
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Nanti
Zero's not
din
that
ginagawa.
terrifying in terms of the rate of
Ako,
snowball.
I mean, Quinn has
Hindi
had
ako
some
ng
pretty
tambay.
strong late game
I
Dragonite
believe
before.
Oh yeah, the late game
baka
DK
full
is
senyum.
terrifying this game, but you have like some disruption for him, you can break him with an SD Ags
Hey,
later.
what? Ada Meepo coy.
I
Ada
mean,
Meepo kah?
I don't know. There's
Sir?
just
Oh, yellow.
That's the weird
Is
part. Like, we're talking
with
about all
the
these things like
meepo.
LGD has to address them, but then there's
Famous
there
what?
is going to be the Meepo that is
What's
the
up?
biggest problem of them all.
Meepo annoying ya.
To address.
Meepo is a
Ryan's
hard
done a decent job
hero
with
to
some of these
play,
creeps,
right?
though. He's running around with mana
What is
creeps.
your
He also
favorite
sent his
game?
Harpy
Would
through the gate,
be
so the Harpy's helping to win.
probably CS:GO.
He runs around trying to mana burn mid and deal with this DK ult. He'll take it up for the boys.
Valorant is starting
that
to
mana
get
burn
too
going. I hope you
stressful
remember what I did for you.
for me with all the new
Oh, maybe
agents.
he's good. Tofu. Oh, they got him in the end.
Oh, he got his courier with the DK illusions.
Oh, that's nice.
He's gonna pull the wave
Valorant
off
is
to try and
getting
get
too
the Shadow
stressful.
killed, which will force Quinn to take the tower.
So
That
yes,
level
it
advantage
is.
coming in really big again. 3 heroes crashing mid.
I like
for
Dota,
gaming.
but I'm just
I mean,
very
Issues
bad at it.
responding to this move in all the games. And NTS is
I think
just
1 HP.
dead again, I think.
They're gonna go on him underneath the tower. The supports
GG so
very
good.
poor at being able to immediately stop this kind of play. Maybe they can kill Quinn though with enough poison
Oh.
stacks. They're getting up
What
there.
hits?
Raindrop.
Dapat
Oh,
gak?
it's not quite enough.
That is
Anjing.
absolutely brutal. There's no way
Holy
around
shit,
it.
that
These are
was
the small advantages gaming create, and they all pay off. Now
heartbreaking.
Quinn's gonna get one last corrosive.
Oh, he's
weapon.
going for the wisdom rune too.
Oh my!
He's making a break for him. Somebody
Too much.
stop him.
I mean, at least you're gonna get the turnaround kill, but that
He
was
took
worth
the
it.
wisdom
That was
rune.
absolutely worth it because you're level starving a Chen and a Shadow
Yeah,
Demon
holy
when they are
shit.
versus a Meepo lineup.
GG so
You're
good.
setting up the buffet that Ace is gonna come in and use those meal tickets on.
See Badlands?
This
What?
game was looking so good for LGD too.
No.
Yeah, and it's just already falling
I'm bad at
apart before the Meepo's
Dota.
even really a factor.
I guess
Oh, he
the-
is rushing Axe. That's gonna be the first time I've seen him.
I mean, it is very
Lagi
strong.
tahu ni GG matanya sumpah. Really?
Bling, you get the Mega Meepo.
Are
It's a lot of damage,
they
a
the
lot of
ones that are
survivability.
most likely to win this
A lot
major?
of stats off the Ags as well. This item is not bad.
Sheesh.
I think the alternative build is like the
So
Dragon
good.
Lances and the Blink. So if he doesn't feel like he needs the early Blink aggression,
Shadow Demon is
yeah, we'll see what he can do with this Ags.
kayak always selalu ada ya in every game. Always there.
Planet gets a couple little stacks farmed up here to boost his levels. I mean, he's having an okay game. Outside of that wisdom
What's your
getting
favorite
stolen,
game
I
of
think he was
all
pretty happy.
time?
Which is good for
CS:GO.
LGD because this Shadow Demon is like their one
Gotta be
X-factor in these
CS.
fights. However, he has taken the place of getting
If I
trialing
could
mid.
only play one game for the
Yeah.
rest of my life, it would
Game
be
of
CS.
Gladiators really love this rotate both supports into mid lane action, and they always have a core that can kind of do okay solo. In this situation,
You're
looks
dead.
like Dyrachyo may be
There's no way you
overwhelmed
make it
by
out
too many
alive.
heroes, but most of the time, Morphling is going to be a tough cookie to be able to bring down.
This is the pressure you have to create. Like, when you play versus gaming, you just need their cores to be pressured on these silence, so just mid-move can't happen. Otherwise, it's just way too straightforward.
Wait, I wanna hear what they have to say about Boo.
At least you get a punish here.
Please.
Not at the pace you wanted it, but the
Dia
Morphling
udah
is
juara
falling
dua
behind
dari
this
3
game.
major.
He's open up that tier 1 for Mew, really big for him.
Oh,
He's going his
baru
Axe build and
major
more
juga.
gold into Shiro's pocket, who's having a very good...
Damn. Oh, 4 minutes. Oh wait!
Jump from here if you're a real one.
No way, what is he doing? What happened?
Fuck, man, I
He
still
gave
want
up
to
already?
beat the game though. How much did I lose? A lot? Is there a super bed? Oh no. I can't.
I can't even with this
Bad
game. I
spell
don't even want
interaction
to
for
do it
PSG LGD
anymore.
though.
They're
There's
just
no
getting way too much out of this,
point.
man. This is feeling very great.
Game is
from LGD.
pointless.
They don't have the support to play with NTS. They're just getting caught out, and that 3-man hit squad is going to smoke while Ace farms up.
Planet
they're
sitting
gonna head
here with
straight
Invis.
towards Mew.
Can't do anything.
I think Mew is dead here as well. I mean, this is a fight as DK killing cores on the map right now.
Bajir dia boleh bunuh.
Dude, look at how farmed Quinn is.
6K net worth. Oh.
What is happening? They just got ganked mid twice. This game is like already collapsing off the mid pressure. He almost has a blink on top of this Midas. At this rate, Dragonite's gonna carry the game. I don't know if Ace is gonna have to do anything. Seriously.
Well, I'm gonna say he's gonna have to find a way back into this game because he is crucial. Being a some sort of threat for the Meepo.
Okay, they're gonna steal Ancient Stacks with stolen axes.
Don't let him get away with this.
This is pretty damn crazy though.
LSA doesn't land on anything there.
Hindi na mo ngambil creepingan niya.
The stun is gone.
Jungle din mo
You gotta
diambil
get
eh.
some LGD heroes here now, otherwise
Oh!
you could just say he's dead to the waveform.
Team.
I don't know, not here in time it seems.
This is a mandatory fight. There is
Yeah,
a Meepo
jungle
farming his
niya.
own triangle, and you're losing your Ancient Stack to a Midas Dragon Knight with no ult. When you can potentially bring 5 heroes.
Holy frick.
Absolute disaster.
What is it about? Like, LGD looked so damn good in some of those Dream League games against other teams.
Why are they
But
getting
then, like,
like
they just
that?
would get shit stomped by BetBoom and Gaming Gladiator.
It's because their early game is not up to par. Like, that's where they lose these games. BetBoom and Gaming are probably two of the strongest laning teams in the world. LGD's early game is nowhere near good enough to contest these squads, and then they just fall too far behind. It's not just about the laning either. It's like the first 10 minutes. Are you contesting the power lanes? Are you combating the ganks mid? Are your side laners playing the lanes well enough where you can leave them alone? It's all these small things adding up. Like the Wisdom Rune steals, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and then
Getting
you just get in these positions where these little things add up and these games start to feel really difficult. I mean, Quinn is just
Berapa ya?
he's
Menit
almost
14
doubling up
kan?
your Beast Master at 12 minutes.
Valorant.
He has Blink and Midas and almost level 12. This is an insane pace
Look at my
for a
progress,
hero
guys.
that doesn't offer
It's
that much
actually,
damage
I'm
and
doing
should
very
not have
good.
this sort of tempo.
Yesterday it was like,
LG have not been close to touching
it's
the
like this. Yeah,
They're still a
it's like this.
He's also level.
I love how it
He's
matches my
also
hair too.
way above the Anti-Mage.
LG gotta start.
I'm dyeing my hair tomorrow.
This
though.
is spiraling.
So bye-bye
almost
into
in a
the
worse way.
clear.
Because
I
game
hope
1 you
my
knew your lanes were gonna get cheap.
hair doesn't break.
Here they did okay. It's just they haven't been able to make it boost. Their
I
support
hope
duo
I
has
don't
not
lose my
offered a whole lot.
hair.
It's kind of slow and low damage.
You also don't have the same kind of high ground defense, and I also think that these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators are capable of ending the game more, like, faster, more conclusively, you know? When Meepo reaches a certain peak, it's just like,
Adorable.
it is over.
The high ground is definitely on the menu here. There's another quick 3-man smoke. They will continue to play behind the Dragon Knight, who has just made this game incredibly easy for them. Let the other 2 cores farm. Now, if LGD can turn around one of these games with extra numbers, 5-on-3, 4-on-3, they can turn this game. They have to.
To my left to right, good night. You know how it is.
Well.
But look, we got a third series here today, and I've brought in a new pair of casters because those two just individuals. I'm going to call them individuals because they dress the exact same. You know, they have absolutely no character.
Those who
I brought in
hi.
2 characters to replace them. We got Azurite, we've got Quack here. Look, we were shadow boxing on the desk. You know, that's how we build rapport. Here
Let's
at
go,
RVCT, Ascension
boo.
Pacific. But look, quickly before we move into this third game discussion, thoughts on the first 2 games today?
My God, I mean, I think the way things are going right now, the first 2 days we had like 3 mappers. This was the first time we've seen 2
Oh,
rows
that's-
across the board, and
That's fancy.
You know, I had predictions coming into Pacific Ascension.
Yep.
And it's all just
Moga,
been thrown out the
hindi
window.
medyo
Nothing
kasi
is going
beda
according to what I was thinking was going to
Amin.
happen.
Yeah, that's it, right. I really
You
want to
believe
get,
in Feng
we all
Shui? I
made
do.
predictions in our own group chat
We
about
can see
who
though
we
just
think
now.
is going to be the 3 teams from each group qualifying to playoffs. And at one point, I want to get them up on stream just so we can see how wrong we were, depending on
Calling
how the rest of the
out
week
the
goes.
talents on. Yeah.
Look, I'm one of them. I'm calling myself that. You know, you're coming
Still
down
right.
with me. You're both coming with
You
me.
had the bonkers prediction right. That was awesome.
Yeah, I had that right. I was really hoping for that orangutan comeback. I was the only one that went for him today. So, look, it was certainly something. Now, look, let's turn this conversation back towards what's at hand. We've got Boom, we've got Fancy. Fancy, they're going into their 3rd game of the group stage already. And Boom, they have a chance to make up for what happened to them yesterday.
It's a chance, and hopefully they get to redeem themselves because they desperately need it. Because first of all, I mean, I feel like they actually had a pretty good shot yesterday, but they, just weren't quite there. One team, on the other hand, went crazy. Meanwhile, for Fancy United, they were the first team that brought us that 2-0. They were the first team to show us some crazy, wacky compositions, and they looked pretty darn good. They challenged Naos.
Absolutely, and again, there is so many things that is happening here for Fancy that initially we were kind of thinking was what was happening here. We talked, a lot of people, if not me included, was thinking about how one-dimensional Fancy was coming out of their own split from Vietnam, but coming into this one, it feels like there was just so much they could offer for anybody that is them turning them into fans.
Well, let's have a quick look at the Boom lineup before we jump into the game, of course.
I
we
hate
didn't
this
see too much of them yesterday. It was
picture.
2 quick maps on that reverse sweep that they unfortunately suffered. But Berserks, Blaze King, Famous, Severin, as well as Shiro, these 5 can make magic happen. Berserks, he's still up there in terms of the stats, and I hate to do it to him. I truly hate to do it to him. But Severin, overall, has the worst individual statistics of the tournament after that game yesterday. So we need to talk about that, and it's only up from here, right?
It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be only up from here, because if not,
Only up from
that's
here.
gonna be a rough journey throughout the rest of the group stage. I mean, they only have, what, like 2 more chances after today?
Exactly.
So it's tough, and it has to be said, Severin just really had a rough showing. I mean, I hope it's one of those, like, all right, it's just an off day. But the performance on, I think it was Ascent, Split, it wasn't there. It's not what you expect from a veteran player.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't at all. Now let's look at Fancy United. You've seen him twice already. You've got Nizzy doing the crazy things he does in this over. Yes, I Can actually topping the charts for this team. I think he's up there in the top 5 right now, and he's also the IGL, which makes it that much more important, right? Because him is the IGL at the top of the stats individually. Severin is the IGL at the bottom of the stats. It really tells a story. Heizi, as well as Jin and Fisher, these individuals have just done so much over the past couple of days to impress the hell out of us, and I think they're going to be able to do it again today.
Yeah, again, it all boils down to just how, I guess, they were able to turn their confidence, their over-aggression into their strongest point. Again, if I look at it from my perspective, I thought it was going to be a certain call for caution for them, but they are able to manage to turn that around. One of their strongest points right now is that it seems like from what it looked like, again, as I mentioned, one-dimensional playstyle, very expansive on how they approach things. They have Jin, who is just loving the lurks, always able to create that pressure. They have this playstyle that allows them to just flush out opponents out of the sight, and that's why they love to do it the most. So we're probably looking at them, again, just being as creative as they can going up against Boom, who is very much, I think, underperforming.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. But, I mean, also just, like, thinking about this team, Fancy United, statistically speaking, Yes I Can, Jin, and Nizzy, they are top 5 throughout Ascension Pacific in terms of multi-kills. And it's not a small number either. These guys have, like, 20 or 21 multi-kills each, and that's, 2 Ks, 3 Ks. Nizzy, in fact, actually has 10 3Ks. He's only taught by Xiaoyu in that respect, so it says something about how strong they are.
That's crazy. Individual performances, definitely something to talk about. And look, moving forward as well, we've seen a lot out of both of these teams. You guys wanted to talk about Wukong quickly, just in case we do see him today?
Yeah, very quickly. I think he's going to be subbed in for like map 3 if we go to a map 3 here for Fancy. Wukong, one of the highest ACS during Split 1 at the Vietnam region. He has been very much focused on a duelist, so we could be, again, looking to just power up more of what Fancy has already been bringing to the table here in the group stage.
Okay. So hopefully we get to see him. I met him in the elevator as well, and he said that, they were very confident going into yesterday, and I was like,
hello, Hitler, hello.
But then they did a very, very fantastic job at getting that 2-0 on the board. So the other storyline I want to think about is, yes, Bonkers, they made that turnaround happen from day 1 to day 3. Boom. Can they make the turnaround happen from day 2 to day 3?
Maybe. I mean, something that I've heard from like the Indonesian scene and, our talent manager or also just the Indonesian casters are saying that this is a thing. They'll do so badly. People know that their pistol rounds are great, but when people start hating on them, that's when they start coming back. They're like, all right,
true, holy shit.
And that's, something that we're hoping for.
Okay, so they just, thrive in the hate. I've seen many teams over the course of history do that, so I wouldn't say it is not going to happen. But head-to-head, we're looking at Nizzy, we're looking at Berserks. Berserks, of course, as mentioned before, top of the stats for Boom. And Nizzy, he's not top of the stats, but he certainly makes magic happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, the crazy thing about Nizzy is he just has ways with utility duelists at this point. I think you've seen how he does on the Phoenix, obviously how he does on that Yoru. So with that, just again amplifying what Fancy has already been utilizing, which is again trying to just overwhelm their opponents from the site. It works actually exceedingly well to what they wanted to do, and Nizzy just fits perfectly in that, and him being able to just get the kills through being an entry fragger, being a risky player at the most, is actually incredible for not only him, but again for the Fancy team.
Yeah, I think like just watching Nizzy and his mental state as well. Like you watch him in those interviews, he's kind of just like, I'm zen, I'm good. You know, ask me any question, I'll beat whoever you throw at me, and that says something as well.
Do you think we're going to be seeing a Pearl and a Fracture today to maybe get those Yorus in there, maybe get that Phoenix in again?
If Boom is smart, they probably have to ban Fracture at this point, because again, that's one of the things I think teams are realizing. Fancy's got a good Fracture, so no, you can't touch a hot potato.
Aku nggak tahu tuh, mungkin bener ya, mungkin kontrak franchise-nya cuma 2 tahun kali ya, kayak kamu ngomong kali ya. Cuman kalau misalkan emang that's the case, probably ya mungkin 2 tahun sekali kali. Jadi ada ascension terus maybe. Aku kurang ngerti anjir.
They need to win those next 2 games, and they've got hard games up ahead of them.
Yeah, that's the danger so confusing. Boom, they lose this, that's the danger zone. You only have 2 more chances after this, and their next opponent is going to be Naus. So I do not want to be in that position, but that's the thing. They have to kind of show us something better today, and then maybe they'll be able to play against Naus as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the biggest problems for Boom that I think has been plaguing them, maybe not even noticeable from them coming in from this split, is Berserk's, even though I've been hyping him up for a while, right? Sure. I said it yesterday as well. It feels like he does have that element of inconsistency. And the problem herein lies that yesterday we saw that kind of show because Famous wasn't really performing. If Famous can perform, of course, everybody from your team can, you know, get those really good stats in as well because they can follow his lead. But the problem now here is that Famous gets shut down. Berserk's, he had that good game 1, but when you saw again everybody else get shut as well in game 2 and game 3, it felt like there was nothing that he could really do in the agents, even in the agents that he selects.
You know, you were talking about how strong his KO would be. You know, you're wearing a necklace as well.
You did this to me.
You put this on my... It's dope. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, we're expecting greatness from Berserks, and it just kind of fell flat, especially up against, you know, whatever 1-2 sports had in their KO player, Yan Li. You just don't, you hate to see that happening. So I think one of the things that we're looking out for Boom today is that if Berserk's Famous, they can be a little bit more consistent with finding their frags, playing with their teammates, having those set plays to punish Fancy United, they will stand a chance.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do, because I've predicted for him. So let's have a look at your predictions. You in my bandwagon, you in the other bandwagon. Do you think Boom's going to be able to pull it back?
No.
Ooh, I got me. That's all right.
I actually totally forgot that I actually said it in my predictions, and I was looking at it now. You know what? I stuck with it yesterday. I'm going to stick with it now. If it ruins my prediction rate, fine, but I still believe in Boom. I still believe in that ideology that I've seen with them when they're on their A game, so maybe, just maybe.
Shut up, Quack.
I respect that. I respect that, but I'm going to go the other way because, I mean, logically speaking, right, just looking at their mental state right now, you know, it's a little bit off, and I hate it, but Fancy United, they excite me. I mean, the Yoru plays, the crazy compositions. You look at this team and how they kind of reach that flow state sometimes, frags just start going their way. And that's why this is my prediction.
Yeah, look, the agent comps that they bring in, they're fresh. They're executed so well.
I don't care if I'm being
biased. As I've spoken about in the last 2 days while Fancy have played, you know that they are capable all individually of carrying the weight. Every single map you've seen someone different at the top of the scoreboard.
You should be biased.
Whether it is or isn't the IGL, doesn't matter, right? Even if the IGL's not up there, then you're expecting him to still be making the right calls and the rest of the troops doing their job. Jin is a name that keeps sticking out to me because he's had the most consistent performance. I think there's been maybe 1 map where he's topped the stats, but overall he's always in the middle. He's always just locking down those sites so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said as well here, what else can, honestly, if I just want to talk about Boom a little bit more, feels like they have to find that groove once again. Because again, you're talking about how you love to see the play style of Fancy here. Maybe we can find something for Boom that plays well into that kind of mix again. Can they get that reset? One of the biggest things that I also forgot to point out here, we're talking about how Severin was struggling, is he actually, throughout those entire, I think, 3 games, only had like 21 kills. And then when Yanli came in, he had like 14 kills with 19 assists on just 1 game. So you really do see that. Maybe the inconsistencies for Boom gonna be a bit more consistent now, you know, bump up that.
Hopefully.
It's
a bit of like a stark contrast.
That's
the
okay.
thing
But
is, like, you are that sentinel, sometimes the initiator. You have to set up your team, and you have to kind of anticipate what your opponents are about to do. And I think that wasn't quite there against one team today, and I mean yesterday. And that's one of the things, because in Ascension Pacific, so many of these teams, they haven't really had that much experience against each other. Fancy United is a team that they should have a little bit more experience with, because it's the APAC scene, of course. And I think if you can kind of get a feel for what Fancy United are about to do, especially with players like Blaze King hiding inside of smokes. He's got one of the highest judge kill rates so far right now. They might stand a chance at actually punishing Fancy United in some of their wacky compositions. There's a chance here.
I'm keen to see it. I'm 100% keen to see it. Now, do you think
not small.
We are
Fear
going
not,
to see
small
Boom
Asian
going
women.
into Split
Grimace
again
is
because
here.
it was so
I
solid.
actually
Or do
love
you
that.
think that's one of
Hi,
the Fancy would
Grimace.
just be like, nah, get that straight out of
Fear
the map.
not.
The thing is, I think it's tricky because it's a best of 3, so you
how do you
never
know
know
I'm
what
small?
Fancy deems
I'm
to be
pretty tall.
worthy enough to ban against Boom. So maybe we're gonna see it. One thing that I think Boom have to also maybe ban out is their Ascent. We did see how there were some weird picks that they were doing I think yesterday where I don't know if it was Famous or Shiro that was just like randomly dry peek on A main and B main and try to bully out one team, and somehow one team got caught wind of it because like 3 rounds in a row they kept doing that. So I don't know, these kind of mistakes, not only from the map, itself, just I guess from the approach of Boom altogether.
Also, like, yeah, it's like a little bit of that mental state.
I'm pretty
right?
sure they
I was
talked about
talking
this
to Sun,
already.
shout out to him, the Indonesian caster. And
After
he was saying that
yesterday's
Boom,
match.
they're
So
kind
let's-
of trying a
let's hope
different
that
style of gameplay. They were
shit
known
like that
for their
won't
really
happen
aggressive,
again.
you know, always peeking kind of thing. They started to go back to
Hello,
that
my
a little.
child.
And one
Hello,
team you can
Grimace.
see, they start to anticipate it as well.
Is
Just
Grimace
holding
that
outside of B
purple
lobby,
thing on your
waiting
profile
for that push
picture?
out of B main, A main.
Is that it?
You get punished so easily. So it's a mental thing, and you can see that sometimes they get a little bit tilted.
Is that it?
If they can, you know, just kind of control themselves a little bit, you know, just play a little bit more controlled, play your game
Well, I
against
must
Fancy
pick
United.
my
They
game.
have a chance at really turning this around on its head.
Okay, well, I've got a
Okay,
chance
then.
to turn my predictions
was
around
a
if Fancy
short
get this dub
visit,
today.
but
So
okay,
let's jump
that's
into the
fine.
veto and see what went down.
Farewell. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Grimace.
All right, for
Thank you
final
for
match
stopping by.
map selection for day 3. We're going to start things with Fancy
Hello,
and Boom.
Huey.
Fancy, you have a sign, so
Hello,
you are first ban. Ban
Lotus.
Lotus. Boom, you're ban.
Ban Fracture.
Sok sibuk
Ban
lu, anjing.
Fracture.
Tidak.
Fancy, first pick. Ascent. Side select Boom. Defense. Map select. Pick Haven. Side select Fancy. Attack. All right, 3 maps remaining in the pool. Now to bans. Fancy first ban. We have Bind, Pearl, Split remaining. And Bind. And final ban, Boom, Pearl, Split. Ban Split, play Pearl. And Fancy side select. Attack. All right, gonna review this really quickly. We have Fancy ban Lotus, ban Fracture, Ascent, Defense, Haven pick, Attacker, ban Bind, ban Split, final map, Pearl, attack for Fancy. All right, best of luck, guys.
All right, good luck.
Bulak squad. Oh, nerve-wracking. I'm actually very nervous, but I'm in Boom. Let's go, Shiro. Leo jauhin li, Dek. Bulak. Gee, I love this jersey though. It's quite fire. Uci! Uci bawa. Itu apa sih namanya? Udah gue lupa, Cok. Dibawa, Cok. Nah, Bibi gak dibawa. Bibi ya udah duduk di meja sama Ucok. Udah chilling. Ih, my Bibi. He looks so happy. What's with him? He's so happy. Yay. Kira, let's go boom. Ya, Rizky sih boleh kurus banget ini. Let's go Rizky. Rizky tuh ya abis perm rambut atau apa sih, kok kayak rambutnya kayak keriting banget sekarang. Tiap tim kayaknya desain jersey beda-beda ya, iya dong. Very different ya.
And there they are. Fancy up against Boom, about to be going down quickly. Let's go in and recap those
Kalau vibe
vetoes.
check
And I feel like
sih,
the discussion
Boom's
was
vibe
on point.
is
Ascent,
looking
I think
great.
that is an absolutely
Hopefully
great pick from Fancy after what we saw from
it
Boom.
will reflect on their gameplay
too.
also.
I mean, you have to respect Fancy United and how they play on that map. I'm really curious and confused by the Haven pick from Boom, though, because Fancy are no slouches on that map.
True. I was kind of thinking maybe we're going to see, as Mac was mentioning, the split, but maybe they also realize that there is some form of movement across the map, whether what kind of map it is from Fancy, that they just don't want to touch it on split. So maybe Haven, where is a map that they're still comfortable to play in. You know, how do you say this? The better the problem that you know than the one that you don't.
Yang pakai jaket toh.
True, and also maybe pull the old fast one in the veto by picking Haven when you're thinking Fancy might have prepped for that split, which we were expecting. They might have been expecting. Look at mind games. That's what's been going. Of course, but yes, of course. So it is going to be Ascent, Haven, and then Pearl. So if we get all the way to Pearl, we might see that Yoru come through again, which will be a fun time, of course. But that's if we get all the way to 3. Today, it has been the day of 2 zeros, it seems. So let's see if that trend continues.
Mac, I also think that Yoru is something that we might see on Haven.
Iya kah?
Oh yeah? True, we haven't seen Fancy
Kalau
play
misalkan
Haven,
nggak tahu sih, soalnya ini tuh emang jersey
Both
baru.
these teams, they have played Haven in their own
Ini emang
respective
jersey baru.
regional
Harusnya sama
challenges
ya.
games, but
Tapi bagus ya.
that's where we see Fancy's crazy compositions. So they had that Yoru before, but right now, onto its Ascents.
You're talking about crazy compositions. We got Fishio on that Viper again, going for the double controller. It can work. It can work, right? Boom, they're going to be going with the tried and true meta composition. But Fancy United, this is what they're known for, changing it up and going off of the meta.
It gets a little bit frustrating when you go up against a Viper, whatever maps that she's on. The biggest issue that I think some teams would have when you only have that one smoker on Ascent is, once if you're the Omen, you only have 2 smokes and you have to wait such a long time. But the Viper kind of encompasses a lot more. Again, this will give Fancy a lot of push power on the attack. And again, it also keeps the opponents guessing. If the Viper rolls there and then Fisher just keeps putting up and down, are they going to go here? Are they going to go to the other side?
And what I have as well, quickly, sorry, Quack. Nizzy, I'm pretty sure it was him. He was throwing his C's. He was saving it for when they were going for the defuse, right? You know, people love to play one over towards that site. And if you get that C's over at one, over the top of the wall, they can't peek. They can't stop that defuse from happening. So keep an eye out for that one this game, because it was one key piece of utility that I thought had a very interesting use.
Let's go.
Useful setup for sure, but I'm also just looking at this composition and thinking,
oh shit.
Without that Sentinel, without those traps and trips, yeah, you might have Viper, but you lack a little bit of map presence. You don't have that alarm bot to watch, mid or whatever it is, for example. So that's going to be a tiny gap that perhaps Boom could use on their attacking side. But of course, they are starting out on defense.
We have been surprised by how Fancy have played Ascent as well, They realize, yes, mid can be a point of pressure for the attack when people running at them. So we've seen them change it up, go for the aggressive pushes at B, go for the aggressive pushes at main, sometimes just yeet it down mid, go for the full collapse. And I don't know what we're going to see and how both these play styles are going to clash, but I can't wait to see it, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that being said, again, cannot stress enough how important this is for Boom, because they are starting to dig a hole for themselves that they might not be able to get out of if they get bodied here by Fancy. So as I mentioned, Berserks and Famous, they really got to step up their game. There are 2 pivot points here. Even though Blaze King is amazing at the clutches, he
like
can't do everything by himself. These 2 starters definitely need to do something for Boom.
So what are we expecting here in the first half? Fancy, they've been pretty strong on the attacking side of Ascent so far. but their defense feels like that might just be
Tomorrow
where
I'm
they drop
coloring
it.
my
So
hair. What should I color?
first half seems to be where Fancy are going to want to try to win this, I think.
Has to be. I mean, that's where they have to perform their strongest, and at the same time, if they just like can't find information, if they have nothing to work off of, I think that's where they kind of start to stumble a bit, and that's something that we saw against Naos. So for Boom, if they can starve that information, just play a little bit more disciplined, they will be able to turn things around.
They certainly will be. The point of pressure for me, of course, when there's a fade, I always love seeing a raise, but we're not seeing that today. It's still going to be that jet coming through for Fancy, and my eyes are all on them. Boom, I want them to upset my predictions. I want them to do well. I want them to bounce back and be the Boom
I know they're
that
gonna
I was
do
told
it.
about. That was so fascinating.
Well, I mean, still, those predictions, we want to see Boom going off, but we also want to see Fancy, their next opponent. That's
we don't
no
wanna see
easy feat either,
Fancy.
because that could be D+, that could be one team, and so far, they haven't, they've been showing us that they're great. You know, there are high expectations for this Vietnamese squad representing that region.
Let's go, baby.
They have to do it right here.
True enough, because again, I mentioned this before with Naos that their opponents keep getting better and better as the days progress for group stage here, the challenges that they have to go through. But same with Boom as well, the challenges that they have to go through here, the mental reset. Again, we start off early, you can lose a map or so, and then start building up. But when you're Boom and when you lose that hard against one team, it feels like that one series loss feels like 2 to 3 series loss.
How good are we with time zones, by the way? Has anyone been to Vietnam? Is it on the same time zone we are right now?
Same, like
roughly.
GMT plus
roughly,
7?
maybe. Maybe
1 or 2 hours,
yeah, around the same. Okay, so there, look, it's prime viewing time for Vietnam. Everyone's going to be watching over there at 6:22 p.m. in the afternoon. Night, is the sun up? I don't know, I can't see.
I think the sun is just starting to set, so it's still all right. But yeah, this is the prime viewing time.
Yeah.
If you're watching, you know, watch with your friends, watch with a snack, get some watch parties going, right?
Exactly. And of course, Indonesia, it's a little bit later. It's probably getting towards dessert time. So, you know, hopefully everyone's all fired up and ready to strap in for a couple of hours.
It's the
of
exact
cold,
same
hard,
time zone.
Damn good Valorant here at VCT Ascension Pacific. Currently, just waiting to load on into Ascent or Ascent for most people.
Is that really how they pronounce it, Ascent?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
No, I was just joking. Yeah. But I got you.
I did, you did.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. People pull my finger a lot, you know.
But still, I mean...
Quack, why did you not pull his finger? He offered you his finger and you didn't pull it.
I didn't notice his finger out there.
Pull it, can't believe it.
No, they can't see it on camera.
Where's this chemistry between you two, huh? Been one whole day to work on it.
Oh my god.
It's been fun. It's been action-packed. And it looks like, you know, the game's not too far away, but of course they are just working through some woes. Look, let's talk map 2 while we're waiting, of course. So that's going to be Haven. We've already theorized that it is an interesting decision, a very interesting decision. But don't worry about that. Silly question, silly time for it, because the game's ready. Boom and Fancy, it's happening right here, right now.
You know what's cooking. Boom.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Mac. You're a champ. But this is now the game. We're starting things out on Ascent.
Oh my god.
That's right.
Aduh, sumpah, sorry banget ya, gue berisik banget.
I smell something fishy. You know, I think I've taken in a sense.
I'm that excited.
All right, gotta pull your finger for that one.
Thank you.
You get the finger pull. All right. Fancy United, they're starting on the attack, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Boom on the defense. How do you think they look today? How do you think they feel?
They're feeling
Honestly,
good.
I wasn't able to see any of the players, but at least looking at them when they come in for that walk out of the stage, looks like they still have that steely eye that we keep seeing. The confidence from Boom. No shouts, I think, from Blaze King, if I remember correctly. Yesterday we saw him just basically hyped out of his mind, but this time feels as well that he's feeling the pressure a little bit. Game face on, serious mode on. We'll see how this goes. As I mentioned, Fancy can put up that Viper wall very quickly. And they do decide to actually put it on A main or A site. But Boom, this is a standard play we've seen before, but could actually blow up in their face if they commit to just holding down wine.
Yeah, just a little bit of presence already felt, especially around A main. The dark cover spent to control this area.
Oh my god,
this kind of leaves Blaze with only one left, so it's gonna be a little bit tough, and they're still reinforcing up on this site. But meanwhile, the full force of Fancy, minus Fischio, of course, they're headed towards BS, right?
Well, it's a fake that you can use because of that Viper's wall. Not really utilized by a lot of the teams because, well, they don't pick up the Viper. Severines is gonna hear all of these footsteps onto the A side quick. Smoke, and Jin did not even know what hit him. Feeling a little bit brave there to get the second kill. Heisey around the corner. Man can really just not gonna get denied, and Famous gets 3. Get things started in Fischio. 15 seconds, gonna have to start running in. Come on, come on. It's a marathon, it's a sprint. But there is no time, and there's still 3 players that he has to try to deal with.
I don't think you can do this. And there it is, instantly punished. I mean,
I
you
can't
look
hide
at
my
how this site take started off, and yes, Fancy, they had the initiative. They seized it, they went in. But if you pay attention to what Blaze King just did, off of the dark cover sent by Heisey, blocking off defender spawn, Blaze King sets an additional extension one that allowed for Severine to sneak in. The right clicks punished and punched them, and allowed for the rest of the team to come in through. After that, they just started to flow in. Famous, of course, with the Sheriff that he picked up, the Tailwind to get out and even get deeper in. No way that Fancy had that. Fischio was way too far off the site.
I would be remiss if I didn't be honest and just said that I thought Severin was actually going to lose that push. Because again, no, legit, because again, Severin has been a talking point of just underperforming from that last series, but he's here to redeem himself. He's here to create a statement play, and he is here to show why he is still on this Boom roster. Berserks does get the 2-tag on the KO Blade as he spots out both of the controllers actually here from Fancy. That, at least for a couple of seconds, will deny any ability to cover maybe the mid push, as you can see 3 players of Fancy wanting to go in for that cross. They call it in from Heisey already as they start to go in through the A short, where we do see Famous holding on.
Just kind of waiting for it too. But here comes Boom, getting a good read. They come out and they go out swinging. 3 players instantly gone, sprayed down, gunned down by Famous.
It's starting off pretty good for Boom. So that said, very aware of what was to come, not really afraid of any of the contacts, even through the upgraded pistols there of Fancy. Kind of interesting as well to see Fischio try to just be cheeky and play on wine. I think it might have worked if he just stayed his hand and allowed Heisey to basically push out and get that contact, but because he was just juggling by Boom, and again, Boom still had that smoke outside of A main, couldn't really get that pinch, that crossfire that we're kind of hoping for.
So that said, it was still just...
What?
Triple burst, he went for a second one and 3 hits, flew clean off of Fancy United's shoulders.
I didn't even get to see it.
Players left.
How did he get
And this round looks like it's almost over. They have guns, but still, Boom with the read, with the shots. Ooh. This is a good start. Nizzy coming in from under locks. His position is fully been made aware. Famous tries to go in for it, but Berserk just hops off with the Spectre of all things. A good read, but still without the numbers, Boom will be able to punish. And they get the clean bonus.
I feel like I'm going to be screaming a lot.
Oh, my eyes. It's the Aviator Vandal, no, but yes. He picked it up. I'm sorry. But again, look at this. Such a different spell. Famous.
Oh my
God. Gosh, he gets out with bloody murder on mid. Can't really do anything about that for Fancy. I mean, they tried to do something. Nizzy was maybe getting a couple of picks here, but Shiro was just trapped, couldn't really get out. He took a while to get that wall bang in, and then he just saw Famous wanting to get the 4K already. He has the blades, he has the Vandal. There is so much happening here, and it's all coming from Boom.
Yeah, I think it's also a good read from what we saw from the previous rounds. Fancy has been trying to get a bit of control over mid, trying to perhaps push into market. But with such a peak, such a read from Boom, they're starting to adapt to how Fancy plays. And that means that Fancy, they need to start changing up their plans. Right now, you know, with the Sheriffs, it's just going to be tough. And they're just looking for picks. But This is the Boom that we want to see. Look at how they're not overly peeking out, just holding their ground. They hear some noises, they're going to go investigate.
I have never used the word cohesion yesterday for Boom, but it feels like, well, at least again, it's still pretty early, but cohesion for them looks incredibly good. As Jin just hides inside the Cloudburst, but it ain't gonna happen, brother. Great flash by, well, as you can see, Yes I Can here. Heisey not wasting the opportunity to get a couple of picks, but the rotating Fistio gets caught by the work of Famous, and it's all down to Heisey. If he can maybe get 2 kills, maybe he'll have his from the shadows, but hold on. He knows B-Main is exposed, but can't really react in time as he tries to reposition through the pinch coming in from Boom.
He turned around. I mean, you could see he was thinking about it. There were only 2 sort of maybe escape routes in that scenario. One is to go through market, the other back into the site through stairs. But with all those angles being watched, it's a little bit unfortunate. Nice attempt. A good bit of damage, but Boom. You talked about how cohesive they are, and you could see that they have the reach. You could see that they're feeling themselves. They're hitting shots. They're shotting right behind us, and it feels good, Azurai.
These 1-2 shots that keep connecting for like the members of Boom being a very uncomfortable issue that Fancy just can't really deal with as of this moment. But now, of course, Fancy, they got the whole bunch just pushing into the B site on the back of that null command from Yes I Can, as the rest of Boom just going to be waiting. They're going to be chilling. They know they have the time. They're going to clear out the angles first. They have Famous with the ultimate, but not going to be super useful. But maybe he has the operator, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, full retake here for Boom.
I mean, this is how they should be playing it, given the null command. Just kind of starting to position themselves around the site. Being a little bit careful as well, hearing all those bits of utility being set up by Fancy, bits of shrouded steps.
Nice
but now here comes the collapse. Well, first off, Fragment in towards Logs. Famous with the blades out, trying to get a bit of vision with the updraft, but it's not needed. Pushing through lane, you got Berserk, you got Shiro, Severin into the dark cover, and he just flushes them out of position, gets the positioning for his team.
No time.
And Berserk cleans it, but still, the spike has been saved for Fancy.
Oh, no time.
It took them a while to clear out all of these angles, but that was a blow for Fancy. I mean, yeah, they get the round, but at what cost at this point? Even finding Fishio hiding inside the corner right there. They were setting up some traps, but feels like Boom, again, able to just detect all of it, except for that one on the B stairs within the smoke. Maybe Jin could have had more damage in, maybe a couple of kills, but at the end, at least, is the round given to Fancy.
That's right. I mean, with what they're trying to do, just to buy time away from it, seeing how Boom has been playing careful, it's a bit of a mind game as well. Into the next round, though, and still Famous buys up the operator, trying to look for some punish plays. But this is that strength of that double controller. Poison Cloud, and it allows them to kind of sneak in, perhaps getting a little bit closer towards market.
Oh, Heisey. Oh, Heisey, no, that's not going to be good, because that traps the rest of Fancy to be stuck on mid. They can keep creeping up the smoke from Fishio, but they have to re-encompass that control on top mid. And I don't think they know that the spike has been dropped on top mid, so you can't see Nizzy trying to pick it up there. Off-cam kill, as we see, or rather we see the kill from Jin. No, he gets actually blasted by Famous. But again, the map control, very, very weak from Fancy.
Not great. The team looks a little bit far off. Meanwhile, Boom, playing together, working together, Famous landing his shots.
Holy shit.
They are starting to pop off, and you can hear it on stage too. Very soon, very likely, gonna go into a 5-1. And then this just hurts the economy of Fancy.
Well, it definitely does, but what can they do? They push onto this B site, there's still so many traps. There's the alarm bot, there's going to be a nano, 10 seconds, maybe just, save. Get up some scraps of anything that you can scrounge up, and that's going to be just the charge on the ultimate. One more second in, but again, they're just going to hold up onto B. I mean, if Boom wants this, they can even hunt for it, just take away at the rifles. But no, that's not going to happen. But still, Boom, consistent and very, very commanding lead in this first game.
And this is what we expect from them. This is that performance that we've been looking for since yesterday. And if they can keep this up, maybe Haven will even be a good map for them, despite whatever Fancy has in their bag. You could think that Fancy definitely picked this based off of Boom's performance from yesterday, but you know, they guessed wrong.
Guessed wrong, or again, Boom waking up, finally saying themselves, slapping just a bit of water to their face, splashing it there. We gotta perform. We can't really give up any games because even though we talk about, I think it was Group B that is the more, I guess, group of death. Group A also turning into a very considerably competitive group itself.
I gotta correct you. You gotta use the right terms. Alpha, Omega.
Okay.
I'm kidding, but I mean, it is true. And Group A is starting to show up to prove that there are some fierce contenders in this one spot. In fact, throughout all of Ascension Pacific, we're starting to see some crazy fraggers, crazy duelists. Of course, Xiaoyu is one of those names that comes to mind. Jemkin, something that we just saw. But in these two, on these two teams, you got Nizzy, you got Berserks, Famous, who is starting to show up to date as well. And they can keep this up, you can expect greatness from Boom. Meanwhile, Fancy, you know, we're talking about it, the map control, the map presence not quite there, and oftentimes you'll see that they get punished, and then you're just left with like 2 or 3 stragglers who can't do all that much against the full force of Boom. They have to find a way to work around this.
Yeah, the biggest problem I think here is they are trying to get picks, you know, utilizing the double controllers to isolate some angles, maybe to bully a position. Maybe they watch the bodies thinking that, you know, Boom tries to play a lot more like that, just hiding in corners. Maybe we can do it in that particular way. But at least they have to realize that these past couple of rounds, that wasn't really the case. And if it is so, the big problem is always Famous there. So unless he gets tagged by like a KO blade, gets suppressed, he's always going to have the dash away. But in any case, dashing right in through the mess is going to be Jin on B.
He's got the blades too, looking for a bit of an updraft, but look at the positioning from Boom this time. So safe, so perfect, just hiding under cover. The off angle from Zero. He finds Famous. Famous comes back just in time from defender spawn, but still, the damage has been done. It's going to be Fancy United looking for the spike plant, and they managed to stick it in. 5% deployed from Fischio and Boathouse as well, and this gives them a little bit more cover, but the spray from Blaze King is just as good. It's needed. And it puts Fischio in a 1v3. Tries to play around it. He hears the footsteps. He knows they are surrounding him. And unfortunately, he will just fall short with the shorty.
You know what they did? The best way to beat somebody inside the Viper's Pit, push them on one corner. You don't get the visual, but you might have the knowledge about it. You know that he's there. He's not going to be playing right behind you. And you know what's the best weapon to clear out a close distance? The shorty. It's not only the one. It wasn't only Blaze. Wasn't only the KO that was looking for that kill. It was also Famous. Just try to look with the shotgun. Any case, again, as you mentioned, perfectly placed for Boom here. I wasn't even aware of how Famous just got the shot off of Jin, whether it's Jin being high above, getting shot out there, or just, again, Famous pushing in and not really having any resistance outside of B side because everyone was trying to, again, get control of the side itself. It is Fancy not finding the rhythm that they want in these pushes that they've been doing.
But also the side anchoring from Boom as well. Main thing right now still Fancy just trying to pull off different flavors. Somewhat of a side execute on towards B from Port 4, and that kind of worked out until they lost those frags. And that's because Boom has the momentum. They've got those ultimate cycling up. And right now, a bit of a default. It's not working out too great. Boom has gotten a little bit more time, a little bit more space, and they're starting to poke and prod across the map.
No, Blaze King gotta look right behind you because they're about to swing. I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but they have lost control, but the timing is going to be off. If Fancy was just maybe 2 to 3 seconds earlier, they could catch that, but still they have to keep pushing in. Famous trying to run away, but he actually challenges Jin. How dare you go into my site? How dare you try to push into the A site? And I will deny you every qualm, every try, every attempt will just be swatted away, and it's all down left to Fischio, and of course Berserk not falling behind.
And that is just how this team plays. They're starting to feel themselves. They're starting to go in for it. Famous, despite being pushed back, despite the cloud burst, he still dives in with that shorty. Up by 17 kills and Only one death right now. This is the guy that we have to keep our eyes on. Famous has come to play today.
Hyper focusing on Jin there. I mean, because his teammates couldn't really find any picks as well, he had to go for plan B, which is to keep pushing up on Hey Heaven and hopefully get the pinch that he wants to. So it was a fine line and just a couple of seconds of free space, but Famous doesn't even allow that to happen.
That's just how suffocating it feels for Fancy at times. Of course, you know, we get the X-ray vision and we could see that they just narrowly missed the timing, but for Fancy, in their heads, they have to just go in for it a little bit more and find that confidence. High Z trying to go for some trades, but still, his teammates are gone. An Odin in Shiro's hands. Berserk's still on the site, and he hears the footsteps. He peeks out at the right time. The Null Command coming in, saving his life. Famous kind of missing the right click, but still okay. Because Nizzy is down to 25 HP, not a problem. Severin just kicks him out of the room.
They couldn't do anything about that because, again, first things first, no more bullets on the previous weapon. Got to pick something up. The Aldrome was just going to give away where this last player was, and then there was another one coming in through the doorway. But Fancy, whatever they're throwing, Boom is receiving, and receiving well. They are just able to basically throw it all the way back. Whatever Fancy, as you mentioned, any kind of flavor push that they want to go about this is just being, you know, sampled by Boom and saying, this is very good. We are taking this. Yeah, I like it. And we will devour it. Thank you for these rounds.
But this time, so Odin, yeah, it kind of tags up Fishu a little bit, but I like this from Fancy, right? They're still not phased. They're still trying to go through it all. And they've managed to kind of push up towards Canoe. Now slowly going back towards the site. Oh, kind of tagged up by the Recon, kind of tagged up by Severin, who is up by Defender Spawn. So much in contention, and Jin goes in by himself. No support necessary, and Shiro just comes up huge with the sprays. Blaze King popping off.
He can't break it.
Just absolutely detained.
Blaze King was nowhere behind B side. He from the shadowed in because again he wanted to give that support for Shiro. But the biggest thing is Shiro didn't reload at all. He had like 100 bullets. It was 50 when they were pushing it, and then he just like, I'm good. I have so many bullets. You guys have your rifles nerfed. Here I have with my Odin, just holding the back of the site, waiting for my teammates. And lo and behold, it was more than enough to swat away Fancy, who was just trying to grab the B side once again.
Man, and on to the next round still. I mean, we don't keep that Odin. We swapped over to a rifle. Fancy, they've got the full buys this time, so they're expecting something different from Fancy. And I love that Boom are anticipating this.
Well, we're very much prepared for it. You can see, at least as you mentioned, Fancy not really phased by the amount of rounds that they've lost already. Still willing to get that map control in. And this is a good point. You mentioned how they didn't have the Sentinel. The way that Fancy's going about this, which is kind of slow, but hold on. Blaze King! Yeah, that's going to trip him up. Fisho gets him. Fisho's still alive. He still has the wall. You can already see the reposition from the rest of them, and Famous is expecting something in just the past couple of seconds. But, I mean, Fancy can do whatever they want and, well, go for that setup.
It's a Null Command from Yes I Can. It kind of tags up Famous, but what is that shot? Through the toxic screen, he finds him. And that's going to be Berserk's now playing out the round door. Fancy tries to go in to get the site. They need that spike plant, that they need to set up some of these positions, but they're getting spammed through. They're getting tagged up, and they're just trying to find some safe ground. Poison Cloud picked up and repositioned up towards door. And Boom, they're taking their time with this.
Well, they can't really over push just yet. I think they were waiting for the recon dart or maybe just the blade itself, but as they're trying to get any composure of, well, control nearby, it's been just shut down. Okay, Famous and Berserk's heating up a little bit here. No, heating up a lot of it here as Famous just jumps in. Okay, very brave, but time not really in the favor of Shiro, so he's got to work quick. But Fisho trips him up once again. He did it to Blaze King. He'll do it to Shiro. And at least they get themselves another round on the board.
And that's just Fancy starting to get a little bit comfortable, right? You find Blaze King maybe a little bit overconfident out by a main, take him out. Once they have the site set up, once they have those post-plant positions, you know, they hear footsteps up around door. Yes I Can eliminates the first player. The rest of them coming out from heaven. And Fancy Fishio, they just know how to play off of it. Our Thai caster is kind of dumbfounded, surprised by how Fancy is playing that round 2. 9-2 is the score, and that's going to be the last round of the first half, and Boom goes in for a quick setup.
Oh, no!
Famous! He gets the triple spray, pulls out the knives, looks for another. The Paranoid coming in to assist. He checks the angle. He's going all in. Shiro cleans it up, and the Boom gets for it 10-2.
I thought that was a mad play, a very punishable play there by Boom,
baby,
and then out of
ako
nowhere, Shiro, recon dart on top, exposes everybody, and then Famous just hits up the God angle, ticks down 3 through the smoke without even needing to see them. I don't need to look at you dead in your eyes. You're already dead to my kill feed. 10-2, and this first half is done.
Just over. And now this comes to it, the second half. If this pistol does not get picked up by Fancy, I'm out. All right, I'm dropping this microphone. You handle the whole thing.
I mean, who predicted Boom again? I mean, again, it's too early to tell. Too early to tell. Bias caster. I'm gonna get called out on social media once again. But I will say, the struggles of not only Fischio, but the rest of Fancy is really being felt here. You did mention before the push came in that Sentinels, something that Fancy doesn't have, so they have to spread themselves out. You saw how they wanted to go for an aggressive push. Boom did a aggressive 50-50 play. Whether it was 5 players there or maybe just the 3, it would have caught them regardless. And unfortunately, Fancy are putting themselves on loop, and Boom is just able to read that over and over again, round after round, and it has been a very grueling repeat that is just annoying if you're on the Fancy team.
Precisely. You don't need that sense. You don't need that much map presence. When you have the right reads, when you are in Fancy's heads and Famous is landing shots, they can go ham with this. And that's the main thing. You know, we welcome this presence. We welcome this wrong prediction because we wanted this play from Boom Esports yesterday. They're finally bringing it here right now, and it comes down to this pistol round. Fancy, you have to pick this up.
About a 20 kill overall for Fancy there, and look at Famous is 24. Basically just one-upped the rest of the team here.
The whole team.
The whole team, indeed. My God. I mentioned yesterday as well that Berserks or Severin was struggling. They weren't able to find their kills. Berserks right now, he's 10 kills, he's 11 assists, so he's really there syncing up with Famous. All the issues that we pointed out during the panel, it seems like Boom have fixed it. Exactly that. Might have a tech issue right here as the timer has stopped, but again, Fancy, this gives them a little bit more time to discuss things. Looking around the map, seems like they do want to cover B main a little bit more. Maybe they're going to be utilizing Jin to get that early pick. He does have the Frenzy, so I don't know how that's going to be popping off. But in any case, problems are surfacing here for Fancy, at least for the Ascent map. And Boom, as we mentioned, is back on track.
I mean, you have to wonder, right? For Fancy, they've been trying some things. They're getting read by Boom. This second half as a reset could give them a little bit of space to work with. But in their minds right now, they're also thinking about how Boom plays on the attack. And what we've seen from Boom before is that you have Famous going in for those frags. You have Berserk setting him up, and it's working out a treat today. Severin with the flank watch as well. How could Fancy kind of work their way around this, right? They've got that double controller on the defense, and this is where I'm starting to worry for them. You've got the Viper, and I guess Fischio's job is just to watch out throughout the A site. The rest of the squad, those numbers up by mid, up by B main, they might be able to kind of bring Boom to a halt, especially up around these spots.
If I'm gonna go like hella nerdy on this, one of the big problems that you would go against when you're up against the Viper is, well, I don't want to compare it to like rank, but at least in rank, people are a lot more hesitant when it's up against a Viper. But when you're in this competitive game and you put up your wall on mid, that just means that there's really no setup to fear on the side itself. So you can just push through that. That's only a little bit of decay. There's no, if nobody plays up on the side, you have that perfect setup. They have Sheer that has been just really good with the Soba setups here. It's going to be difficult for Fancy, I feel, to have that good foothold inside of the side itself. So that's going to be problems. Again, if Boom are unfazed it's going to be a big problem.
And that's why it's so crucial for Fancy to find a read on this, to really just pull themselves together and adapt.
Yeah.
If Fishio's the only one on the A side and Boom gets a read on that, they go in together as a squad. That's it. Fishio's gone. The site's given over to Boom. However, if Fancy kind of starts to figure that out, maybe they give Fishio a couple of buddies just to hang out together on the A side, maybe Boom will be invited to this party where, you know, they kind of just get slaughtered.
Yeah. I mean, it basically just means that they can't rely on utility to dissuade Boom from pushing in. You saw how proactive they Fancy was on that attacking side because they have the ability to move around. They can't really let up and give up any form of map control here because, again, because they don't have that Killjoy, because they only have the couple of smokes, it's not really the biggest of, like, oh, you know, push away utility that's going to scare Boom here, especially when they have the flashes from Blaze King as well as Berserks.
And that's the thing. When Boom are themselves, when they've got this full squad working together, that cohesive play, it's difficult for Fancy. And I'm just thinking about this right now. You know, we were hyping up Nizzy. We've seen greatness from Nizzy. He's played so many different agents. He's got the Duelist. He's got the Phoenix. Maybe even a Cypher from yesterday. It's just how do you put him on a fade and put him in a spot where he can't really show us how strong he could be? I know for Fancy, you know, a lot of their compositions are set up and built up from their coach Kawa, but it's a little bit tricky for this team right now, especially when Jin isn't really showing up so much. They were starting out, you know, on the attacking side, and that's where you expect them to come up a lot better, but Boom just kind of turns them around.
Well, sucks. I'm just encompassing it in one word. It's really just very much annoying for Fancy here because, again, it feels like everything should be falling into place for them. We've talked about how much of a big map pool they're showing up right here. Their play style is somehow bamboozling every single team, and their philosophy on how to play Valorant coming in from Vietnam region has just been, honestly, one of the best we've seen as a starter from group stage 1 and 2.
And I think that's kind of the thing. They didn't have much information to work off of, so we've got Mac back with us right now. And
Mac back, I like that.
You want to know why? You know why, I don't need to say. There's technical issues. But look, what a game. So this Famous is the one that I got told about, right? This is the one that went missing on the first series.
Yep.
He's the one.
Right, that makes sense, okay. Well, I'm glad to meet him. What was that, 24 kills in one half? Ooh, but I want to remind everyone in Indonesia, please calm down.
I know.
Remember what happened in Boom series yesterday?
Yeah.
They won the first map in a very, very convincing fashion. And we were like, wow, this is going to be a great series. But then they went missing. But on the other side of things as well, myself and all the fancy predictors out there, of course, like you, Quack, remember Fancy saying that they like the earlier games. They like, you know, having a good rest, not having to wait too long. And maybe that's what we're seeing today, you know, because they're in the third slot of the day. It's a little bit later on, and it feels like, you know, they are taking a little while to warm up here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, again, those later nights, again, that third series, as Max said, but that, all in all as well, it just feels like they should have started game one with a little bit more pushback here, and it feels like whatever they're trying to do, it's fumbled in on them, and it feels like, again, their ability to expand their plays has diminished, and it's just gone back to what we were discussing when they came into this tournament, before day one started, that the one dimension is starting to creep itself once more.
Yeah, they've definitely all gone missing at the exact same time, which can certainly be an issue. But going into the next map, going into Haven, that is literally uncharted territory for both these teams.
Yesterday or what?
And that's where things can get completely crazy. Yes, the game's not done, but the other sticking point for me on Ascent in particular is we were talking about just how strong Fancy have to be on the attack if they are to get a good result.
I know.
And they only got 2
we gotta
rounds.
calm down
So
because
it's really
game and
not looking too
Boom
crash
won the
hot
first
for them.
game,
But I
whatever.
heard that the
Cuman kayak
technical
yesterday,
issues are all sorted. So
thank
that's
you.
the
Even though
that's
Boom
the
won the first
halftime
game,
update. I will call it the halftime show. Hey, here's the show, but here's the game. We're going back
that
right
we
now.
saw yesterday was not.
Or now.
It's
Or
not
in a
the
second. Hey,
famous
I'll just
that
keep
we're
flexing.
seeing
I'll
today.
just keep.
You know?
Here we are. That's your mid-game entertainment. See you later, boys.
That's the caster
Kemarin
start, but
kamu
it's when
begini,
Mac
bro.
flexes,
Map
and
first-
then we go
first map
straight in.
juga.
Thank you so much for
Mac
coming back in.
Got our back.
He will carry
Mac
on to the
attack.
next game, to the next
Big
game.
Mac. I mean, no. Copyright infringement. Sorry. Anyways,
All
let's
right.
go in because it seems like nobody has said for Boom to hold your horses, and they have put this pedal to the metal. Furious 10, if you want to call it like this. And Shiro picks up that glorious hat trick.
Completely turn around from yesterday. Yesterday, piss around win rate, boo, bad. Today, it's like, oh my god. Off the technical pause, they just dived
Shiro?
straight
Hello?
in.
Yo, did you hear who just like, he got the highlight and someone's like, ah! Somebody is just, again, showing their support for Boom here. But you know what? That's great because, again, as fans, you always have to have your team's back, whether it's Boom or Fancy. With that being said, Fancy here feels like they put themselves back against the wall, and it's the forced buy to just see what happens in this round.
I mean, they might as well, because if not,
I don't want to get
match
ahead
point,
of myself.
you buy up,
but-
and then what? You've got like so many rounds ahead of you. It's tough, and they might as well just try. They're on the defense, so it could work out after all. But given their positions right now, so much space allowed for Boom to sneak through. Nizzy still lands a shot, and this could be the start of something good.
They open the trap, so at least they know now that Fancy has gone for that full buy. Still somehow finds the access
honest,
through
I
the
did
site.
nothing, guys,
Bit of
super
catch
well.
onto Blaze King. He's gonna have to.
Bohong,
I don't think he has to reposition with his team, but he needs to get control on B main
Marami.
just to
Marami
see
lagi
when
nobar.
Fancy starts funneling in outside of market.
They're going through market. What I'm curious about is Fishio along with Heisey going through mid right now. They have a couple of options. They've got some smokes to work with.
Okay,
They
Jeho.
have to wait for the rest of the
Bisa
team.
dibandingin sama
Everyone's
Jeho
getting a
nggak,
little bit
anjing?
antsy. The C's sent out. Yes, I can push this off of it. Takes out Berserks, and he gets an idea of where Blaze King might be. So
Let's
they're
go.
going just to
Tin.
check.
Wait,
Wait,
no.
look at this
Ini udah dapat.
discipline. He is hidden. He comes out at the right time and gets the straight transfer onto 2 of them. Fancy United just completely thrown apart. It's 12-2 match point for Boom Esports.
Gila, I'm
That's
so
a
happy.
big
Gua udah
mistake from
bener-bener
Fancy
bisa
here. They knew, they
berkata
saw.
apa-apa, anjing. Gua
Wait,
udah
did they
bisa
see
berword
actually
sword,
Blaze King
anjing.
coming from tiles to go up onto B main? Whatever it may be, right? Maybe it's because you
Gila,
saw.
Cok.
I'm pretty sure they did. Pretty
Nggak
sure
liat gak sih
as
tadi
well
statsnya
that
si
because Shiro was
Fancy
starting to
di
heat up
Ascent tuh gila
from
banget,
the B
anjing.
side, they had to call in the rest of the team because they couldn't really deal with the post planners at the back of it. So whatever may be the viewers taking that was a mistake. They should have dealt with Blaze King. There was not enough
Iya,
time to really
anjing.
deal with 2 things, so they
Udah sih
had
nice
to just
banget sih
choose
jujur itu,
one.
sumpah, anjing gabung.
And
What the
it's
fuck?
so much,
Gabung.
and it becomes a bit of a guessing game. You're at match point,
nggak
you
bisa
buy up
berword
whatever you
sword,
can, and at this point, you
berword
just
sword,
hope
anjing.
for the best. Fancy, they're not giving up. They're still on the site, and you've got Yes I Can just right around the corner. He knows that Famous is inside, and they come out at the right time, but still the rest of the forces, that's why it's a delayed push. Yes I Can comes out just to hold them back a second longer.
Fear my flashes, respect my authority on the A site. As they get pushed back.
Kenapa ceplok
There's
lilit
still plenty of time though. It's 3 versus 3
ngomong apa-apa.
weapons, and I'll say HP a little bit better for Boom, but then Jin makes me think otherwise.
Aku
Backs
ntar
away onto B. This is
mulai
looking
nonton
much
di
better
sana
right now
teh
for Fancy,
pas
but they're still
playoffs
spread
ya.
thin. Again, they have to keep that guesswork rolling. They don't have any.
Suara lu kecil
Actually, no,
ini.
they still have Yes I Can still alive. So if you can
Soalnya
blade
gua
at the perfect time right here, maybe
nggak
he's gonna
tahu.
be able to catch Berserks as
Soalnya
well
gua
as
kalau
Shiro
teriak
coming up
pasti
through
berisik banget,
short, but
Cok.
he did spot him out. So now
Jadi gua
they know where
gedein
they are.
suarain game.
They're just trying to play around this too, but
Ini udah beli
Fancy
tiket.
has the advantage here.
Iya, udah
They
beli
try
tiket
to
dari
push the
kemarin-kemarin
issue,
gua.
and it just makes Boom feel a little bit more uncomfortable. They have to push in, and
Oh,
now they
nice
just
banget.
go straight into the angles, being held by Fancy. Fishu and Jin, well played by them. They keep their team alive for just one more round.
Yeah. Yes, I can. Huge
Such a
play
good
for
thing
that
for them.
flash catching. Boom
Point-wise and
in
stuff, really.
transition. And getting these picks right here perfectly
Tapi
right there.
tembak ini
Perfectly placed. And
orang
then
masih
Jin
gimana ya?
He's not gonna, let his teammate get all the highlights here. He's got to keep the dream alive, at least for this first game. Just looking at the coach, or rather,
that's the CEO. That's
CEO.
Scary.
Sorry,
and he's very happy about this.
Well, he wasn't happy about that round. He's like a little bit pouting, but it's still round 3, not yet over. So let's see how this goes.
End it, guys. It's just one more round. What are
He's
you
like,
doing?
He was like shouting and everything. He's like, guys, we need one more round. And you got game number 1.
It's all right. They're going for that half buy. We've got a Bulldog on Severine, and the rest of them just trying to get a little bit more space. A main has got no info, no sound. So a couple players going back to investigate. Meanwhile, the rest of that squad having to defend against Boom. Full force up towards B main.
Kuting dari mana, Cok?
Look at where Famous is. Fisher don't even know.
Oh!
Gonna get caught.
Oh my
Maybe dash
God.
right in. No more dash out as the tailwind
Oh, nice
expires,
one.
but this gives access for
Oh!
Boom to just
Vito.
come right in. Hello,
This was
intruding
halfway.
on the B site. And
This is
look at
halfway.
this. Yes, I can. And Heisey far, far, far from being able to retake this site and retake this round and maybe even save this game at all.
I love it.
Great Molly. But,
No,
oh no, Severin still gets out.
They're
No,
okay.
what?
Shiro now holding the ground with a Sheriff. There isn't that much time left. Maybe 20 seconds. The Hunter's Fury just to bait him out even longer.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he's getting tagged up. He's trying to dodge it, but he only has a Bulldog. Get 3 targets to hit. That's the first. I'm still wondering about time, though. Flashpoint sent out. Unfortunately, flashed on his own. He goes out. He gets another and goes in for even more, but Blaze King ends it.
Yo, he got the head tap on Blaze King through the wall, through the box. And he could have actually made it happen, but, well, not gonna be enough. There was just too much to handle. And again, this is also the problem when you don't have that KJ, because you don't got mollies on fast lane, so
It's all,
Famous was just like running past, he's got his own Met Gala.
Red carpet rolled out.
Red carpet rollout.
You could just come in, Boom. It's okay. And they completely evicted Fancy
Map
United's
2, map
players
pick
on the
siapa?
site, and that's
Ini
kind of what
harusnya
they
tuh map
needed.
picknya sih.
Landing shots with the Sheriff, picking up
Fancy,
a
so-
Vandal. I mean, so many things going right for Boom Esports on this map.
Definitely. So we're going to go on a break, guys. When we
Siapa,
come
siapa ya?
back, it's going to be the
Mau
panel
ngomong.
in game number 2.
Can you see my eyes? I feel like I'm gonna cry, man. I know it's very extra, very lebay. I actually feel like I'm about to cry. This is better than. Sheesh. Swish. Whoosh. Let's lose to this. I don't even want to comment anything about that. But. Ini ganteng banget anjing. Duh juga, oh gila. Coba ini hari ini kayak bener-bener semuanya gacor anjing. I'm not even gonna give the credit to Famous only. Everyone is like so good today. I've been serious. Anjing, okay, I'm gonna go for a toilet break, so hold on a minute, guys. I need to pee after all that excitement. Wait, hold on.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams,
4-2-2 ya SF ya. Jadi cek. Anjing. I need to call myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023, and Boom have done exactly what they did yesterday so far. The series isn't done, but they also won in the most convincing fashion we have seen so far here at Ascension Pacific. 13-3, that is domination.
That is clearly domination. I mean, at some point, freaking Famous was up with 17 kills, 1 death. I think Berserks had 7 kills, 0 deaths. Whatever Fancy United tried, they just got read like a book.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it felt like everything was back in... I was just seeing Sleepy Ray Madness, but yeah, everything feels like it's back on track. Because again, I was mentioning when we started the panel that... excuse me, that Famous and Berserks really need to get that step up in. Berserks was just flying, he's getting the kills, he's getting the assists, and Famous, he just couldn't be stopped. He's getting all of these out of nowhere triple kills.
Even at the end, right? Like,
blows my mind.
You guys were talking about it, that because of the lack of the KJ, he's able to walk up lane. And the other thing I noticed, right, because he has to drop down onto the site, right? Usually, when you're at home, when you're comfortable, when you have your own headsets on, you're able to hear everything you want. But in a LAN environment like this, when you've got that white noise pumping in your ears and only in-ears to use, you don't have as good of a situational sound, right? Positionally, you're not going to hear it in the right directions, and things like that, moments like that allow Famous on site to get a flank off with the classic in a very crucial round. Either way, having a look at the stats here, Famous now, I think this may also be the highest rating we've seen from anyone at Ascension so far. 2.0 rating overall. Just absolute domination, 422 ACS.
Kalau dibilang begitu, gue tuh nggak merasa gue mirip, cuman kayak ya udah aminin aja anjing.
United, they just don't look like the same team that we've been watching for the last couple of days.
It's really weird. I'm thinking if it's the composition, if it's Nizzy playing on something that, you know, maybe he's not so comfortable on, or something that he doesn't really prefer. Whatever it is, it clearly does not work against a Boom that feels this confident.
Yeah. Just look at the post-plant stats, right? Yes, it wasn't a long game, but it was only planted 5 times. The rest of the rounds were solved by kills, man. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous.
That's Boom. When they start feeling aggressive, when they start going in for it, and you see Famous, I mean, like, that's confidence, right? It's a huge surge of it, especially around round 2 or 3, and he had that Bulldog just suddenly finding 3 players who lined up perfectly for him. They start to, you know, they start to feel themselves a lot more.
Yeah, it was just a crazy, crazy game overall. Winning one round where they lost the first pick and then getting the first pick every single other round is kind of crazy overall. But look, that's it for Ascent, unless you want to touch on it one more time, Asarai?
I guess one big difference is yesterday they were trying to go for these weird dry peaks where it didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This time, every peak that they did, super aggressive charges outside of B main, A main, has been, it makes a lot of sense. It's risky, but you see that there was so much thought and ability to confirm those plays from Boom.
Yeah, they're around with the quadruple kill, right? The paranoia, there's so much more cover.
Yeah.
There's just a lot going on. Now look, let's start turning this conversation over towards Haven. One of the 2 maps currently in the pool with 3 spike sites. And you know what that means? Everything can get more chaotic. You know which of these teams plays really bloody well in chaos? I don't need to tell you. You know.
I feel like it's kind of like
I
both
feel
of
like
them.
both of them, yeah. I was about to say the same thing.
It has to be Fancy for sure. Like so far, what we've seen,
boom.
it's
boom. All right, maybe I did have to tell you guys because look, in terms of chaos, in terms of explosive gameplay, Boom are the ones that make those very quick mid-round calls. As soon as they get an opening, boom, they're gone.
That's what they do best, but at the same time, I mean, thinking about Fancy United's composition from their past games, you know, the I think grand finals that they played, they have the Yoru, and that's a chaos agent. That's something that they can use to really kind of confuse Boom Esports. So this could go either way, I feel like.
Yeah, it's one of those agents where like the kit that he brings in not only allows for those flashes to be extremely instrumental in opening up the site, you can play mind games with the sound cues, but you also get off those extremely fast rotations with the gate crash. And what we have seen when Nizzy picks up that Yoru is with the dimensional drift, they find so much value out of that ult. It's crazy.
Yeah, one of the things that I think if we're going to be seeing Fancy here, they get their Haven map. If they go for what we saw, you know, when they were playing from Vietnam, the default mindset of Fancy would be, it's always Nizzy. He's going to be charging it. He's going to be looking to always have that that dimensional drift so that he can get that contact. He can get that follow from his teammates because, lo and behold, it's not just the Yoru pick. There's also the Gecko. There's also the Chamber. And Chamber's coming in from the 6.11. Jin loves to go for that aggressive contact. Might be something that Fancy can fall back on and really show up in this second game. Could give us a third because the series looking really, really good.
I love when Gecko comes in the mix. We saw Dragon playing on it in a different way. So we saw Dragon play Gecko twice, right? But we saw two different Dragons come out in terms of bonkers. Now, we haven't seen Gecko be picked up just yet for Fancy United, of course, in Ascension Pacific. But I can't wait to see it because, you know, as you mentioned, yes, they do thrive in chaos. It's a bit more calculated than what we have from Boom, which is just hit the go button, run on in. But if you have your wingman planting, you have that sixth man there, sixth individual. I don't know, it's gender. I don't want to misgender the little thing. But of course, you have many more hands. That extra gun, watching all the potential flood, and we know that Boom, they're a team. They can hit the go button, so they can flood at any given moment.
And that's something that, you know, how do you handle those floodgates? You need to figure out how to work around that. And a possible key to it is, you know, in addition to the Gecko, in addition to the Yoru, they also play a double controller on Haven. You got the Omen, you got Fischio back on the Viper. There's so much that this team is doing. They have a lot of inventive ideas. I like it, and I hope they get to show us what they're made of here.
When they played Chamber, that was on the 4th, which means that was before the buffs as well. So maybe that's another thing we need to look at as well. You know, there's definitely potential for it to be a bit more explosive, a bit better for the eco, and also able to move further away and have that trademark hit harder can definitely help.
Yeah, a big thing for this as well that would at least be very possible if they have that double controller. If again they're gonna have Jin as the Chamber, and just to hyper focus on Jin a little bit here. Last game he only had the 5 kills. If he can turn that around, show up what he's got as the Chamber, that's gonna give so much map control for this team. That's gonna give them so much coverage, and that's gonna be such a problem for Boom to start pushing in because they never know if they're gonna be pushing onto a site that only has Jin, or they have like 4 players of Fancy just waiting at the other side of that of those walls or of those smokes.
Yeah, and on the Boom side of things as well, last time they played something a bit more normal, a bit more neutral, of course. You have that Jet, you have that Breach, you have that KJ, Omen, and then of course the Sova. And that Sova makes it look so much more normal when you think of Haven. I feel like, you know, when you're not seeing Sova, teams are usually going off meta, but when you're not seeing a Sova or a Fade, teams are just throwing in the whole new meta.
But that's the thing to me about Boom picking this map. They don't have a lot of experience on it, at least recorded throughout VCT. They had a really good win rate, or score at least, against their opponents in the upper semifinals of their own region, 13-2. And it works a treat, and they are going with the same composition for both sides.
On both sides.
United, great. Yeah, for Boom. I mean, this is a composition that DRX has played before. It's classic. It works really great. Shiro, you know, shock darts, they can eliminate some of Jin's traps. And perhaps if they can play to that same consistency that we just saw, they could turn this whole thing off and go 2-0.
Yeah, the other thing I'm noticing as well, yes, there's that buff from the Chamber, but there's also been that slight nerf to the Viper. So we'll see if that affects how Fancy United play it, but they at least have that double controller set up. So yes, you'll have those walls, yes, you'll have those mollies for the post plants, but then the Omen, it feels like it is just a necessity. The fact that you have that verticality, you have the Shrouded Step just to jump up on everything, as well as, actually, they're not bringing in the Jet, so it pretty much is just the Omen that's going to be going up and down. Actually, no Chamber. Of course, the Rendezvous, you can use that pre-round to get up on things too, so that will be able to go and contest the Jet and the Omen over of Booming Sports as well there.
If we've seen any of the matches from Fancy on Haven when they were going up against, I forgot who we were going to the Grand Finals, they love to just throw basically everything and see what happens when they do that and start pushing it. They really thrive in that chaos. Again, as I mentioned, Nizzy is one of those players that absolutely thrives in the madness, and then Fancy just says, you know what, we're gonna let you play in that kind of field, in that zone, so just get in on it and see what you can do. Yeah, just start stewing that pork essentially, right? Cockpick percentage for Boom in recent time is 100%, so they haven't changed that up. Whereas you're looking at Fancy United, they have played it twice with 33, so they've had multiple different attempts at compositions on Haven, but it's good to see that they are starting to find some normalcy.
Fancy, they've played this map twice as many times as Boom too.
Yep.
So that's what I'm thinking about. How does this affect their mental state? And yes, Boom are consistent so far, but can they keep that up? That's the question. If you're thinking about Fancy and you're talking about how they thrive off of chaos, first of all, you need to incite that chaos. You need to create it. And if Boom doesn't allow that to happen, that's going to be troublesome.
What I'm thinking about now as well, you know, I want to see how the mosh pit can be used to maybe try and deny that lockdown. You have to combine it with the snake bite. That's what I'm looking at, because other than that, there's no real damaging abilities to deal with KJ. So KJ's lockdown can be a very, very powerful ultimate here, considering there's nothing to counter.
Well, I also want to add, if we're just talking about combinations, is just how good the Gecko is.
Okay, well, I'll let you touch on that one in just a moment, but I heard from a bird that flew into my ear that it is time to jump on into Haven. It's time to jump on into a little bit of fun. It's been a while. It's been a while between drinks since we last saw Haven, so let's see if Boom.
All right. Thank you very much, Mac. Crowd's going crazy. They're hyping this up.
I'm just being a little bit quiet so they can hear it right now, guys. So if you got the chance to watch during the group stage and maybe even on the playoffs, please do. Here again in Bangkok, Thailand. 14 seconds. Woo! You can see on the top left that very disheartening 13-3 with Fancy, but it's a reset. It's a map where they have a composition that I think they absolutely love to, well, play with. So we'll see how that goes. Lots of forces, if not all, looking already at the A site, and that is a very big no-no as Shiro finds good damage, if not a kill, onto Nizzy, who's supposedly the big entry fragger right now here for Fancy.
That was one shock dart?
2, I believe. No, just the one and a couple of pop shots?
I can't believe that happened. And now the Recon very well possibly revealing Vishio and the rest of his team. They see that wingman, and they're trying to eliminate it. Not a huge problem, though, still. Just up around it. They have that crossfire set up outside of short, and they will eliminate.
It's a kind of version of who let the dogs out. You know, you got the Gecko. There's the wingman, going to the side with the Dizzy. It's a good combo. Flashes everybody. If wingman gets that contact, he'll run right through you. Problem was, Boom was pretty much on it. Look at that. They weren't even playing at the back of the side. That setup would be great for Gecko if anybody was hiding at the back. There was only one. Majority of them were holding on to short, and that was the perfect answer. The rock, paper, scissors to the push that Fancy was doing on the A side.
This is why Boom picked Haven. It feels like they're prepared for this. It feels like they've watched Fancy's games and they have an idea of what they're about to pull off. And even right now, round 2. All right, possibly headed back to B. And you see Severine already sending out the Paranoia. He's prepared for this. He's ready to let it rip. 3 players gone. 1 more from Blaze King. Shiro cleans it up. Is there anything more that I should say?
Nothing. That is perfection right now for Boom. Fancy, of course, was no buys whatsoever. They hope that they could get that plant on the spike. But here's the good thing about Fancy. Even if they keep losing the rounds, even if they're short on the buys, 2 of their agents actually have incredibly economical buys. The Gecko as well as the Chamber. Gecko is, I think, overall 4,350 for a full purchase with his full shield and utility. And then, of course, if you don't buy any of the Headhunters, you can just get the trademark and you're good as the Chamber. In any case, whoop, Famous got to back away.
Damn, Asteroid, with all that math. I was like, I got to add this and subtract that. I'm kidding. But still, it's the setup from Boom right now, and they're getting information off of it. You can see that Famous used that Tillin straight away, get out of jail. And now they're prepared for this A-site hit. Everyone's already rotated over. Good flashpoint from Berserks, and he plays and swings with a Spectre. Able to get one, but thankfully, Fancy, they will be prepared for this as well. Crouching down, spraying through. Yes, I can. I will win this round.
Got slowed pretty much by Boom there, but Fancy also slowing up the pace. They weren't feeling pressured too much to maybe someone's going to be flanking us. Maybe we need to speed up things. No, they have to clear things up. They need to be careful because even though I mentioned that their push play is going to be a lot more chaotic here, if it's very well read by Boom, it's better to just, again, take a breath, hold off, and then start pushing in and make sure that there's nothing that you left unchecked when you push in onto that site, which they did, and again, gets them that round.
I'm really curious about the Euro utility as well. I mean, there are a couple of moments where you could see Nizzy and Heisey just really hunkering down. They were expecting Boom to actually peek out off of a couple of plays up by short onto the next round. And now with the guns, they get to go in, and they're going for that full B hit. Boom, on the other hand, they've kind of left this open, so this is going to be a full retake.
Well, this is good timing for Boom here, because before that spike gets planted, look at how far both Shiro and Severin have already pushed up on mid. Can see that Blaze King also making sure that no one is going to be pushing in onto Garage. So they have a clear picture as to where the Fancy players are. I do like how Fancy's still on the side. I do like how they're playing close to each other so they can get those quick little refrags. And the tight positions here could be a tricky endeavor for Boom to just retake the site altogether.
Yeah, this really worked for them on a set before. When they played so far out away from the site, they really forced Boom back. But now, Boom finding another avenue of entry. They head through mid, instantly turned around. Fancy reacts, Fishio finds a quick double, and they manage to fend them off. The spike will go off. Berserks has to turn tail and save.
Unfortunately, no orbs for him to pick up as that spike was planted, but as I mentioned, it's Fancy, it's risky, it's very close knit together, but Boom just could not really push through that. And biggest thing about that was Fishio himself. That snake bite forces them, or doesn't actually allow them to get into the site itself. He gets a miraculous 2K, gives a lot of leeway here for Fancy, even though there were some players of Boom already on the site. Nothing they could really do. And again, you do see the value of the Viper and the expertise of Fishio, the Viper main from Fancy.
Yeah, right. I mean, this round, this toxic screen, it actually goes all the way through and blocks off A-Link. There's so much that they can play and work with. Boom, they have to be a little bit more careful about this now, not only just because of their buys, but with the way that Fancy are playing. A bit of a peek, and Blaze King will be able to get information, but unfortunately gets shut down instead. The C site will be completely cracked open.
Give it to them. Loving this one from Fancy. This is, again, the map where they really are able to just bully opponents out of the site itself. It is the perfect map for them, and perfect for just the playstyle, perfect for the comp that they have. Jin holding on to mid, spots out the Peking Sheriff of Severine. He's getting corralled right now. Damage has been done, but time also depleted as they need to just rush right in. I mean, what's kind of good here is this a buy round? I don't think it is. Maybe a broken, or they just picked up the weapon. So nothing really to be lost here for Boom as they try to get a couple of picks, but not even that will be allowed by Fancy. No, you don't get those picks. This is our round.
Holds up the stop sign. I mean, Berserks, you know, that was the Vandal from the previous round that he saved up. You could see the attempts, but that said, once Fancy starts to pull off some of these crazy rounds, once they start to gain control over the sites, they will be able to fight back. 3 rounds won now in a row You have to think Boom with this buy coming in, or maybe. Yeah, I think it's a buy. Is it about time to call a timeout soon? Maybe not yet.
Maybe not yet, because coming into this one, what is it, like max loss bonus? They can have the operator on Famous if they want to.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. So that's going to be something that Fancy should be very much aware of. So what's the tic-tac-toe here? What's the rock, paper, scissors of where this player is hiding?
And not just that, too. I mean, look at the ultimates the Fancy have. So many tools at their disposal. Boom. They need something. They need a bit of an opening pick. They need more information. And this Thrasher out from Yes I Can will be able to tell them a little bit more. But still, it allows for Fancy to get onto the site. Severine coming up from the side. Blaze King from Garage. It puts them, it stops them in their tracks. Jin trying to play off of his fallen teammates. It only keeps him alive for 1 second. Boom.
Oh my god.
They are loving this.
Dustin
Famous out from behind.
Baby!
Oh, he kept that whiz off of it, but just for a second. It's okay. Berserks is here to help him out.
Yo, don't forget, you gotta pick up that operator. Expensive. But did you see what Blaze King did? He was getting shot, and then he just wide swung, diverted all of the shots, and then bam, gets Heisey on the swing. And of course, that just ruined everything. Famous, I thought he was going to get that. That was an easy shot, of course, considering Famous. They win the round, but I still got hurt. I feel hurt because they lost the operator.
I didn't see anything. It's okay. Dude. Apart from all these plays, something that, you know, maybe viewers at home can't really hear or see, these guys are shouting. In these little situations, Boom are taunting the Fancy United players. I'm not sure if they can hear them, but you can definitely feel it. The air is tense.
That's just how Boom are.
And Fancy, they want to strike back.
I love it.
They definitely do, and this is the perfect way, perfect game,
Gue
perfect
yakin
map
tuh Kogeri
for them to be
pasti
able to do that.
teriak-teriak deh harusnya.
You're already seeing they're
Kayak
just
kemarin.
so sure of what they want to
Video
do
live
on the
lama di
maps,
private kemana?
on
Kenapa?
the
Yang mana,
rotation
Cok?
itself. And they don't have to worry anymore about
Biasa
the
kalau misalnya
operator.
aku private
They're
berarti
making a
kayak
lot of noise on
kena
mid.
apa?
There is a very
Copyright
close Famous
itu
right in
biasa.
front of them. And
Terus
he is
suka kena
waiting.
copyright.
Oh my god.
That
Oh my God,
wall
nice banget, Bibi.
separated Fancy on the push.
Ganteng
And
banget.
Shiro, as he gets the contact, activates the Hunter's Fury. Oh, just the, again, picks flowing for Boom here. And Nizzy, not Neezy, he's alone. He does have the spike at least in hand, but map control is kaput.
Completely smashed up. Poof.
Oh my
Blaze
god.
King. He's actually coming up behind him. Nizzy
Aku terharu di
has to
denger
start
itu.
things off, and he gets the first headshot. Flashes
Dia
himself in
bakal
and
no.
goes for the burst onto Berserks.
bakal
This is
no
suddenly
itu.
very doable now. He gets blinded. Throws off a blind of his own, just buys a little bit more time for him to get the spike planted, but he has no idea that there is a player behind him. Tries to go in for a bit more space, but there is that tap from A-Long. A good attempt, a good try, but unfortunately shut out.
Is he gonna crack with it? I think Shiro was just like jumping up, and then he's like, bam, one tap, one kill. No luck, all skill.
That was nice.
What are they doing? Just looking right in front of each other, you know. Are they gonna perfect it? Like 4 seconds remaining.
Come on, guys.
No, that's dirty.
Kayak lagi sambil TikTok deh.
Yeah, no, 12.57. Nah.
Oh, you can hear the shouting now.
I mean, as Boom, if you want to
We
talk
can
things
hear
over,
Gary
no need for
shouting.
tactical pause. If you win the round early enough and you can utilize the extra 40 seconds to, you know, just talk while you're defusing the spike, why not? I guess. Ah, there it is. Nizzy. Almost.
You see these signs of life, and it does inspire a bit of confidence, but also, Boom, I love how confident they are feeling right now. The taunting, the shouting, there's no need for pauses or tactical crouching when you're feeling this way. In fact, Fancy are the ones who need it right now.
Absolutely, and considering we were talking about Fancy and them needing things, they definitely need this tactical timeout. Gotta talk with the coach, gotta talk with Kawa here, as they're in need of guidance, because, I mean, you're looking at how they're pushing, it feels like it should be, but the tempo, I think the setup is good. The tempo and the timing is very far behind. It's not bad, but because of how quickly Boom is and because of how confident the players are, maybe from that game one, maybe they refresh themselves, whatever the case may be, it seems like they're always tripping up on the timing that Famous keeps picking out against them.
Because it's one of these things where you have a very specific composition. You're trying to create, you're trying to do something. And you've got this toxic screen that you set up, especially up around A long, towards A link. You're trying to go past it, but the thing that you least expect, something that you just don't see right around the corner, is a player like Famous just striking you at the right time for Boom Esports.
Yeah, and here's the big problem too. Because they have the Gecko, he's the only one that can actually clear the corners, and you don't want to keep doing that when you have like 10 seconds cooldown on his abilities. You can use the Wingman, yes, like this. Actually, this is the first time where you've seen the Wingman actually try to clear things. In any case, it actually is helping him out as Severin gets out of the bombardment of bullets. No push up to the site just yet, but they are clear outside of Garage.
Oh my God.
But Berserks, he's had enough. Get out of my home, get out of my sight as he picks up so many kills. Severin comes in for the refrag, and Yes I Can is alone. He is on an island. He is stranded, and he is outnumbered, but maybe he can get a catch right here. And Famous catches him tripping with the operator.
Again, the idea was there. You see that Wingman going through. You were talking about it, Asarai, but as soon as that flash came out from Nizzy, as soon as they tried to peek out, Berserks reacted perfectly to this. Completely dodged. He gets a quick double. His teammates come in just to back him up, and everything goes right. Whatever Fancy United are trying, it's not enough to surprise Boom.
Big thing is, the previous round before that, they were cooking Boom. So you saw them pushing up a little bit more. That's when the perfect time is. But at the start of the round, when you're trying to bully things out, of course they're going to be in a position where they can fall back into place. And that's what you saw perfectly here from Boom. Just not really challenging the push because it's kind of obvious that everyone's there. They're not going to challenge that. They're just going to use their utilities, get those better angles, get those crossfires, and use every bit of advantage. And Fancy is falling into the loop, is falling into the trap. It's turning into an event that feels a little bit too much for Fancy to handle, but Heizy does deny a pick against the pick from Famous.
I like it. I like it. You get one pick, you don't overcommit. Boom, they've got some question marks in their heads, and they're going back into investigate. Meanwhile, Fancy, they're trying to play along with the time that they have, and this time, you send that Dizzy out, you clear out long before you peek. Famous isn't here. There is nobody here, and you call it safe. This way, Fancy could very well go in for that A site take. The problem is, though, Blaze King is nearby. Blaze King has so many utilities, he even has his lockdown.
If he has a lineup to supplement the lockdown, you know, I think Fancy actually has a lineup to break this, but do they have the timing to do so? There it is. They're going to be just facing it straight up. Spike gets planted. Fancy, are they prepared? That's the issue. Trapped into the corner here. They're going to get stunned. There's the big flag, and that's what we were talking about. The lockdown. They needed to break it, and the aftershock is just going to be the final nail as they get buried alive outside of A main.
Just put into their own coffin, Asarai. You would watch that little corner up the cubby up by A long. The aftershock, this was completely planned by Boom. The Rolling Thunder sent out the lockdown. You thought maybe they had a lineup, but they just couldn't set it up. Spike, everything just gone. Boom Esports are controlling this game. They are driving this car. And Fancy United, the timeout, you know, maybe it worked for a while, but now it's no longer here. They've got 3 ultimates to work with still, though.
I mean, I was expecting to see that lineup because they were just staying in the site for the longest time, right? In any case, there's going to be the contact once again, and they thought Famous was not going to challenge through the snake bite, through the smoke. It is all but a faint dream because Famous is a nightmare that you cannot wake up from. The push from Ficio through his smoke, and Famous whiffs the shot, but there's still 2 players right on the side itself waiting. Ficio's got to have to dig deep and play big because there is no push coming in through his teammates on A long. He tries to get the smoke, clears up a couple of the angles, but again, it is a little bit lacking from Fancy.
Wake up, Chrissy. wake up. This nightmare, it's not real. Nizzy's trying to make it happen.
Oh
but
no, you
Blaze
see that?
just strikes from behind the spike carrier, killed. And now it feels as if Fancy are completely surrounded. They are trapped. It's claustrophobic, Asteroid. There could be an option to use the Dimensional Drift. Yep, pick up the spike and we could go elsewhere. Fischio trying to fight back. He is kind of pinned down, so a bit of support comes through. Another flash throws out, but Shiro answers in kind, and boom. I can't believe how good they are in reacting to all of this utility.
You'd think that, again, they're gonna get got on the site, but the cohesion of what Fancy wants to do is grinding each other. The gears are not working together here. The flash comes out from Nizzy. There's no follow-up from Fischio because he still has to deal with the breach right beside him on Graffiti here. So the problems just keep stacking up, and right now Fancy, the best that they can do here is just contact, but I mean, they're calling, they're trying to get that contact, but they're missing the number.
Masih ada orang itu ya?
I know that could be one of the solutions, but it's not optimal. And Boom has a solution to every problem that Fancy throws at them. It almost actually looked as if Berserk was playing anti-flash because he knew about Nizzy and his Dimensional Drift. Now, just trying to play it slow. They got an opening pick from before, and that was something that worked for them a couple rounds ago. But look at the positioning from Boom Esports Asteroid. Oh god, they're so far back. There's not a lot of information for Fancy to work with.
Who has the spike? It's yes, I can. Okay, so if you can get the wingman to actually plant on the site itself, maybe there's going to be a follow-up with the Viper's Pit. That's what they wanted to happen. They're utilizing their mollies here. They're flushing corners, and the timing on that Dizzy could not be any more perfect. 3 players remaining here for Boom. Berserks has the flash angle. Does he have a chance to get a couple of picks? None whatsoever. I mean, they're so rich. They can try to keep challenging this, and Famous has the blades. He can definitely pop off, but again, Fancy, they're playing together. It looks good. It looks great.
Wow.
Famous, though. Okay, it's not done, but now it's over. Calm yourself. Take a rest. Hit that next round because it is over. Fancy get the 4th.
And the 4th is something that is close to the 5th. There is a chance.
Quick math.
And that's something that all the Fancy United fans have to believe in. I mean, you talked about a great call from Asteroid, guys. This is how they can play off of that Gecko. This is why this composition can work really well. You've got that Toxic Screen, you've got the Dizzy, you've got the Wingman to secure the plant. And this is something that has happened before, too. Boom Esports, they often leave B kind of open. This time, after that round, they're going to have to go back in with a bit of Killjoy utility to watch it and make sure it's safe. Fancy, they're going to go back in to re-explore this one gap. Is it going to stay a gap, though?
They have the Thrash. They have their utilities. They can really use these to just force the back of the side, but
oh my god!
If it doesn't happen that last round, do it again this time, and Blaze King gets the different outcome, gets the better outcome. And that's going to be huge because, again, yes, again, has a Thrash. That could have been so well used for this post plant, and now it's going awry. Viper's Pit has been utilized. Let's get the pick onto Shiro here. Icy has a good angle. There's so many little pockets that they have to flush them out on. Last round as well, they need to start getting into the sights.
Blaze again, but instantly dismissed by Jin. A bit more support coming through now. And they know that these players are playing inside the Viper's Pit to protect Fischio. Berserk has a bit more room to work. He's trying to clear out some corners. Severin just goes straight in. Famous up on top. Oh my god! You gotta look up, son. It's gonna be Boom, and they take the 8th.
Time is more than enough. No explosion this time. That is going to get defused. Oh, this is looking stressful because, I mean, yes, that guy got picked.
Oh my god,
again, as I mentioned, like, at the last possible second of getting hit by the Dizzy, still, they got a couple of picks. They got the Viper Spit, but I guess it's also because the Viper Spit can't really get that big value in that particular angle. Maybe. You would, because again, you would know specifically the general direction of where the Viper would be playing at. If it's not going to be directly on the spike itself, it's going to be somewhere on is going to be
LSD
somewhere
what?
on a link,
What are you saying?
right? So but other than that, it's just the confidence of Severin and Famous to just, if Severin gets picked, I know the general direction where I have to shoot that gun.
That's right.
Bah, bah, bah.
But
There's
that
so
round,
many
props to
things that
Bebosi.
Fancy has to consider, and it's because Boom is partially
His
playing on
shots
this
were
defense, and they
nasty,
know it
like
all too well. They're starting to read the
Siapa
plays.
tadi ya? Yes, I can sama
Blaze
si
perfectly
Om.
expected the B push to come through, and it's like one of those things too. Such a tiny window of opportunity, and he actually seizes it. Just peeking straight out of the smokes, and he finds Yes I Can. That was perfection. 8-4, it's not over yet. Fancy still has a chance, and again, it starts with this pistol round. Boom has been great on the pistols today.
And again, it's a big factor as well that they threw out basically everything, and they have like 3 flash agents, and none of them really hit Blaze King. I was kind of expecting maybe a flash to come out that again blinds him from the Yoru, maybe a paranoia hits him, but maybe it was just pushed out to a general direction. But because of that, because of the misses and only the Dizzy being the biggest factor for Blaze King, he was so prepared to punish.
You talked about timing before, and then this is another type of timing, micro timing. Blaze King just knows the perfect moment just to peek out. Whatever it is, on to the next round we go, and Boom are now attacking. All 5 players, maybe a bit of a lurk from Blaze. Up around short, the rest of them through the site already. What? Fancy?
They know.
He's playing inside the smoke. He tries to go for a bit of a play, a surprise, and he manages to crouch and get a player. Famous trades right back though, and now this is the spike planted.
That's going to be the post plant here for Fancy. Jin got away through the skin of his teeth, but Blaze King has been on fire. Interestingly enough, Blaze King doesn't have the highest of kills, but the impact that he's gotten is just tremendous.
Oh. Okay.
Gas Curse, okay. Not yet done. Great paranoia though from Heisey. That's going to be the follow-up, and this is going to really pin down the rest of Boom as Yes I Can charges right in, denies, punishes through the help of his teammates. That was awkward.
A little bit so, but that kind of offbeat rhythm or timing just might be what Fancy United needs, because everything's going right for Boom. If you can just throw them off by 1 little second, 1 beat, you have Fishio off a sudden flank, and Blaze just did not expect it. Heisey with Paranoia out afterwards completely traps Boom on the site, under hell. The rest of them managed to clean it up. So off of this pistol, we're 8-5. Maybe they get to start chaining more rounds together.
This is huge, because again, the gap's not really that big. Nizzy's already purchased, actually all of them have purchased the rifles except for Jin, probably just, again, saving maybe for an operator or any kind of long-range weaponry. We'll have to see. That Paranoia hits nothing, and Heisey, thankfully enough, actually is able to get behind the wall just to take a little bit of damage. You can see right now, Boom. Just hoping to go for the picks, and Famous, of course, utilizing that tailwind to gravitate their attention, but Boom just can't find the picks that they're hoping for.
Fancy are playing clean and disciplined. Wow, such a fadeaway shot. He goes for another one. Boom sees the opening, and they want to crack open the A site. They're pinging out some of this, but the problem is they don't have a dark cover this time. So expecting Nizzy to be right around, they are right on this, and Nizzy has to respect that recon bolt. Holds the angle instead, though.
Okay, here's the big problem, though, for Fancy. A couple of their players have taken good damage, and the remaining ones that don't, 125 HP altogether, so they need to still be very respectful of the setups that Boom has here, especially with Famous having that Marshall in hand. And there you go. They wait for the smokes. They clear up everything. Berserk is left to attack. Damage has been done. Spike's been planted, but still incredibly good round and incredibly controlled round from Fancy.
We take what we can get. Just bring that gap a little bit closer, down to 2 rounds between the both of them. And Fancy United continue to pick up some weapons. They continue to bring this momentum forth. Because if they can continue to keep this up, they just might be able to come back into the game in full.
What are you saying?
I mean, looking at how they start things off, too.
Oh my god.
With so much control, presence from Jin getting the first pick, the rest of them on that retake. They knew how Boom were about to play, and that's expected. Here's Boom now, though, with the full buys. What are they going to do?
Well, it's going to be the peek on mid. Bit of love tap for Berserks there. I think he got wall banged a couple of the shots from Nizzy. But Boom taking a bit of play out of the book of Fancy as they're looking to actually go aggressive on B.
It looks like Fancy are reading this too. A bit of a gate crash sent out earlier from Nizzy, holding up around A-Link. He has the decoy and he confirms the information. Now tries to go in for a bit of a peek. Yes, I can getting first. Shiro going in for the trade. Jin with the operator shutting things down. The spike carrier dropped. Shiro and Blaze King still alive though. One backside, one up front on mid. And Jin has to work his way around this. The spike's been picked up, so now he's gonna go in to clean up the house. Oh! Gets the flick onto Shiro. What was that? A good triple, and now onto the last target left alive. Blaze is fully aware of this, and he taps and just to lure him in. Come into my home because I am going to kick you out.
That was a pretty important.
You're a terrible host. You just ask somebody to get inside that house, be comfortable, think that they're gonna get the clutch, and then no, get out of this. Clutching this round, expensive.
It's like a false sense of security, right? You think you're my friend? No, you're my frenemy.
True. That flick though from Jin even hurt my wrist. Ouch. He almost got it too, but I think the big problem there was he expected the full plan for Blaze King when there was still plenty of time, and I'm pretty sure Blaze King also heard a drop at that location. Like, you can hear it very faintly. In any case, Blaze King was super aware of that fight, and once again, Boom looking to go aggressive. Yes, I can. Just a little bit more to the left, and he could have actually gotten famous on the push.
Well, they're picking up the pace still. Fancy are kind of reacting to this. But
he can't
the
push.
wingman utility. Okay,
no,
yes I can. It goes in for a bit of a trade. Heisey now claiming the side and trying to push Boom back. Blaze King and Severin, the only one alive. Again, one up front and one from C-Link. He's been smoked off though. Severin, how do you make your way in?
Blaze.
Maybe you have a Blaze King. This could be good. Nizzy though, he still is the one left alive, but unfortunately not quite able to clutch it out. Blaze ends his life instead.
What?
There was kind of an awkward moment where Famous just couldn't push through the smoke, so he couldn't see anything, and he gets hit by the Dizzy. But after that, fast forward a little bit, Blaze King comes to play. How is he still bottom frag? Okay, it's 14 at the top, but the impact of Blaze King, the clutch rounds, is just on a whole other level. Let's look at the replay here real quick. He's gotten the two picks. Oh, he didn't even reload. That was 3 bullets in the chamber.
This is
monstrous.
One of those things, we were talking to Black and Blue about this, and Fancy, they're a team that, they're trying to create a lot of these chaotic plays, but if you have one person who can be a little bit ratty against them, they don't really expect it, and Blaze always flanking up behind him. He is that guy. This time, though, Boom pressing in. They're going to go in for a C rush. It's Jin who tries to hold it. He gets the information, but no clear angle instead. So falls back and sets up for a full retake. They don't have the best guns on Fancy's side.
Wow.
Good start, though.
Good start indeed. Not the best guns on Shiro, too, because he's just about to get swung on by 3 players. Can he get back? No chance. Oh, I can't see. Oh, my eyes. Bald, my eyes. And it's not bald. Luscious hair, but that hair is going to get clipped. They have to push forward and catch Jin because they know that 3 players are going to be coming in through C long. They're going to have to hold this, but the isolation is much better for Fancy here, but it doesn't matter because Blaze King is on fire. Finally shut down by Nizzy. The defuse is rolling. Here comes Severin, but here comes Nizzy once again to save the day.
Just turns and spins around with the Guardian. All the Vietnamese fans are hyping him up. 3 rounds away from tying it up. Fancy, it's not over yet.
Not over till that opponent of yours or you yourself get the 13. Keep on fighting, and we're seeing Fancy retaliate and finally get some strides. Whoa, I'm getting teleported. It's the gate crash. No. But the highlights were good. It was still Nizzy that we have to look at here. And speaking of the man, he's got his dimensional drift, so maybe we can see a bit of cheeky little openings. Again, you do see the whole enchilada being thrown when they do have Nizzy having that ability available.
I don't know. I like Boom when they're a burrito, you know, kind of
The Boom
all
burrito.
five sticking together,
Ah.
wrapped up in a nice, neat, what do you call it, tortilla?
Yes. I was thinking maybe like a fajita. Is that the burrito?
They're kind of, well, I'm going to get scolded if I say it's the same thing. Whatever it is. Boom, they're starting to spread apart, and they're trying to look for a pick because it's so good how Fancy has been controlling this so far. Jin always up by A Long, and they can't really take him out, especially given the weaponry that they have this round. A bit of utility tossed out by Nizzy as well, and all of a sudden Heizi's up on top of the box and gets an opening pick. Boom. They're dazzled.
Yeah, not expecting Heizi to still be on top of B. Jason's been good here. Is he gonna actually get a pick? Had the right angle, had the right timing, and still not going to be enough as Jin, he's laser focused. Shiro's gonna be starting to plant the spike. A couple of pop shots and the post plant is going to be there. Whoa, Famous? He can jump up top and maybe escape the situation, but he's gonna try to just force the fight. Helped by Shiro, not going to be enough, so Berserk's gotta dig deep. And he is digging very aggressively with the paranoia, as well as the follow through from Yes I Can, more than enough to take him down.
The crowd is chanting Fancy. 2 more rounds, 2 more Aserai, and I will start believing. I mean, look at this utility coming through. Yes, it was a good attempt from Boom. Famous stuck into the corner, but it was a good pick. Shiro with the Guardian too. But when it comes down to it again, they just didn't quite have the best guns to hit the sights. And there are so many kind of problems now with how Fancy are controlling this map. In fact, they are switching up the positions. I like this. Jin earlier on A Long, this time into Garage.
Again, I did mention how they will be given a lot of time to just keep pushing forward. There's a position where Jin can just hold so much map control, which he is doing right here in a 4-man push from Fancy outside of A. If this gets spotted by Boom, this could be the great divider to just push up onto the C side. Shiro's by himself. He hasn't cleared Garage, and he is so aware. They do find Jin, though, and... well, even if they do, Shiro gets still caught as the rest of Fancy come bombarding in from the flank.
It's a good fight, it's a good hit. Good read from Boom, just to push into the side, sensing the dimensional drift from behind. They managed to stick out Jin too. Now the problem is, how does Fancy work their way in? So much space, so much time given, and Severine is outside, inside of Defender's spot. No! Slightly misses it, but they don't expect a second player. That's going to be Famous. Coming back in, no, he gets the quick double. 2 more coming up from C Long, and Berserk is calling this whole thing a flashpoint out, and he buys a bit more time, but unfortunately, not quite enough space. Famous goes back out for a peek, and Yes I Can reads it. A headshot punctured through his skull, and that's going to be Fancy closing in on this gap again.
This is where it gets annoying as because if Fancy has Yes I Can still alive and they start fighting in the side and slightly even win, there is the annoyance of the wingman just starting to defuse the spiking in order to see. We got to break down that little bitty annoyance because, of course, we're going to lose the round if it gets defused.
Yeah, right? It's more pressure for Boom, too.
Small but terrible.
I want to see Boom switching things up because right now, with the way they're playing, you know, they're being halted. The whole momentum and pace has been switched around. No timeout being called from Meow just yet either, so it's not over yet, but for now, things are going really well for Fancy. In fact, a bit more space given, and they're expecting the rush out of Boom. Jin instantly punching through, and then he rendezvous away. Famous is going to try to create a little bit more chaos by pushing even deeper in, but I'm sure that they've heard this updraft. They're just trying to play it together, but he gets the first one anyway. Jin instantly trades, and this gives us a brief moment of respite. Boom, they don't have the best guns, and they're being smoked off, so they're forced to fall back, and this is not the best position to work off of. Severine, though, inside of the dark cover, just can't quite connect any more shots. Fancy just overwhelming Boom in terms of numbers, but the Rolling Thunder kind of knocks him up for just a second. Heizi doesn't care anyway.
My man believed that Stinger is going to give a lot more impact than it actually did.
Expensive round?
Yeah, because that was Blades, That was a Rolling Thunder, and those are enough to just be, well, again, those are some pretty big invested abilities here. Look at that, he got it to stun, and then just couldn't really hit the shot. That, okay, Boom is starting to
bad.
throttle, or starting to hit the throttle a little bit here, and it's not looking good.
Timeout? No? All right. Well,
Clock's
again.
paused, maybe.
Oh, hey, there it is.
You're right.
Called it. Nah, but I mean, that was needed, I think. Because so far, I mean, how many rounds was that in a row? I didn't really keep count. But Fancy are doing so many things right. They were even anticipating that, and Jin was playing far back. He had the rendezvous over to A-Link. So much being read, so much being laid out. It's kind of that swap
ya,
around because Boom was doing
komen ya, Daud.
something
Halo,
similar
kamu komen
in
apa
their first
sih
half.
ya?
Yeah, about 2 to 3
Ngomong
rounds
apa,
straight, I
jangan pakai
believe,
kode,
from
pakai
Fancy here.
singkatan-singkatan. Gue nggak tahu ngomong apa, sumpah.
Boom's got to feel that pressure already, and you're absolutely
bisa
right.
lah,
Fancy
hehehe
have
aja,
definitely
anjing.
mixed up the
Kakaknya
bag.
cantik,
It took them a
makasih.
while, but now they're,
Betul.
again,
Komen tuh yang bisa aku
understanding
mengerti, yang
and
bisa aku baca
realizing
sih ya.
the weaknesses
Kalau kamu jadi
of
komen tuh
Boom.
apa,
If we
aku nggak
can't
ngerti,
play
anjir.
this,
LB,
that we can bully you out
TD.
at the start of the round, we'll bully you out at the midpoint or the almost end of the round when you're already trying to play that post. Because again, Boom, they're committing so much to the push, they really can't find that contact. And
This
the
is how
problem
I
herein
cope with my
lies
stress
that
now.
once they overextend
stress
just a teeny
knitting.
tiny bit and you can't get more value than Fancy can, Fancy just disrupt
Have
it,
you ever
rip
heard
it
of
apart,
stress
and
knitting?
take back what's theirs.
You haven't? I haven't too.
It's just working out
I
so well.
invented this
They're back to their default positioning, Fancy.
coping mechanism.
So maybe Boom gets a read on this. And oh, that's a good tag on towards Jin. A bit of
let's go,
chaos
Bibo.
from Blaze up by Garab
Let's
as well.
go,
That's
Bibo.
a great opening pick. It might buy some rotations over
Culik-culik
from
dulu
Fancy
ya,
over
guys
to the
ya.
C site.
That was smart though too, because again, the tag on the recon
Daud,
dart wasn't
kumat,
only
Bibo,
to
kumat.
deter Jin, it was to give a bit of
gini siya
shake to Fancy. Maybe they can
Yeah.
rile up any other player on the side of the map, see a rotation
Emang
coming
I
in,
knew
and Blaze
it
King was so
wouldn't
prepared
be
to punish
super
that. Now that they have 5 players, now that they still
all
have the
the
Silver
way,
Drone
but
from Shiro, they can take this a little bit sweeter and slower too, because if they dry peek into this,
Jangan,
Jin
jangan.
can get a kill here. It's close.
Oh,
Aduh, nice
Jin,
banget.
what you got? What you
Nice
got? Too many
banget.
flashes. He's out.
And this completely opens up the site. Boom's cut it open. Jin eliminated. Fischio's the only one left. That mosh pit actually killed
Weh,
Berserks or
ini
Gonzalo
Kang
or
Flanker
something,
ya.
but-
Kalian semua udah
Well,
tahu
4 players
pokoknya
up
ini tuh
against
Kang
1.
Flanker
Fischio,
tuh
what
udah
are you gonna do?
dipantek sama Bebo
There's also
anjing.
an angle here
Jadi
from
pokoknya
Blaze
pasti
King.
ngeflank.
Alright.
Mantap. Let's
Whack-a-mole,
go.
you know, that one-headed pops
Jogja
up.
gempa benar
Gotta
nggak?
hit it.
Nice banget anjing.
Seems
nice
like,
banget.
Whack-a-mole was cheats because he had an alarm bot.
Tuh, Gary udah.
He kind of knew where he was about to show up.
Killjoy got the utility. She's a hacker. She can do whatever she wants. But yeah,
She's
so
a
that quick
hacker.
bit of break definitely gave that Boom. Oh, that's how they caught Jin. Nasty. And then Famous
Another tag.
not letting up a lead. So this is that was the big problem for Jin.
Shiro's recons.
Yeah, exactly. He was waiting. Jin was waiting for maybe an opportunity. The recon comes in. The Cloudbreak comes in. Where is Jin supposed to look at that he could actually take a shot, a clean shot? Absolutely nowhere.
And it's a great timeout from Meow too, because that was around 1 after him pressing that pause button. Now maybe Kawa's doing the same thing right back. And this is where we could see things really turn around again. Just before we went into the timeout, on the screen, you could see 4 ultimates online from Fancy United. They have a chance at collecting onto that 12th win first ahead of Boom.
Yeah, and one of those ultimates is still the Tour de Force. So Jin's got a chance to, again, redeem himself as that sharpshooter for Fancy here. Maybe even get hyper aggressive because, again, I mentioned before this game started, Jin loves to over-aggress, overextend his positioning. And usually that works. Yes, it's a risk against Boom, but maybe at this point when all things seem dire for Fancy, that kind of play is what gives them that edge. Maybe, just maybe. And again, over and over again, I'm not sure if our viewers are hearing it through our microphones, but I am just, we are hearing the hype from Boom. I believe that was Blaze King, and he has just been shouting, let's go, boys, let's go!
You gotta keep those spirits up, man. You got 4 ultimates, you got 2.
Bebo screaming.
Let's see how this plays out. Again, you talked about that Tour de Force, and there it is.
Okay, nice.
He could get an opening pick off of this, and
Ada
that will
ulti.
force and bully Boom
Ayo,
a little
Raffi.
bit. But these guys know to be a little bit more careful. Oh, this is actually the same round that we saw a couple rounds ago. It was one that Boom won. They ran the push. They go straight into C, and Jin is forced to reposition. And because of this, he doesn't have the best angles with that tour de force. Boom has a sight now, and Famous goes straight into his face. Jin gone. The rest of them coming out from the other side of the map. One from B, a couple more from Garage. Fischio eliminates Famous. A bit more space, but this is also time being bought by Boom Esports. Shiro off the Hunter's Spear just fends them back. They're still going in though. 3 ultimates left, a Thrasher available. Fischio with a Viper's Pit if he can get close enough. He's going to use the Poison Cloud and just trying to make a little bit more noise. Nizzy coming out from C long. He gets a quick double. Shiro answers back. Oh, Berserk coming in too. Yes, I can. Goes up front, but completely blinded by Nizzy's blind side. Oh, the time has been bought. Thank you, Aserai, because Boom has reached match point.
I understood that they can use the Thrash, they can use those abilities, but the players that were following through those utilities that they're using, could not flush them out. Nizzy got a gorgeous 2K, but unfortunately, they still had to deal with Shiro. They still had to deal with Berserks. And again, at that time, you can already see, yes, I can, realizing, time insufficient, round lost.
It's not over yet, though. Fischio again, still Viper's Pit available. Come on, Fancy Fans. You got to cheer louder for these guys. Jin back alive in the game with the operator, and he's looking to punch this ticket. Sends it through. Nobody's there.
Lockdown.
The lockdown comes in, and Fancy are forced to respect this. Jin tries to stay a little bit longer just to punish if anyone goes through, but nobody's there. So Gate Crash out.
Oh, no!
And they get detained.
Oh, no!
Thankfully, Yes I Can is right around for support, so Boom, knowing not to overextend, they will just control the site instead. 2 players inside of Hell, 1 watching out by Graffiti. And you also have Shiro just right around the corner, around the stack. Fancy are setting this up. And Nizzy goes in for a bit of a Gate Crash play, a bit of a fake. The mosh pit goes through, but does not connect. Severin and Famous, they're still holding this. Out around the dark cover. Nizzy is good for it all. He gets the double and looks for Severin, but punched out of the air. Fischio, it's a 1v2. He has to play against the time, and it's just so overwhelming. Goes in for the spray, but Severin just walks all over him. Boom Esports. They close this out 2-0.
Oh. You see the issue already once they got detained. Yes, they don't get punished for it, but it also just prolongs the time for them to start rushing into the site. Also, the big problem there is a 5 versus 5. There is so much utility. Again, A site, hardest site to retake on Haven, and Blaze King is just he's again showing to us why he's the best. What I wanted to say as well, so many utilities still available to delay. They had the idea from Fancy. There was a smoke. They got in, but Famous was prepared to hit every single shot needed to win the round and win the game ultimately.
I mean,
I'm so happy.
Just a bit of a comeback, but still the read from Boom. The timeout, they started to see those problems and they adapted to everything. Just pressing that pressure. You have those recons from Shiro. You have the site completely under control. And all those post-plant positions, you can see how, yes I can try to throw that mosh pit.
Kemarin Famote itu typo, orang tahu gak? Bisa-bisa jersey typo tuh gue udah gak ngerti lagi gimana cuman ya.
It's all fun and games still, right? This is a competition, but sportsmanship, and they respect their opponents. You love to see that from Boom.
You love to see it from Boom. The love of the sport and the confidence, my God. Again, you're just seeing Blaze. Nah, they don't got this. They don't got this. They can't handle us. And Fancy, they already know. They're in the fast lane from Bangkok, here in Bangkok, Thailand. And just looking at the highlights, again, all of these gorgeous moments from Boom. In any case, yeah.
It's great. I mean,
oh my God.
I was wondering about it. You know, why pick Haven? Fancy actually has a really good chance at this. They're very experienced. Boom, throughout VCT, you know, only played this 3 times. I guess this is why. They clearly studied those mods. They clearly prepared for this, and they knew how to work against Fancy's attack side.
Kemarin tuh pas di TA yang wangi teh jersey putih kan, sekarang di Bangkok yang wangi jersey hitam. Pas lagi besok off kan, jadi bisa cuci jersey dulu, terus tanggal 2 sama 3 main lagi.
Boom Esports knew how to answer back.
The scary thing about that again is, you know, it just feels
Empat
like
match doang
even
main.
though that was the case, Famous was just so ready. Blaze King was so prepared. He was the savior in a lot of these rounds.
Coming out from the back too, and that's sometimes something that Fancy United doesn't quite expect. So we're going to bring back Mac.
Emang Jing doang yang dipeluk.
And let's break this down.
Yeah, well look, I got a bone to pick with you.
I somehow knew.
Look, we were honestly, we were all pretty much split down the middle in terms of talent going for this one. There were still Boom believers even after what happened yesterday. There was only one on the desk here, of course, but look, congratulations. I'll give you a handshake for too far away.
I'll shake it for you.
Oh, thank
There we go.
you. We'll hug later.
Yeah, great game though. I believed in that Fancy United comeback though. I was sitting downstairs and I was just like, oh, this second half looks so damn good. But there was just too many rounds where we saw Fancy United have a man advantage, especially on the retakes there, and then they just weren't able to convert. So Boom were just that little bit better, did too much work in the first half and kept it so clean today. Shout outs to Famous for turning up today, not just in this map, but in the first one as well. And I'll check the stats in a moment. I'm sure he would have just skyrocketed up for Essential Pacific so far. Nizzy as well, great attempts, so many scary moments where he's in 1vx's and you just look at him and you think, wow, like he almost made that happen, but just didn't get those clutches off today.
But
he's got the aim, and he can make it happen.
Yeah.
But when Boom are this prepared, when you have that many angles to cover and that many people playing against you, sometimes it's just not going to happen. We didn't see any thrifties, but look at how Boom secured all of these post plants.
Yeah, absolutely insane. They just weren't, well, look, 5 out of 11, and what's that, 3 decent retakes as well going up against Fancy, so far so good. And you're looking at the first kills, 12 first kills, converting 10 of them for Fancy, but Boom, 11 first kills and converting 13. So the two differences there are something that might taste a little bit sour in the mouths of Fancy United going forward. You know, they're going to look back on this game and think, is that the one that got away? Is that the one that we needed to make it into playoffs? You know, they've only got 1 game left now, and who knows exactly how it's going to go down. Thinking about a few things that, look, we'll talk about in a moment, because our MVP for this series, it has to be Famous. The man just turned up. He turned up. He played Jet. He played Jet twice, and he played it so damn well. He had the first 2.0 rating on a map so far in Essential Pacific, and I can't wait to see what he can do if he holds this form. My only question for him now is consistency across the next 2 games.
Definitely, because, I don't know, maybe it's just the start of this tournament again, because they're starting off cold, but now he's just extremely hot.
He really is. I mean, this is the way that you really start things off, especially in the first map of Ascent. You saw his performance. He carries it forward over onto Haven. I want to see a lot more of that, because that was sorely needed against One Team Esports yesterday.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, it's great, because this is that look that we're all looking for. And meanwhile, for Fancy United, yes, it's a little bit shaky here. Yes, they were kind of red. But you see those signs of life. Again, look at Nizzy, look at his teammates. They are here to play. Jin on that chamber. This is a chamber that actually looks good, and he also played this before the patch.
Yeah, I was really hoping we were going to get that 3rd map. I was really hoping we go to Pearl and get to see maybe more Yoru, maybe a little bit of Phoenix sliding in there. You never know when Nizzy's in the game. But look, what you do know is our man Famous had a whopper of a game. And Boom, they're on the board with the W. Well, let's jump on over to the interview to talk with our winners.
Semuanya plus juga cok gila, gokil.
Hello everybody.
Beneran gak sih yang di Jogja? Kok gempa nggak sih? Kemarin tuh baru gempa nggak sih di Jogja?
เรียนอยู่กับเซเวรินครับขอเสียงหน่อยโอเคช่วยกันทำอาหารกินได้ดีมากครับ Yes, oh my god, it was a great match, great performance from the team. Thank you. First of all นะครับคำถามแรกสุดเลยเนี่ยนะฮะก็อยากถามว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะครับผมในแมตช์นี้เนี่ยที่เจอกับ Fancy United Esports เนี่ยคิดว่ามีการเตรียมการแบบไหนบ้างนะที่สำคัญที่สุดนะครับผม So yeah, against the first in your match against Fancy United Esports, what was the most important thing that you guys prepared?
actually we already watching their demos from last night, right? And then like after the yesterday loss, so we're gonna set like, hey guys, we need to wake up, like we need to take this one seriously because the yesterday one after the loss we still thinking like, oh the group stage is easy for us, But after the yesterday loss, like we really need this win so bad. So actually all of us is really watching everyone like looking everyone's habit and like the skill that they make for us to execute something,
Great answer สำหรับคำตอบนะครับก็ดีมากๆนะครับเขาบอกว่าท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยพอพ่ายแพ้จากแมตช์เมื่อวานไปเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยจากที่เราเคยคิดว่ากรุ๊ปสเตจน่าจะไม่มีอะไรมากกลายเป็นสิ่งที่เราก็กลัวทำให้วินเนี่ยที่ได้รับในวันนี้เนี่ยเป็นการแข่งนะฮะและการชนะที่ค่อนข้างสำคัญมากๆนะครับก็เลยดูทุกแมตช์ทุกเกมศึกษาทุกคนและพยายามฝึกซ้อมอย่างหนักถึงแม้ว่าเวลาเนี่ยก็อาจจะไม่ได้เยอะแต่ก็ทำให้เต็มที่แล้วทำงานกันเป็นทีมอย่างสุดๆครับเพื่อทำให้ได้ชัยชนะครั้งนี้มาครับโอ้สุดๆไปเลยนะซึ่งคำถามต่อมาของผมจะพลาดไม่ได้จริงๆครับเพราะเราไม่ได้สัมภาษณ์เขาแต่เราสัมภาษณ์ผู้เล่นที่เล่นกับเขาครับนั่นคือครับ Famous นะครับผมซึ่งโหบอกเลยว่าเล่นดีมากๆเลยอยากจะรู้เหมือนกันครับว่าเอาจริงๆในมุมของเขาอะ Famous ทำอะไรไว้บ้างเล่นดีขนาดไหนนะครับ so yeah as we all know Famous played really well throughout the game and yeah walk me through what Famous did throughout the game and how much impact he had on the team.
Yeah, of course.
This is the last question. After
player.
that, don't forget tag to panelists ya, Isyara.
Like
Thank you.
Today, like it makes us pretty much easy to like taking round by round because he just like out aim everyone, right? Like his impact for the team for sure, like 80% of the team for sure. Like if he every time he execute the bomb set, he dive into the bomb set and always get the first, second, third. Even like we don't know like let the 5 second round start, right? And then he just like triple kill everyone, like, and it's like, huh? Like, hey, come on, it's easy for us, like, yeah, something like that.
It's amazing. Like he really is an amazing player, and so are you. So is Boom Esports' performance today. Thank you very much นะครับผมแปลว่าคำตอบเมื่อกี้นี้ก่อนนะยาวมากเลยครับถ้าพูดสั้นๆก็คือว่ามันโคตรเดือดเลยฮะเนาะแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าจะเอาชัดเจนก็คือว่าเขาเนี่ยนะครับสำหรับตัว Famous เองมีผลกระทบต่อทีมมากเล่นได้ดีมากๆจริงๆแล้วเขาให้บอกเลยนะว่าชัยชนะครั้งนี้ 80% เนี่ยมาเพราะว่า Famous เลยจริงๆครับอย่างเช่นในแมปที่2เนาะที่ว่าเข้าไปแล้วแบบฆ่า3คนนะครับ Triple Kill ไปจังหวะนั้นนะฮะก็ทำให้เราได้เห็นเลยว่ามันจังหวะความได้เปรียบเนี่ยมันมาจากใครนะครับก็ต้องบอกเลยว่า Boom Esports ในวันนี้ครับทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆจริงๆแล้วบอกเลยนะว่ากรุ๊ปนี้เอาละเดือดอีกกรุ๊ปหนึ่งนะครับ very spicy ครับ and of course I think that'll be it for today. Thank you so much, Navrin. ขอบคุณนะครับผม and of course that is the final game for today, guys. And before we leave you guys, I'll send you back to the panelists. Thank you.
Hey, boys and girls and everyone watching on at home, welcome back. What a great interview coming through there. And look, props to him as well. I had a look at the stats while the interview was live. I just wanted to see if he was still at the bottom, but Severin has managed to jump up many positions. So he's no longer the lowest rated player here at Pacific Ascension. So I'm really hoping that, we see this trend continue because I really loved the boom that came to play today. On another note as well, Berserks, he was rated relatively high considering how poor they played the other day in that first series. But now he's right up there. He's in the top 10. And looking at Famous, after that performance, he's on the way up, but still overall Berserks
Jadi menurut kalian agent lineup kayak gitu lemah gitu ya? Oke, menarik. Alright, kemarin kalian udah ngelawan One Team, terus hari ini udah ngelawan Fancy dengan 2-0. Aduh. Sebenarnya di grup ini kalian tuh pengennya ketemu siapa sih? Siapa sih yang paling susah menurut kalian?
Sebenarnya kalau dibilang menurut gua siapa yang paling susah sih sebenarnya gak ada ya, karena menurut gua grup A itu kayak lebih rata dibanding grup B. Kayak grup A semuanya masing-masing kuat, kayak bisa dilihat kemarin kayak Fancy bisa ngalahin Sersia 2-0 dibantai. Terus Naus juga tipis-tipis sama Fancy. Terus sekarang gua menang jauh dari Fancy 2-0. Terus gua kalah dari One Esports kemarin. Jadi kayak menurut gua grup A gua pukul rata sih, semuanya sama-sama jago semua gitu.
Oh, sama-sama jago semua ya. Jadi menurut kalian di grup kalian nih yang nggak ada yang paling jago, semuanya sama rata, oke? Dan tapi kalau misalnya dibilang kalau nih lolos ke playoff, kalian pengen ketemu pertama kali sama siapa?
Bentar, ini tuh yang pengen ketemu atau yang paling susah nanti jadi playoff?
Nah, yang lu pengen ketemu kan, lu pengen ketemu belum tentu mereka paling susah dong, ya kan? Yang lu pengen ketemu.
Gue pengen banget ketemu sama Bleed.
Wow, sepertinya karena ada masa lalu cerita lama juga ya sama Bleed. Oke, thank you Blast King. Semoga terus memberikan nama dan juga performa terbaik untuk Indonesia. Good luck for next match. Selamat beristirahat. Semoga
thank you guys
performanya
for watching.
konsisten.
I
Thank you so much.
also need to take a break from the 7-hour stream.
Nah, tuh katanya mereka katanya Blast King dan Dembat pengen ketemu Bleed.
Setuju lagi. Setuju sih
Gua
kalau buat
nggak usah
anak-anak
ketemu Bleed lah, ketemu yang gampang aja lah. Ngapain sih?
Ngapain
Mau
sih
lolos ke
susah-susah?
Pasifik kok, lawan yang susah-susah udah lawan yang gampang aja.
Siapa contohnya?
Siapa kek? High digital, high digital.
High digital. Dominatus. Susah itu Dominatus, udah kalah dia. Bukan gampang lagi itu susah.
Aduh, oke, itu dia kita ngobrol-ngobrol sama Blast King dan tentunya buat teman-teman, loh kok ternyata baru gabung, loh kok ternyata nggak tahu bracketnya. Udah nih kita kasih tahu bracketnya siapa aja yang main di grupnya, terus poinnya berapa, kira-kira siapa aja sih. Nah ini dia nih, Bumi Sports kan alhamdulillah nih win 1, lose 1, posisi masih aman ya dari secara rank ya. Itu bukan keempat tapi sama-sama rank 2 tuh Sensia, One Team, Bumi Sports ya. Dan Fancy karena kalah dia turun ke yang paling bawah dari grup Alpha, dan grup Omega Scars masih menjadi momok yang menyeramkan dengan 2 kemenangan yang benar-benar nyata, 13-6, 13-6 ke Bonkers, 13-6 lagi. Dan di sini Bonkers 1-1, Belity Sport 1-0 kemarin, dan orang Hutan harus terima kekalahan mereka 0-2. Jadi yang menarik sebenarnya hari ini adalah di plus Kia kalah sama Bonkers. So kayaknya sayang ya kalau ngikutin Ascension group stage terus besok nggak nonton gitu kan next matchnya.
Anyways,
biar kalian nggak lupa nih kita ingetin.
Thank you so much guys for watching. I need to istirahat juga ya. I need to relax a bit after a 7-hour stream. So thank you so much for watching guys. I love you all. I'll see you guys lusa. Aku besok masuk kampus, jadi aku lusa baru live lagi harusnya. So yeah. Thank you so much. I love you all.